Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. A few things to start out with for tonight's proceedings. Everyone from the public entering the hearing virtually has been automatically muted and cannot speak. As the item, one and only item you're interested in, comes up for discussion, you'll be called upon and unmuted. There is a chat function in Zoom. However, this is not part of the record and should only be used if technical difficulties arise. Our procedures for public hearings begins with a presentation from the planning team. Then we'll go to the applicant and then the representative of the Registered Neighborhood Association, followed by questions from the commission. After that, we proceed to public testimony, starting with those who are in person, then who signed up on the sign-up sheet in advance, and then anyone else who raises their hand virtually. If you're attending through your telephone, you can type in *9 to raise your hand. Each member of the public is allowed up to 3 minutes for testimony, and we are strict with this time as it is limited in code. Finally, the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal, after which the hearing will be closed and the commission will deliberate and render a decision. Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Crystal. All right. Welcome, everyone. We are citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. We make final decisions on conditional use permits, variances, and appeals and recommendations to the city council on subdivisions, rezones, annexations, and code or comprehensive plan amendments. Any decision made tonight may be appealed to the city council, provided that the appeal is filed within 10 days of this hearing. In order to file an appeal, you must have given written or oral testimony at tonight's meeting. So that's why it is important to give your name and address when you testify tonight. We utilize a consent agenda. This means that if the applicant agrees with the staff report and if there is no public opposition, the item is placed on the consent agenda. All items that are placed on the consent agenda are approved with one motion without further public comment. For items not on the consent agenda, we will hold a full public hearing in the order just detailed a few minutes ago with staff, applicant, neighborhood association, and then the public testimony. Thank you all for attending tonight. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Danley.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Schaefer. Mooney. Deha. Torres.
Here.
Doan.
Here.
Stallings.
Here.
5 present, 3 absent.
Okay, apparently there's a lot of interest in us passing meeting minutes from last month, I think, right? That's what we're here for. All right, okay. All right, our first order of business real quick is to ensure that we adopt our work session meeting and meeting minutes from both June 2nd and June 9th. Is there any discussion on any of those 4 sets of meetings? Hearing none, I will put the work session minutes and meeting minutes from June 2nd and June 9th on the consent agenda. It is the one and only item on the consent agenda. With that, look for a motion to approve it.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Torres.
I move that we approve the consent agenda with the minutes from July 2nd and July 9th. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Torres and a second by Commissioner Doan. Any discussion? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Danley.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Torres.
Aye.
Doan.
Aye.
Stallings.
Aye.
All in favor. Motion carries.
Okay. Well, our one and only item tonight. So CUP 25-22 and CVA 25-28, a conditional use permit for a shelter home located at 4306 West State Street. Staff, go ahead and take it away.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Voice of God. Commissioner Moore.
I will be recusing from this item as I work for Erstad, which is the architect on the project.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Appreciate it. Thanks for attending
Thank you.
tonight.
Absolutely.
Okay, with that, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Josh Wilson. I'm the design review manager for the city of Boise. Tonight's hearing is for Erstad Architects requesting a conditional use permit and a variance at 4306 West State Street. The conditional use permit is for a shelter home within the MX3 zone. And the variance is to deviate from the streetscape standards and access and connectivity requirements on an approximately 2-acre property. The site is located on the north side of State Street, across from the intersection with Willow Lane, and was the former location of a Salvation Army retail store. The surrounding area contains a mix of uses, including retail, restaurants, residential primarily to the north and east, with mixed use primarily to the west and south. State Street is a mobility corridor with best-in-class transit, and is an important connection between downtown and communities lying to the west. The broader area, encompassing the site, includes public parks, Willow Lane Athletic Complex, and Veterans Park Memorial, and then Coulter Library, and various services for residents. This site was the subject of an entitlement process in 2021 and 2022 for use as a shelter home by the current applicant. As you are aware, that conditional use permit was initially denied by the Planning and Zoning Commission. That denial was appealed to City Council, and City Council ultimately approved the application subject to a number of conditions intended to address the concerns about adverse impacts brought up during that hearing process. Subsequently, Veterans Park Neighborhood Association challenged that approval, and ultimately the Supreme Court did rule in favor of Veterans Park Neighborhood Association and vacate that approval, bringing us to tonight. It's important to note that this context and background is provided for information. The current application does stand on its own merits and should be evaluated by the criteria that we will present to you here tonight. Concurrent with that conditional use permit process, the applicant did apply for and was approved a design review application that would construct the physical improvements to the site for use as the shelter home that was proposed. That included some landscaping, pedestrian pathway, parking lot improvements, and things that we will go into greater detail here in a little bit. That approval was appealed to City Council. City Council denied the appeal and upheld the approval. And that approval was not challenged in court and is valid. After the action by the Idaho Supreme Court to vacate the conditional use permit, the applicant did modify their construction permits to change the use to those that are explicitly allowed in the MX3 zone, including medical offices, a community center, and a food kitchen. And construction on those improvements related to those uses does continue to this day. The current proposal for the conditional use permit application will be a place where daily residents conduct daily activities associated with living, including sleeping areas, hygiene facilities, dining spaces, outdoor spaces, and lounging areas. The proposal includes 205 beds plus room for cribs, with no overflow accommodations currently proposed. Additionally, outdoor recreation and playground spaces are provided with on-site supportive services, including a medical clinic, recovery and family programs, case management services, and a computer room and library. The populations proposed to be served include single adults, families with children, and the medically fragile. The submitted plans include details on physical separations between these populations, as indicated here, with distinct areas separated as necessitated. These include dining areas, sleeping areas, educational facilities like the aforementioned libraries and computer rooms, and outdoor space. This operations plan submitted in the packet does delineate travel routes through the facility, delineating which populations will be traveling through what parts of the buildings, with separations identified for families, single adults, and the medically fragile. The shelter will operate on a pre-approved guest list with reservations required for intake, and will have a wait list for potential residents. It will not function as an emergency shelter. Operations are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Check-in is each evening between 5 and 7 p.m. with exceptions made for those who need late entry due to work situations. Guests are allowed to leave for jobs and outside obligations, provided they return within the prescribed hours each evening. Exceptions are available, again, for those with unconventional work schedules or other situations as they arise. Families with children and single adults have separate physical spaces and separate intake areas and procedures. The applicant has submitted an operations plan included in the packet, which addresses the day-to-day functions of the facility. Topics include guidelines for guest access, intake, procedures for that pre-approved wait list, behavioral expectations, house rules, use of the outdoor spaces and quiet hours, and educational and social programs which are available for residents. In addition to the operations plan, the applicant has submitted a safety and security plan that has been developed in consultation with emergency service providers and goes in depth into topics such as security screening and prohibited items, de-escalation, coordination with law enforcement, smoking and vaping regulations, parking management, waste management, and proposed staff training and professional development as part of the facility. As part of the approved design review application, the applicant is in the process of constructing landscaping and site improvements. In the front of the building, new landscaping has been proposed along the front of the parking lot and within the parking lot in planters, providing trees and shading to help soften that parking lot. Again, additionally, to the east against the building addition, there is a large area of landscaping proposed along with some screening along that east property boundary. A comprehensive pedestrian network has been provided, including access to the bus stop along State Street across the parking lot and the right-of-way that is adjacent to State Street. And public sidewalks exist along State Street with that aforementioned bus stop. A bike rack is provided near the building entrance. That was part of the conditions of approval of the design review application. The existing parking lot indicated in orange there is being redeveloped, improved with permeable pavers, accessible spaces as required, and again, that additional parking lot landscaping. Solid waste service is in a dumpster enclosure, fenced off by solid screening indicated in yellow at the front of the building, and emergency access is provided along the west side of the property to the rear. It's worth noting that this project was approved prior to the current development code. Therefore, EV parking was not part of that proposal and was not required. Because the parking lot is entitled and installed, our stance is that we have not required additional EV parking. At the rear of the building, there is substantial landscaping, including many trees, areas of lawn, seating benches. An 8-foot masonry wall was constructed along the perimeter of the property as part of that design review approval. A playground for families is located in the northeast corner, separated by a fence from the outdoor area for single adults. The remainder of the rear yard contains pedestrian circulation areas, sheltered bike racks in the yellow along the north property line, some locker structures for residents to house belongings, and again, that emergency access that is located along that western property line. The proposed variance is to not construct at this time a 12-foot multi-use pathway that is required by the new zoning code along State Street. CCDC has in its 5-year capital improvements plan a project which will improve State Street from Fargo to Willow Lane and address this unique right-of-way configuration that exists on the site today. The planned improvements as part of the zoning code may or may not coincide with those developments that are determined through that CIP process. And we feel that it is prudent to not install the improvements at this time in order to prevent a waste of resources or construct something that may ultimately have to be torn out. As part of your packet, we do have comments from a number of comments from public agencies on their abilities to serve the proposed use. They do contain recommendations that we have included in the conditions of approval, and I've highlighted here. One is that a more detailed overflow parking contingency plan be developed. Fire recommended that the facility should provide on-site medical services at least 20 hours a week to help reduce low acuity 911 calls. Parks and Library had no recommended conditions of approval, but did highlight some improvements that have been made, including approximately 2,600 linear feet of new lighting along the Boise Greenbelt. And Library has a community resource coordinator on staff to help with resources at their neighborhood branch locations. To date, the planning team has received considerable correspondence on the application. As of the late correspondence packet, and that deadline, which was Thursday at 5 p.m. We have received 301 public comments, with 154 of those in favor and 147 opposed. I will note that there were 9 additional emails that inadvertently got caught in our spam filter, and we only received them this morning. We weren't able to distribute them to the commission, but they should have been included in those numbers. So those were 6 in favor and 3 opposed additionally. Staff finds that the shelter home is uniquely suited for the subject property and is compatible with the existing uses in the neighborhood and those reasonably expected to develop with the attached conditions of approval. A public library, public park, and grocery store are located within 1/2 mile of the site. These will provide services and amenities to residents of the home. The immediate availability of transit will allow access to other services and amenities not immediately adjacent or within walking distance. With the attached conditions of approval and operations plans proposed, the shelter home will not create adverse impacts which outweigh the public benefit. Site improvements were analyzed in detail through the approved design review application. In addition to the typical considerations, a detailed review of lighting, pedestrian improvements, landscaping, and the proposed perimeter screen wall were included. And site work is currently under construction to match these approved plans. A series of conditions have been included to ensure consistent enforcement, ongoing monitoring, and community interaction with the facility. The site is large enough to accommodate the proposal and all required features. The existing and under construction improvements will meet all setback requirements, and the screen wall has been installed along the perimeter of the site. This wall encloses the amenity area that includes playground equipment, the half basketball court, raised garden planters, and outdoor seating. Delineated pedestrian circulation routes and open space for use by the residents are also provided. Additionally, comments received from public agencies confirm the proposed use will not place an undue burden on public services in the vicinity, including emergency services. The project is supported by policy guidance in Blueprint Boise, which encourages the adaptive reuse of buildings as opposed to demolition. The project will convert an abandoned retail building into non-traditional housing along an existing transit route. This is consistent with Blueprint Boise goals that promote locating social services along transit routes to maximize accessibility to those in the most need. Finally, granting the variance to the streetscape standards along State Street will not provide a special privilege to the property that is not available nearby. There is a hardship associated with the unique configuration of the streetscape and the improvements that will be conducted through CCDC, ACHD, and the city in partnership. Granting the variance will not create material negative impacts to the public health, safety, or welfare. And this proposed streetscape improvement project for anticipated for fiscal year 2028 will provide the necessary public improvements. The installation of over 200 feet of detached sidewalk that could be removed and replaced with the proposed streetscape improvements within a few years does not comply with the city's climate goals and does not create a cohesive pedestrian network. In conclusion, the planning team finds that the applicant's proposal complies with the required findings for a conditional use permit and variance, and we recommend approval with the conditions included in the project report. With that, I'll stand for any questions. We do have representatives tonight with Boise Police, Boise Fire, Parks, and the library to answer any questions as they may come up. Thank you.
Awesome. Great. Thank you, Josh. Okay, next we'll hear from the applicant, followed by the neighborhood association.
Chairman, Commissioners, I'm Jeff Wardle, Counsel for Interfaith Sanctuary. My address is 251 East Front here in Boise. And as we get started, I know you're going to have a significant number of questions. So Ms. Peterson Steigers and I will give you an introduction of approximately 10 minutes. And then we will stand for whatever questions you may have, and you can take those up at whatever time. Commissioners, I think it's important to note that in the Boise City Code, the word homeless shelter or emergency shelter or shelter does not appear. You've defined the term as shelter home. And the definition of shelter home is set forth right there, talking about providing the basic services, the basic things that individuals experiencing homelessness may need. We at Interfaith Sanctuary with this project take the home part of that seriously. What is home? We posit that a shelter home, in particular the one that we're presenting to you here today, is far more than a homeless shelter. As Matthew Desmond wrote in his seminal work, Evicted, the home is the center of life. It is a refuge from the grind of work, the pressures of school, the menace of the streets. We say that at home we can be ourselves. Everywhere else we're someone else. At home we remove our masks. The home is the wellspring of personhood. So what is a home? A home is a refuge. Where do we sleep? Where do we eat? Where do we leave our important papers? Where do we leave our mementos? Where do we leave our clothing? Where do we bathe and take care of our basic needs? Where do our children learn? Where do we help our children with their homework? Where do we do our own homework? Where do we watch TV? Where do we charge our electronics? Where do we do our laundry? Where do we relax after work? Where do we hang out with friends and acquaintances? Most importantly, where do we return each day? And where can we return 24/7? That is a home. What is a shelter home? Well, I would posit that it's a refuge plus a place for personal improvement. It's a place where you can participate in job training, participate in mental health treatment. Your children can receive early childhood education, where you can have your own private outdoor space, where you can learn, where you can create, where you can get basic medical treatment, where you can recover after being hospitalized, even if you don't have a home, where you can receive hospice care when you are at the end of your life and would otherwise be left alone on the streets. Now, this is a new application, a different application. We appreciate the work that staff has done. We most importantly appreciate the work that this commission did over the course of the last several years with the modern zoning code. Because as staff noted, the modern zoning code rezoned the entirety of this property to MX3. MX3 allows by right, as Josh noted, a variety of the uses that are incorporated in this shelter home. The community center aspects, the food kitchen, the playgrounds, group home living, assisted living, all of those uses there are now permitted of right. So we're only here to talk today about the shelter home and what a shelter home is. Second, in adopting the modern zoning code, you modified the conditional use standards and clarified what mitigation is required. The focus now is on what are the material impacts, how are they mitigated, and if they can't be mitigated, is there a compelling public need? Third, as Josh outlined, there has been significant public investment in this neighborhood, to which I would note that the city of Boise has opened the Whitewater Police Station. Station 13 by Boise Fire has now been opened. Willow Lane and the Greenbelt have seen significant public improvements, and as noted, this segment of State Street is part of an urban renewal district with a CIP contemplating significant investments. Also, the city of Boise has approved transitional housing, adaptively reusing prior social services facilities within a residential zone and residential neighborhoods. Through the use of the CZC process, a former assisted living facility that was permitted by a conditional use permit in a residential zone and residential neighborhood has been converted to transitional housing with supportive services. State and federal legal changes have occurred. As you know, the United States Supreme Court has permitted the criminalization of homelessness, which the Idaho legislature has done effective July 1st of this year. This is a new application and a different application because we have had significant collaboration with Boise Police on security. Now, Commissioner Danley, this is where I owe you an apology because in our prior conversations on this application, This was a high point of frustration because we kept talking about the SEPTED report. And my frustration was all we were focused on were the statistics without talking about what the SEPTED report recommended to solve those problems, and without engagement from the Boise Police Department. That is not the case this time. That is why I can come forward to you with a safety and security plan that we purposefully wrote for public consumption with the guidance of the Boise Police Department. This time, Chief Dennison's team has been very active and engaged with us. They have directly reviewed our plans. They have given us guidance that we've incorporated, and we have reviewed and incorporated the measures that were recommended from the SEPTED report to improve not only the issue of life safety, but also to better address the concerns that have been articulated. So that's why this is a different application. We have our team here, and at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Jody Peterson to talk about the specifics of this site.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jody Peterson-Steigers, and I'm the Executive Director of Interfaith Sanctuary. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. At the heart of this conversation is something we all share, a vision for a neighborhood where everyone feels safe, supported, and able to thrive. I'm here to show you how this new shelter home responds to neighborhood concerns and brings lasting solutions that lift up both our guests and our community as a whole. Let me be clear about what this means for our neighborhood. Fewer 911 calls, fewer emergency room visits, and fewer people on the streets during the day. This isn't just better for our guests, it's better for everyone who lives and works here. Here are some of the important solutions we put in place to address neighborhood concerns. No lines outside the shelter home. The coordinated entry system we've developed with Ketch and Corpus Commons makes intake happen only during business hours, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., with appointments scheduled in advance. No more crowds gathering at night, no more uncertainty about who's coming or when. Rigorous safety screening. Every single guest goes through a comprehensive background check before entering our facility. Anyone with sexual offenses is automatically excluded. This isn't negotiable. It's how we protect both our guests and our neighbors. True 24-hour housing. Here's what this means for our neighborhood. Instead of 200 people being forced out each morning with nowhere to go, they'll have a safe, welcoming place to stay morning, noon, and night. Guests can still head out to work, attend school, keep medical and social service appointments, but they'll always have a place to return throughout the day. No one will be left to wander the streets simply because there's nowhere else for them to be. With more people are sheltered and supported, fewer people are left outside, making our entire community safer and stronger. Measurable benefits for our community. Reduce pressures on emergency services. By partnering with Terry Riley Health Services, Full Circle Health, St. Luke's, and St. Al's, we're able to handle many medical needs right at the shelter, not in crowded emergency rooms. This significantly reduces the burden on local EMS and hospital emergency rooms. Just as importantly, guests receive consistent preventative care in a safe setting, improving their overall health and stability while freeing up vital emergency resources for the whole community. Professional security and management. This purpose-built facility includes dedicated spaces for de-escalation, quiet areas for both guests and staff, and professional security protocols. We're not just managing a shelter, we're operating a comprehensive housing and service facility. Separate family area. Families with children have their own secure, separate entrance and living space, ensuring the safety protocols that matter most to parents and the broader community. Why this location makes sense. This site allows us to move from a cramped 10,000 square foot warehouse to a purpose-built 42,500 square foot facility on nearly 2 acres. The additional space isn't just about more beds. It's about better management, better security, and better outcomes for everyone. This new facility addresses the very issues our community is most concerned about. Without better shelter, those experiencing homelessness will continue to spread throughout our city without access to coordinated services, consistent medical care, or the support they need to find stability. This purpose-built, professionally managed shelter brings people together in one safe place where we can offer real help and real solutions. Our commitment to you. We've spent the past months listening to the neighborhood concerns and building solutions. This isn't a typical shelter. It's a comprehensive housing and services facility designed specifically to address the possible impacts and concerns that have been raised. We're not asking you to trust us blindly. We're asking you to approve a plan that includes measurable outcomes, professional oversight, and direct accountability to this community. The choice before you is clear. This is our chance to create a shelter home that doesn't just reduce street homelessness. It sets a new standard for how cities care for our most vulnerable.
Maybe, Ms. Stigers, if I can just Stigers, let me just pause you just for a quick second. So with the time, did we go with 10 on that? Or did we go with 20? Typically, we allow up to 20. So I just want to make
Correct.
sure.
No, it stopped at 10.
Okay.
It's
so
at
it
your
does-
discretion.
Yeah, okay. So you're good to go. I just wanted to make sure, especially also for the neighborhood association, because they're going to have equal time.
Sure.
So, okay, we can go ahead and start the clock and keep going up to 20.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just going to start at the top of that paragraph so I can hit it. The choice before you is clear. This is our chance to create a shelter home that doesn't just reduce street homelessness. It sets a new standard for how cities care for our most vulnerable neighbors. With space for 205 guests, babies in cribs, and supportive services available morning, noon, and night, this model shows the rest of the country what's possible when a community chooses compassion, safety, and real solutions over leaving people with nowhere to go. We can do both, lead with courage and care by providing safe, dignified housing and protecting the well-being of our neighborhood. This plan shows exactly how Boise can set an example for communities across the country. Tonight, I respectfully ask for your approval to move this vision forward so together we can show what's possible when a city chooses to stand by all of its citizens, housed and unhoused, and build a future where everyone has a place to belong. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, to wrap up, as noted here, we have the department heads and the individuals who have been responsible for developing the safety and security plan, as well as the operations plan to answer your questions, as well as the technical design team from Erstad Architects. And with that, we end our presentation and we stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Hold tight. So we're going to turn our attention over to the neighborhood association, and I'm going to guess that's Katie Decker.
So Commissioner Danley, to clarify, do I have 20 minutes to present? I'll try to slow my speaking down then. My name is Katie Decker. I'm the president of the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association, and my address is 5001 West Mimosa Street. I'm before you today in a representative capacity. And while I recognize that many of you are new to the commission since 2021, based on the similarity between the application before us today and that reviewed in 2021, I am going to use the limited time to briefly touch on the decision criteria and then move quickly to talk more about mitigation measures that are not included in the proposal before us. So under Boise City Code, the conditional use applications actually need to meet both the general criteria for decisions by an appointed body and the additional set of conditional use criteria that staff presented today. In summary, it has to both be supported by and not in conflict with the comprehensive plan, not impact the surrounding area, be large enough, and not impact the delivery of public services. In addition, from the general criteria, the application must promote the efficient use of land, resources, and public infrastructure. While the criteria for assessing impact has been weakened in the current code compared to the similar criteria in the prior code, the consideration of public benefit exceeding impacts is contingent on the maximum practicable mitigations first being applied. In contrast, the criteria for assessing impact delivery of services is actually a lower threshold than what we saw in 2021. Now, any material negative impact rather than the previous bar of undue burden is disallowed at code. We also note that in the general decision criteria, there is no qualifier that requires that public service delivery to be assessed at the jurisdiction level rather than the station level of service level. We find that this project fails to meet the criteria at code. We'll touch briefly on compelling evidence for the impacts to the surrounding area and service delivery, but I'm happy to take questions on any of the criteria afterwards. The current zoning code sets an approval criteria that a project must not create a material negative impact on the provision of public services. Between the 2025 agency comment letters and the 2022 agency testimony to City Council on the prior application, approval of this application would be considered to have a material negative impact on city police, fire, parks, and library departments. The comments remained from direct acknowledgement, such as BPD's limited resources will be impacted, and discussion of cascading impacts when resources are moved, to absolutely there's additional resources that are needed to maintain areas where we allow this population to congregate from the Parks Department. There was also discussion of potential for additional staffing needs and additional infrastructure needs, as well as necessary updates to use restrictions in public parks if this use is approved. These concerns show that the application fails to promote the efficient use of resources and infrastructure as well as service delivery, thereby failing both code criteria. Impact to the surrounding area was very well established in the nearly identical 2021 application, and it's summarized in our written comments. The most compelling evidence for impact was the extreme difference in calls for service data at and around Interfaith's current shelter compared to calls for service in the State Street area. Shown here are examples of the heat maps VPNA generated from the Ada County dispatch data for 2018 through 2021. In addition, direct testimony from Chief Lee of BPD indicated that it was reasonable to expect calls from Interfaith Sanctuary in the surrounding Cooper Court area to transfer to State Street or even increase when put into a residential area. And that testimony did take into account the proposed changes to the provision of shelter, including 24-hour access. The notes that he was testifying from included data summarizing 5,928 calls for service in the quarter-mile surrounding Interfaith and Magnet areas in the year prior. And for State Street, there were 588 calls for service, including the Willow Lane complex, and that included 160 traffic stops. In addition, the 2020 Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, or CPTED report that the police department had prepared also underlined that these calls were correctly assessed. This local data was supplemented with similar calls for service data from the Salt Lake City and South Salt Lake City areas and the half miles surrounding 3 then recently opened homeless shelters that had similar 24-hour access and wraparound service models and served similarly sized populations. Data was presented for the year before, shown here at left, and the year after the shelters opened, shown at right, and showed an explosion in transient-related calls for service in the top example, as well as large increases in other call types in the bottom example. Typically, between 20 to 45% of the calls for service increase in the area was attributable directly to the shelter location, and the rest were distributed through the area. This data was important because it showed that the impact, even under mitigated conditions, very similar to what Interfaith is proposing, was still very substantial. Recent annual reports from these shelters through 2024 show ongoing struggles to minimize impacts on the surrounding area and prevent drugs from entering the shelters. Each shelter has a 6-officer police squad assigned directly to patrol the perimeter area and magnet areas. They have off-site shelter security conducting checks as often as 15 to 30 minutes. And they conduct daily to weekly litter and cleanup patrols in the surrounding areas. And yet there is still significant impact experienced. There's also significant expert testimony and literature review on the record. So updating for 2025, this is data from an updated subTED report that the police department is currently producing. We've not yet received the final report, but they provided the data that they relied on for the report. So this heat map shows calls for service in the 2021 to 2024 period for repeat call areas in the Shoreline District. The expanded area now includes the Fairview. Interfaith's River Street Shelter, Cooper Court, and Rose Skate Park are by far the highest repeat calls for service addresses in the area. In fact, calls to Interfaith have only increased. In the table at the bottom, you see that since 2021, calls have uniformly been higher than the prior calls, with a peak of 571 calls to service directly to Interfaith in 2022. Also notable in this maps are that police calls for service to the Red Lion that were very low prior to opening the hotel shelter in the middle of 2020. But since, Red Lion has become a significant hotspot as well. It now receives approximately half as many calls as the main River Street Interfaith Shelter, in a volume approximately equal to the Boise Rescue Mission, despite the much lower population. The Red Lion provides 24-hour access and is in a much higher level of privacy than the River Street Shelter does, and also serves a smaller population limited to families and medically fragile guests. The hotel shelter does not occupy the entire building, so some of the calls there may be related to other users of the site. However, it is clear from the data that the Red Lion only became a high call facility once the hotel shelter opened there. Clearly, Veterans Park neighborhood will be materially negatively impacted if the shelter moves, even with the mitigations Interfaith is included, such as 24-hour access and wraparound services, which the Red Lion and the Utah shelters also provide. The remaining questions in assessing this decision criteria are whether the maximum practical mitigation measures have been applied, and if so, whether the remaining public benefit exceeds the remaining impact. So the application before us actually weakens many of the conditions that City Council had approved for CUP 21-0026. So we can certainly say that maximum practicable mitigations are not yet being incorporated. The proposed conditions that staff provided move most of the previous conditions to a blanket condition requiring compliance with the security and operations manuals. However, those manuals use very vague language. We could not find anything about measurable enforcement criteria in those manuals, and they stop short of setting things that could be a standard to measure compliance against. There's also a number of internal inconsistencies that could lead to confusion around compliance determinations. Moreover, the draft conditions of approval that staff has provided place the review of any changes to these manuals, which again contain effectively the only mitigating conditions in place, under administrative review. They would be submitted to the planning department, who has the authority to assess whether the application should be submitted for a modified conditional use review or handled administratively. This means there would be no public input on potential changes to the mitigations. While this is a pretty long list in front of you of places that the shelter has weakened the mitigation measures, or the conditions proposed have weakened the mitigation measures, some of the most important ones are that the explicit restriction on overflow guests has gone away. The requirement to provide off-site transportation for any guests who can't be served by the shelter has gone away. And the annual reviews and adjustments by City Council that that panel considered very important to assure compliance moving forward is no longer present in the application. I realize that Interfaith just testified that there would be no overflow, and but word choice is very important when you're talking about condition and criteria. So instead of saying there must be no overflow, there is a section in their security plan that says what to do when guests arrive when the shelter's at capacity. And instead of saying you have to transport somebody off site, it says talk to the shelter lead and see if accommodations can be made. Similarly, there is a section in the security plan that says offsite transportation may be available, but it does not say must be available. Finally, when we met for a tour in April with Interfaith Sanctuary, they discussed two significant mitigation measures, which were not outlined in their application documents at all. So they couldn't be considered enforceable conditions, which means you can't consider them as mitigating measures unless they become enforceable conditions. They talked about program participation and waitlist only intake. These are a series of proposed conditions that we provided in our written comments. I don't plan to read them directly as you've had that material before you. So I'll just briefly talk about the ideas behind them. So for the wait list, this is one of the conditions that we asked for the most in our prior comments, but the security plan doesn't actually talk about how to get on the wait list. They don't explicitly say that you can't come to the site to get on the wait list. They don't explicitly say that no walk-up services will be provided. So there needs to be a more clearly defined protocol for signing up. The Utah example has shown that shelters often draw congregations of unsheltered folks as well. In this case, Interfaith will be effectively ceasing services for half of their current adult population. And we know that Boise already has the shelter capacity to serve our unsheltered population, but they're choosing not to go to the Boise Rescue Mission. If that's also true of Interfaith's adult guests who won't be able to be served by the shelter, it's quite possible that they choose to come to the Veterans Park neighborhood to camp, as was the experience at the Utah shelters, where the new shelters drew large encampments. Clear restrictions preventing walk-up services and off-site transportation requirements for anybody walking up could help disincentivize people seeking services to come to the area unless they've been called off the wait list. One of the shelters in Utah reported turning away 107 people, I think, per week at one point in May 2024. Also during our tour, Interfaith explicitly described the shelter as a programming-only shelter, saying that only 8 beds would be available to people who have not already registered for their waitlist and intend to participate in Interfaith's programming. That could make a significant difference. One of the major concerns that this neighborhood has consistently expressed is with the drug and alcohol calls for service in the area, especially as Interfaith is the only low barrier shelter. They tend to draw a disproportionately high population of people with active addictions. If the shelter is limited to people who are already committed to treatment by participating in Interfaith's programming, that could be a mitigating condition, but it is not outlined in the proposal. Similarly, the hotel shelter actually requires sobriety requirements, and their Interfaith's reporting documents state that this is because families with children and adults are served at the same site. Instituting sobriety requirements of the shelter would provide a similar type of mitigation. Another practical mitigation measure is that we're aware that there are often certain individuals who are frequent users of the public services. So if individuals are consistently receiving calls for service in the neighborhood, or if individuals have consistently been reported by shelter security or police patrols as violating neighborhood behavioral expectations, then those individuals could be removed from the shelter, thus preventing the shelter from developing a character of impacting the neighborhood. One of VPNA's other main comments during the 2021 application was the request for offsite security. This is a common measure applied to homeless shelters in general. And in fact, when Boise city planning staff were writing draft approval criteria conditions for the shelter home use during the zoning code rewrite, they did include offsite security in the perimeter 1,000 feet and magnet areas as a requirement for all shelters in their internal drafts. Obviously, this was not eventually included. The planning department elected not to include approval criteria for shelter, but it does show that this is absolutely a standard and practicable condition. We would also request that security be through a licensed and insured third-party company, such as is required at other shelters, including Boise's contracts with Red Lion. There's been a lot of concern that there's no way to enforce compliance with the CUP. It's very uncommon for CUPs to be revoked in the city of Boise. In fact, I think it's never happened. So when we talk about conditions and being enforceable, the elephant in the room is through what method would you enforce them? When City Council talked about that, they said they would institute an annual review process, review impacts, talk about potentially adding measures. That's not in the current proposal. And even that, in my opinion, was weak because there weren't metrics to compare to included at code. So this measure as a recommendation would explicitly tie increases in calls for service to the neighborhood to an automatic occupancy reduction trigger for the shelter. So for example, we have said if calls for service in the neighborhood double, then the shelter capacity would drop by 25%. So from 200 people to 150 people if it happens the first quarter. If it continues to happen, capacity could be reduced again until you get to a sustainable carrying capacity. Allowing for a doubling of calls for service, that feels generous to us, but obviously those are just suggested numbers and we'd be open to talking about it. This one I would classify as aspirational, but it is in the record as having occurred at another shelter. And that would be the option for property buyouts. When the South Salt Lake shelter opened in a residential area, most of the other shelters were not directly adjacent to residential uses, but the South Salt Lake shelter was. The county actually offered buyouts to any property owners within, I believe, 1,000 feet of the record. They set what year of assessed value they would offer at, and they paid a moving expense as well. Property value is tricky because there's not much you can do to mitigate the impacts other than a condition like this. So that was a small selection of the proposed conditions that we've provided in our written comments. Many of them are very common and absolutely practicable. So the fact that they're not in the application means that we can't even assess the public benefit clause yet because we haven't applied the maximum practical impacts. We do know that there will still be impacts based on the experience of other shelters that are also offering 24-hour services and classes and case management and a home-like environment with lots of day use. However, if significant additional mitigation measures were imposed, we could then evaluate the public benefit against the degree of impact. Some impacts are very hard to quantify. What are the potential public and private losses from additional crimes in the area? Will we see increased loss of life or major injuries from bike-ped traffic collisions on State Street, as Chief Niemeyer discussed in 2022 as being a possibility? However, as a quantifiable starting point, if you apply the property value loss estimates that we've found in the literature, which range from about 5 to 7% when nearby one homeless shelter, and an additional 17% loss if you are within 1,000 feet of 2 homeless shelters, as many properties in this neighborhood are. That would total about a $10 million loss to Veterans Park residents collectively.
Stucker, I'm going to go ahead and have you wrap up here, just out of respect for everybody else that's going to be testifying. So last few comments, if you can, please.
Yes. In conclusion, as written, the application doesn't meet the decision criteria code So we strongly recommend either denying the project outright or ordering mediation. Interfaith has refused all of our mediation offers to date, but based on the lack of enforceable items in the operations and security manuals, we don't think it's likely that we'll arrive at mutually acceptable ground absent working mediation sessions.
Okay, great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Appreciate it. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break and we'll come back with questions. And I think I'd like us to start with the variance and then we'll go into the CUP from that point. So 5-minute break and we'll return at the top of the hour. Okay, if we can go ahead and reconvene, we'll get underway. Okay. All right. So now in the point in this hearing is going to be our opportunities to ask questions about every bit of this for everybody who's involved. And so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the commission. I think that the best way to handle this, though, would be at least to start with some bit of organization on our questions, since I know that this is a complex matter. And I think the variance might be a good place to start. So any questions on the variance at this point?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Torres.
I just have one question on the variance right now, although I reserve the right to ask more if I think of them.
We'll see about that.
My question's for staff. I think in the past, we've discussed requiring improvements to be put in place if ACHD improvements aren't made by a deadline, but I can't remember if we required it. If we approve the variance, can we require improvements to be put in later if ACHD doesn't meet a deadline? Say, like, I think in the neighborhood presentation, they mentioned 2030, I think.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Torres, it is somewhat difficult to track because of triggering circumstances. So once we have an occupancy on the property, it can be difficult to track that requirement for improvements. It is much cleaner to rely on the agencies that are constructing the improvements to follow through with their obligations to do so. Otherwise, we end up 5 years out, the building is operating, and how do we enforce that and track it, essentially?
Okay. Any other questions on the variance? Okay, I've got several. So I think Commissioner Torres kind of asked one that I was thinking about with regard to timing, because it seems to me that there's 2 ways to deal with this. It seems it could be to do, maybe even 3, sort of what we're proposing in the staff report, which is essentially grant the variance, the hardship essentially having to do with climate goals and so forth, and then CCDC moving forward with, I think, in concert with ACHD and constructing this in a few years. Another opportunity or another way is what was suggested by the neighborhood association, which is deny the variance for various finding, but ultimately delay construction to potentially not conflict and still move forward with the public entity. Or a third being require it at a different time, but tracking it. And you're saying it's difficult to track. I guess I would be curious, at least on maybe the second one. You're contending that essentially it's the tracking part that's the most difficult, that would be for staff, in the sense of requiring it but delaying it until CCDC builds it. That's what I think I gathered you say.
Mr. Chairman, that comment would largely be related to a condition that they approve it by X date, right? Like if the condition of approval is placed that they build it by 2030, I think that's the difficult one to track. If we rely on the agency, the CCDC process, to work its course and it is constructed as part of that, that takes that tracking piece off of the table.
Okay. So the question I have on that is, so what is our backstop? Because the neighborhood association is contending that a granting of a variance could very well mean that the project not move forward. And I would certainly would like your thoughts on this, but also I'd ask Ms. Decker to elaborate on that particular part of the written testimony of that claim, because I'm not quite understanding why that would potentially result. So can you expand on that?
Mr. Chairman, I'll attempt. I believe that the thought process there is that maybe I will let Katie go first.
Commissioner Danley, we've seen delays in public service projects before. The Taft Street rework was supposed to be done, I think, 5 years ago when I first moved into the neighborhood, and it hasn't started yet. Especially with the recent state laws kind of limiting public infrastructure spending on pedestrian projects. I worry that something will come out of that that prevents the project from happening through CCDC entirely. And in that case, it would rely on the private frontage, the people with frontage access.
Okay. I guess I'll throw this out there. This is what you're referring to is the Senate Bill 1140 and 1144. This is an issue that I deal with all the time. And just for what it's worth, that law specifically talks about school areas. They use the word area. Great. What does that mean? Okay. School area, park area, pedestrian area as sort of being an exception. And I know that the district, at least ACHD, has mapped those places out. So basically putting bubbles around schools and parks and places where we think that there's going to be pedestrian activity. So just for your knowledge in terms of this project or any moving forward, how that might apply. With this one being close to the Willow and the school, I don't think that would pop up, but other things and delays certainly could. Okay. Has there been, I noticed in the conditions with respect to the Willow crossing in particular as well, I'm deviating a little bit, but it's related to the ped improvements. I didn't see anything about like what's called lead pedestrian intervals, so giving people 5 seconds to cross first, extended walk times. You can push those buttons and you get more time, or at least certain people have that ability and stuff like that. Has any of that been discussed? It wasn't in the conditions I saw.
Mr. Chairman, not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
I know that Interfaith Sanctuary has corresponded directly with ACHD, so maybe they'd like to take that question.
That's fine, and that's a great segue. I don't know if anybody from Interfaith's team wants to. There were questions on specific treatments, especially at the Willow crossing. I know in the written testimony, there's been some things, but other tools that might be applicable there.
Yeah, so we did do a walkthrough with CCDC, ACHD, VRT, and the city of Boise, looking at short-term response because they have these projects that are looking from 3 to 5 years. Those immediate looks were increasing the crossing time at the Willow Lane light, creating slow down signage to reduce speed in that area, and other actually easy proposed like overhead blinking lights and things like that. They even discussed doing a slow up before we got there to where they can put the signs that have what speed you're driving to train drivers to start reducing speed. So that was the proposal, was kind of looking at what can we do short term to kind of improve the safety for everyone in the neighborhood as they look at that 3 and 5 year plan.
Okay. Okay, great. One more question for me on the variance, and then if anybody else has questions that have popped up. Explain this hardship a bit more. And I would like to hear from the applicant as well on this. What exactly is the hardship? Because the way I interpret, well, let me just let you answer that question. Go ahead. What do you, with more detail, is this hardship?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, that you can certainly make an argument that this site has a unique right-of-way configuration where you have the dual frontages. So ultimately the property has 2 areas of frontage that could be considered for sidewalks. And it's part of this upcoming project.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Jeff Wardle on behalf of the applicant. So as Josh indicated, this application of the standard would be straightforward and clear if we didn't have double frontage. And as you may not know, this is a historic part of the old interurban railway right-of-way. That's why it deviates there. And, you know, we're ready, willing, and able to construct the frontage improvements that we're required to, but because of that configuration, A, it's not clear where that pathway would go to, and B, because until there is a plan on how it connects, all that pathway would do would dump into the parking lots of adjoining commercial properties to the west where the old interurban railroad right-of-way ends. So the hardship is the nature of the design. The hardship is the fact that, you know, it really does not make sense to install improvements that more likely than not will be removed to construct a future alignment, an alignment which will impact adjoining properties.
Okay, that's helpful. Any other questions with respect to the variance component of things? None at this point. Okay, and we can always come back to that. We certainly don't have to just stop at this point on that issue. Okay, why don't we go ahead and move forward to the actual CUP? So the entirety of the parcel, the use, et cetera, is all fair game.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Torres, and just keep going with your questions. You don't
Okay, I
have
won't
to.
ask every time. I guess my first question is for staff. Can you address the concerns? You kind of did it already in the presentation, but the concerns from the neighborhood association about construction being allowed to continue without approval, is that just related to the design review approval at this point?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Torres, correct. The design review approval authorizes improvements on the site. What it does not do is dictate use. By eliminating the shelter home from those ongoing construction permits, the applicant has identified allowed uses in the zone that they would be able to proceed with without any sort of entitlement.
And then my next question is, we received a lot of feedback about concerns about property values or difficulty selling homes or renting homes, taking massive losses on homes. So I guess my question is, have we ever been able to consider property value loss in considering an application as far as adverse impact?
Mr. Chairman, Commission Member Torres, that I'm aware of, no. Certainly the conditional use permit criteria do not address that.
And then I have a question for the applicant as well. I expect we're going to hear a lot of concerns about the location versus downtown. We did hear some of those in the packet. Can you explain why the location was chosen versus another location closer to downtown? I know there have been criticisms about selling the previous property before finding a new location. This is obviously outside the scope of the CUP, but I thought I'd give you an opportunity to explain the decision if you would like to.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Torres, I think we would invite, or do we want Andy? Would like to invite the board chair to come up and talk about that.
For the record, Andy Scoggin, 1104 East Warm Springs, and I chair the board of the Interfaith Sanctuary. And I want to make sure I understand the question as to site selection, Commissioner Torres.
Yeah, it was about, there's been a lot of commentary about the choice of location versus another location or remaining downtown.
Okay.
And also about having criticism of having sold the old building before purchasing the new location or getting the approval of the new location. So I figured I'd give you an opportunity to address that if you want to.
Thank you. There was, I'd have to go back and try and review, but probably a year to 18 months of comprehensive searching for an appropriate site The site that we are at now, I'm not sure if you've ever actually been there physically, but it's in a cul-de-sac with really restricted ingress egress, and creates, I think, many of the concerns and problems that Ms. Decker has talked about that don't exist at the new facility. But what happened was that in reviewing the at that time few spots that could possibly work as a replacement, it really narrowed down to just a couple that would meet potentially zoning requirements, cost requirements, the type of facility that the city really needed with the growth that was coming and has continued to come. And so we narrowed it down and ended up finding this facility, which had been used by the Salvation Army. So, you know, some similar uses, some different uses. And in order to be able to make that purchase, there was no way to do it as a nonprofit without having the money required. And we worked with IHFA, Idaho Housing Finance Association, to bridge some of that, and then to be able to do the rest. It could not have been done without, unfortunately, selling a facility to get the money. People that have homes know that you have to sell sometimes your home before you have the money to buy the new home. What's really, I think, significant for us is that after the process had begun, the mayor asked many interested parties to spend about 7 weeks sitting in these rooms reviewing what potential facility areas might work and what that group would recommend at the end. The group was asked not to make a final recommendation, but what we found, working directly with the city's real estate lead and others, was they walked through with this whole group that was here, about 20 people, a extensive and exhaustive review of properties that could have worked within the city zoning and within other restrictions, and said, oh, you kind of somehow arrived at the one spot that we think, the one of maybe three, and the other two weren't anymore for sale, that we would have suggested. So what we had spent 18 months looking at, they also saw, was really that given what city restrictions are, given what cost restrictions are, given what needs are in terms of size, et cetera, the city didn't have a lot of options. And the one that we landed on, we think, provides for everything that would be appropriate to help those who really are in need while protecting the neighbors.
I have one more question. Actually, I lied. I have a couple more questions. The security, this question is for the neighborhood association. So you've mentioned many times in your submission and your testimony that the security plan for the updated application is pretty thorough. You gave a lot of recommendations and all that. And I guess you kind of addressed in your presentation what your most important ones were there. I guess just giving you an opportunity, since we've talked a lot about the security on this property or on this project, are there any other additional recommendations that you can think of that would be helpful beyond the things you listed there that might be, you know, keeping in mind what we just heard, they're nonprofit. Obviously, their budget means are not going to be as great as a, you know, as a government or a for-profit corporation. So I guess, are there any other suggestions you might have? And that's kind of putting you on the spot, so I apologize.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult question because obviously Interfaith wants to do it as cost effectively as possible, but mitigation measures mean that you're investing additional resources to protect the outside area. I personally find the operations and security manuals kind of hard to read. They're not clearly laid out and bullet points with here are the steps for each screening procedure. Here's what happens if you find an open warrant at this level. Here's what happens if you find one for a more significant crime. Here's what happens if you do this. They don't talk about the databases searched. So just in general, I find that it's still lacking a lot of the detail that we were requesting in 2021. And then just the overarching comments that still haven't been addressed, like offsite security to act as a force multiplier for the police. What accommodations are being made for pets? How will those be handled? How are the designated smoking areas being north of the alleyway that restricts access to smoking allowed? Like, all of those are still open questions even after reading the security plan.
Real quick, I see your hand in the audience. So the way that this goes is that at this point in time, the Q&A is between the commission and the applicant or the neighborhood association or staff. So at this point, if you're a former member, then I appreciate your service for sure, but it means that you're a citizen, and at this point, with a citizen, you have and are afforded the same time as everybody else. I totally understand where you're coming from. It's a procedural thing that I have to follow. I apologize, but at this point, I'm going to have to wait. You can bring those things up, however, when you testify, or if you've not signed up, you can testify at that point in time.
I'm living with, yes, sir. I have another. I submitted my written testimony. I can speak to your questions. There are alternatives, but I need.
I
Mr. Chair.
appreciate.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, we can't have you come
Right.
up and do that right now. It's not open to the public.
I'm sorry, sir. Okay.
If
Other
you've submitted
questions?
written comment, it is in the record
Right.
and they have been reviewed and it will be uploaded to the case.
Yeah, it was definitely some reading for sure. 1,100 pages of comments, if I recall. So anyway, let's move forward.
Sorry, I do have a couple more questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner Torres.
This is for staff. So the neighborhood association provided a quote from the tour on video of a promise to potentially participate in mediation. What consideration can we give to that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Torres, Boise City Code does have a provision for mediation, and that provision says that mediation can be ordered at any time during the process. That would be intended to include at any time during the process.
I'm going to follow up on that one if I can.
Sure.
So, Mr. Wardle, if I could have you pop up here, and Ms. Decker, there was a pretty strong comment about this topic. It's submitted in the neighborhood association about mediation and about basically the neighborhood association, and please fill in if I'm missing a detail, I don't want to get this wrong, claiming mediation should and can be pursued, but that there was, and I wish I had it in front of me. I don't have, it's probably on page 4040 something, but get the point. But there are some comments that apparently were attributed back to Interfaith. I don't remember if it was to you or not, but just about process. Can you give us some insight on that?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, yes. My clients took their board on a lengthy tour, and there was discussion about mediation. At that time, we had not filed an application. Now, when we talk about at any point in the process, there has to be a process. We had not finished our consultations with Boise Police. We had not done any of those things. We had not yet made the application. That was, I believe, in early April. The neighborhood association did make a written request for mediation, and I pointed out that 1, we hadn't made our application yet. 2, while my client is always willing to talk and visit, immediately following that discussion, which was proffered in good faith in an interest of moving it forward, Ms. Decker filed an appeal of our building permits. Now, we had stayed our building permit immediately upon Boise City issuing the stop work order. We had complied completely with it, but it doesn't really show good faith to talk about mediation and wanting to mediate, appealing that, and then coming back and saying, oh, we want to mediate everything that's already happened, because those prior things are not open. So I would also note we incorporated are comments from when they requested mediation in 2022. And the fact that at the neighborhood association meeting, their board was asked by their members in May of 2022 that your position will always be no shelter on state, correct? And that was the position of their board. So my concern is this, and the reason that I declined, I think there's a sufficient legal basis for it. I think it's a correct reading of the law because I've dealt with land use mediations in this context for 25 plus years. But unless there is a change in position from what that neighborhood association took the position of no shelter on state, period, I don't know what there is to mediate. And I'm not going to allow my clients to have their due process rights delayed just for the sake of delay. Because at that same meeting in May of 2022, counsel for the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association indicated that his strategy would be to drag this whole process out so long that there is a change in decision makers. So that is why I have not let my client do that.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Ms. Decker, I'm going to have you come up and I guess give your interpretation. While you're doing that, I found what I was looking for, and I'm just going to read this because I think it's important. This is the pretty important piece to this discussion. But when interfaith was asked during the neighborhood meeting, quote unquote, for this application held in May 19th, 2025, why they had declined VPNA's request for mediation, they responded with, and this is strong words, a blatantly false statement that mediation is only allowed after an application has been heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission, appealed to council and decided upon. And then the last part, both Boise City Code and Idaho Code explicitly allow mediation to occur at any point during the decision-making process. So I think what we just heard was timing issue as well as good faith. I think if we could bullet point those two things. Any response to that? It's pretty strong words.
I guess. So I could provide the video playback, but they said, let me walk you through what the process looks like. This goes to planning and zoning, and then it goes to council, and then you can mediate. And I would say that that is blatantly false, that because code explicitly says it can be allowed at any time in the process, including right now, including in the pre-planning application phase, in between meetings, anytime. We did ask for clarification on that, and they never responded. With regard to kind of the more general good faith comments, I object to the assertion that we weren't offering mediation in good faith. We first offered mediation in 2022 following the appeal, following the city council's approval of the shelter overturning the planning and zoning decision. So at that point, we were hoping that we could reach mutually agreeable conditions to avoid a lengthy legal battle. We did assure our neighbors that if those conditions were not reached, entering mitigation does not mean that you cannot continue to sue. I think that the timing issue with our appeal of the building permits is a similar problem. Of course, we have problems with the project. Otherwise, we wouldn't be asking for mediation. And there are deadlines associated with filing appeals. And so we couldn't wait longer to file the appeal because the 10-day deadline from when the building permits had been approved was coming up. It's my understanding that Interfaith did not file for a separate zoning certificate for an approved land use. They just modified the language on the existing building permits. And those building permits explicitly reference the DRH, the design review approval, and that design review approval explicitly references the CUP approval. And in my mind, they're all tied together. And I was very frustrated that that continued.
Okay. All right. Well, that clears it all up, right? Commissioner Torres, do you have any follow-up on this?
So my original follow-up question was just to give the applicant a chance to respond, but the applicant responded and the neighborhood association responded. So I'm going to just pivot to something else that I thought of while we were sitting here. This is for staff. So there were some comments in the presentation about private security to patrol within 1,000 feet of the site that were included at one point, but were not included in the final presentation. I guess my question is, how does BPD feel about that as a security thing? Do they recommend it? Do they have strong feelings on it? I see you looking over to them to see if they want to respond, and that's fine. And that's my question.
Ed Fritz, Boise Police Department Crime Prevention Supervisor. And Chief Dennison just had to step out for a second, so he could probably address this a little more thoroughly. But could you repeat the question one more time, please, Commissioner?
Yeah, there was a comment about requiring the applicant to hire private security to patrol the public areas within 1,000 feet of the site, which was not included in the criteria for approval. And I just wanted to get BPD's feedback on it.
Private security could reduce the calls for service there. The current security that they have proposed could reduce calls for service there as well for that. And so it's kind of the way we describe it is any security could be a benefit, regardless if it's in staff or if it's private.
Thank you.
Yeah, please go right ahead. Commissioner Doan.
This is, I think, for the applicant. On the topic of security, there's numerous mentions through your manual that says professional security staff, et cetera. What is that defining when you say professional security staff?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Doan, I am going to invite Nathan Smith, our Director of Operations, and who has consulted with the Boise Police Department on that, up to address that question.
Commissioners, Nathan Smith, 12744 North 11th Avenue. The question specifically it pertains to professional security staff, and there's the way I see that is there's either hired professional or there's professionally trained, and we are opting to go with the professionally trained of our existing staff. Does that
follow up on that?
Yeah, please go ahead. As you want.
So professionally trained as in how or what is there a standard you're going to follow, or
right?
That isn't identified in the manual.
No, the exact standard is still being worked out, but it would be part of line staff training. You know, all of the staff onboarding. Part of a much bigger picture of how we train our staff, but security is a part of that.
Other questions?
Sure.
Mr. Stallings.
This question is for the applicant as well. The neighborhood association noted some BPD limited resources, and this could lead to camping in our public parks and overflow into our neighborhoods. Understanding that you guys have been working with our public safety agencies on all of this, I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk a little bit more in depth about how your public safety plans and how share any details you wish to that you've thought about in this aspect of the project, and whether or not these public safety agencies have had feedback on your plans, and if if everybody's in agreement that this is adequate, or just a little bit more light here if you'd like to share.
Yeah, commissioners. We've worked closely with BPD, actually even more so because of 1141, the anti-camping bill. So there's been a lot of thought about where people will go for resources and things like that. And so when we were looking at our shelter, camping is no longer lawful. And so our plan is having a safe place to be for the guests who can stay within our shelter. What happens outside if, say, our shelter has 205 beds plus cribs for babies. All of those beds will be filled. We'll work in partnership with Corpus Commons and with Catch to ensure that a transition from a wait list into a bed when it becomes open. But due to the 205 number that we're utilizing in that building, if someone was outside camping, the police department would call us. And if there was an open bed, we could look at actually vetting and bringing them in. If that's not the case, they will call the other shelter system, which is what they do now. So when we're overflowing and we have no beds, if there's someone outside, the other shelter system can be contacted. That person does have the right of choice. And so they may not always opt for a transport safely, but it's the same thing with more pressure because of 1141, people who can't find a way in are now criminals, which is tough. So we can ensure you that with those 205 beds and the cribs, we will get those people inside and take care of them. But what happens when that overflow need happens, that will have to be moved to the other shelter system.
Thank you. And that's currently the system with or without this new shelter.
Yeah, and just for the update, so before, if the police called our shelter systems and there was not an appropriate bed available in the shelter, then that person was not breaking the law. Now that it's 1141, that person is in fact breaking the law.
And just to follow up on the work with the agencies, they're in agreement with this as an adequate plan. How's that?
Yeah, based on what the city of Boise is being asked to do for their police department outreach for the homeless, this is the best we can do with 1141. I think we work so closely together that resources like reaching out and trying to connect even more so during the day will probably step up. I think it just ensures that we're working closer than ever together.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Torres.
I have a follow-up to that as well. So we heard that you're looking to potentially have a professional trained security staff within your existing staff. What I didn't really hear an answer to is the suggestion of having security to patrol within 1,000 feet of the shelter. Are you open to that? Is that something that's beyond your resources? Can you kind of give me some feedback on that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Torres, I'm going to invite Ms. Peterson-Steigers up to talk about the training, but I would note as VPNA invokes the Salt Lake City shelter system as an example, that is a publicly operated shelter system. Those were public facilities taking public dollars, buying out neighbors. Those were public facilities taking public dollars and imposing that additional requirement on it. So our position, as we've gone through this and evaluated it, is to work with Boise Police to ensure that our guests are safe, to implement all of the best practices identified by CEPTED and by our consultants, and to utilize the tools that Boise Police and Boise Fire say will reduce calls. Asking a private party to finance neighborhood security, it creates a slippery slope that I don't think the city wants to go down. So I will let Ms. Steigers talk about the training component of that.
And I think it's also really important that, Boise Police Department makes it very clear that we have the authority to protect our shelter space where we are currently. When things happen in Cooper Court Alley and outside that area, we call 911 because it's not on our property. The new property is so secured. There's just no way for other people to get on it. And so if something was happening outside, the Boise Police Department would be our first call. But additionally, the security that we're actually bringing to this new building is to have a lead that is being trained by two very reputable security companies. Sloan Security has been working with us even at our current shelter, and Peter Ashwin, who's actually international. Don't mean to drop names, but he, with the kindness of his heart, he's an international kind of security for like the Olympics and things like that. But he has some affordable housing here and has leaned into our project. And so he's created a very deep training guide. And really what we lean into is our lead securities, because we train all of our staff on security, but we do have people who are heads of security, but they all have to be trained on de-escalation. They all have to be trained on kind of vetting, removing, quieting. This building has also been created to create better security because it's quiet, there's more space and things like that. Behavior itself will improve. And that is actually part of our behavioral plan, like our security plan. But there is an intensive training program that will happen within this new shelter, along with 148 cameras that have been placed with a lot of help from crime prevention and through Boise PD. So it's a really thoughtful building that will have not just leads, but every staff member trained the same way to help manage safety.
Thank you.
I'm going to follow up on that one. Ms. Decker, I'm going to ask you this question, and I think interface, whoever would like to answer it as well. Certainly welcome to, but since it was brought up, the notion of the 1,000 feet, there's a lot of information obviously in this packet, so I'm going to do some reading. I apologize in advance, but I just want to make sure we get this accurate. So item number 6 in your letter talks about the on-street parking lot shall not be used for vehicle storage, and continues on. The facility shall, now you add, conduct patrols to proactively report known guest vehicles not parked on the applicant's property, etc., in the perimeter area. And you state within 1,000 feet of the, and then it states boundaries of the property or magnet areas. Your comment says, please note that Interfaith currently fails to comply with the proactive reporting requirement. Can you expand on that a little bit? I'd like to understand the 1,000 feet, the magnet areas, and how you think their current documentation doesn't live up to what you think it ought to.
Yes.
Is that in the table 1 or is that embedded in the text of the report?
That is in the table.
Okay. So that table takes the text of the conditions that City Council approved and compares them to the text of the conditions that Planning and Zoning reviewed. So that added red text reflects that City Council added that to the approval for CUP 21-026. So this proactive policing and perimeter area and magnet area, that was recommended for addition by the RPATH home staff who updated the conditions, and City Council approved it. Interfaith was basing their letter of explanation on compliance with the approved conditions. So we do comment that they have changed their compliance with that condition. So in their appendix that lists the BPD comments on their initial review of the application, BPD actually specifically calls out that point and says, this is great, so good you're doing proactive parking patrol, that will lessen the load on our resources. But if you look at Interfaith's security plan that they actually submitted, it says we shall not do any offsite patrols. Like they're opting out of that. They're changing the requirement. And on a somewhat tangent, that's similar to the kind of bait and switch parking information that's been happening a lot. So in 2021, they said, we'll definitely have overflow parking for guest vehicles. And then they said, actually, we won't do that. You can't make us, we're a private entity. And now they're saying, we'll definitely have overflow parking for staff vehicles. BPT says, yes, do that. And city staff says, yep, we'll review that when you send it. But it's still not in the plan.
Okay. This is, we have a lot of this about met, not met, and red lines and all this. So this is what I'm trying to get to the bottom.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, first of all, I have been trying to be very focused throughout this process on what are the core germane issues. But it is troubling that the default that we keep hearing from VPNA is that I and my client lie. We bait and switch. We misrepresent. We have never lied to you. We have never bait and switched. We have never misrepresented anything. We may have a respectful disagreement, but words matter. There has been, and again, this is a new application. This is a new application under a new code. And we purposefully came to you with a new application based upon new standards, new direction from staff. If this were just the rubber stamp that it's been alleged to be, then your staff would have just come back with all 32 conditions of approval city council would have done, but that's not what's happened. Time, effort, energy, evaluation has gone in to addressing these issues. We thought it was presumptuous for us to come back and just tell you, oh, here are the conditions that city council previously approved. That's what you should do. We have attempted to incorporate each and everything that city council previously adopted and incorporated in our plans. But there are some elements that, because of changes in the code, because of time, because of other things, have happened and have necessitated revisions. So on the issue of parking, it has always been our position, and we articulated it before, we articulate it now, that vehicles parked in our parking lot by our guests have to be operable, licensed, and insured. And we adhere to that. We also recognize that even though there is no parking requirement for a specific number of stalls applicable to a shelter home, that with 24/7 service, there is more employees on site. So we have to have a solution. And we have been working on that solution. And we have a solution for that. And the condition that Boise Police recommended, we will satisfy that. We will have that plan and present it as they've outlined. As to, evaluating vehicles in the neighborhood, we had previously identified a willingness to police the neighborhood for trash, to do those things, observe those things. I just want to be very, very cautious in the transfer of responsibility from us as a community to a single property owner to have to bear a burden that we don't do. And that comes back to some of the other questions as we look at the totality of issues in the neighborhood. Okay, fine. If we agree to these things, we will revise the plan to address exactly how that happens, that we will have the offsite parking. But it's an iterative process. And we took great lengths. We took months of review of prior conditions, of recommendations from the committee to come forward with something that we vetted with your public safety officials. And if there are further revisions that fit within that context, we will do it. But it's not a misrepresentation. Okay. It's not a bait and switch.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's do a fun exercise. Can everybody break their cell phone out and put it on airplane mode or vibrate or whatever, so we don't have the jingling happening? That would be awesome, myself included, because I'm good to make sure we get that going. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up on the
Go ahead,
parking real
Commissioner
quick?
Torres.
My question is for staff. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm not an expert on this, so I hope you will correct me. Under city code, cars that are left in the same spot for how many hours can be towed? Is it 72 hours? Is it 3 days? What's the...
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Torres, 72 hours.
Other questions in this general vein anyway from over here? All right, I'm going to ask a question of our police department and our fire department, EMS type folks. So if you wouldn't mind, whomever's representing those entities. Okay. Fire chief coming up in a moment. So according to the data that's been provided by not only BPD, but also BFD, Neighborhood Association, and in various places, we have the number of calls at and around this existing site. We have relatively newer information that comes from the Red Lion. We have written testimony saying there's an expectation that should this be approved, there's an anticipation of increased calls in and around the site on State Street. So here's the root of a CUP. How is it related to the use? Right? Is it related to the use? That's the heart of a CUP. So I would ask you, the use is a shelter. Is it a use or is it an operations or is it an other that is essentially demonstrating a data-backed track record of the existing site to the Red Lion and what you all have said you anticipate occurring at the new site?
Mr. Chairman, closer to the microphone this time. So with any sort of high density housing, with you putting many people in one area, it is very reasonable to expect an increase in calls for service for any type of that, which would have police, fire, everyone there more frequently from that. And so at the same time, as we've stated in our response to the conditional use permit, it is reasonable to expect to see similar calls for service we currently see at the River Seat location to arrive at the State Street location as well. A lot of that does depend also on the actions by Interfaith Sanctuary, how they execute their plans and policies, things like that, to either to impact those calls for service whatsoever. In the previous CEPTED study, the red light was not looked at prior, so I can't comment too much onto if that was an increase in there or not. But would we expect additional calls for service? Absolutely. Could they be similar to the kite we see right now? Absolutely. And we'll respond to that. We will, we're pulling stats. We will continue to pull stats in that area to see, and so that we can respond as a public safety agency appropriately to the demand that we see.
Okay. I'm going to have a follow-up in a moment, but I'd love to hear from our fire department as well.
It's not fair putting Ed and I up here at the same time. So I'm Mr. Chairman, Mike Bisagno, Fire Marshal, Boise Fire Department. As you had asked, is it related to the use? Like Ed just stated, it's when you put that many people in a certain place, our calls are expected to go up. When we compare it to what the current Interfaith Sanctuary location, do they have a certain level of calls? Yes. So we take that into account, as it's going to be, like you had said, is a shelter. With a shelter, we do expect calls. As in our comments and our conditions, we do ask, well, we do require that on-site medical services be present at a minimum of 20 hours a week in order to limit the amount of low acuity calls that we find ourselves going on at the current shelter. We felt that was a great starting place. Again, when we look at our reliability that we have in the area, our initial comments or conditions had an actual higher reliability for engine 9, that's in that area. However, we did switch analytics software. It found that we had a slightly lower reliability, which is reliability. When I talk about that, it's if it's their first due call, how often do they make it there first? Our information is based on 2024. Here's the part about data. It can say a lot of things, but if you look into what's behind it, in 2024, we also did not have Station 13 down State Street. We also had Engine 5 working out of the funeral home at Bannock. We had Ladder 5 operating out of Station 18 on Chinden that's normally not manned. So that data is specific to that situation in 24. Now that we have Ladder 5, Engine 5 back in Station 5, now that we have Engine 13 working out of Station 13 on State Street, this data, while it did apply in 24, we still need to see what 2025 gives us. Again, Station 13 just coming online last month. However, we do see that the reliability data anyway did not, it's nothing that we feel that this would diminish drastically. It's the same as if you put apartments somewhere around town, we're going to have a few more calls there. Again, this being a shelter, like you said, all we have is the data we can go by off the current shelter, and that's what we did with our conditions.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I have another follow-up for both of you real quick.
Can I stay so I don't have to lower the microphone again?
I'm sorry.
Can I stay so Ed has to lift it this time instead of me lower it?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
There you
thank you.
go. So I'm going to go back to, there is a very significant difference in the use of these two, however, in that the operational side of things versus the existing site versus what's being proposed on State Street has the 24-hour component, and it has all of the different offerings that it does. So I guess expectations, thoughts on the impact that that can have as it relates to the current site that does not afford or have those types of 24 hours, certainly, but even some of the programmatic types of things that is being proposed. What differences should we and could we expect?
Again, this is just an assumption based off of.
Oh, we're gonna write this down in every number you say.
I know. Believe me.
Just kidding.
I've got my signature on way too many pieces of paper in the city anyway. So assuming that the operations here are different than the current interface sanctuary downtown, that's our conditions. We're based upon that. We think that it should actually make a difference still with our low acuity calls. We still expect low acuity calls anywhere where there's 205 beds, right? Hotel, apartment building, shelter. So we felt that was like a proper number to go with as far as the 20 hours a week, the level of care that they're going to get to limit the amount of times that we get called when it could have been actually handled on site. So taking into account the services that are going to be there, it is different. It is different than the current shelter. So we assume that the operations along with these conditions should result in a better better outcomes for the surrounding area as far as our ability to be in service and not have to be tending to the low acuity calls that we do find ourselves going to at the downtown.
So I'd love to get police response, but real quick, since you brought it up a couple of times, where did the number 20 come from? 20 hours, where did that come from?
The 20 hours we felt was a fair starting point.
Starting point.
It could go down, it could go up, but we felt that was fair. When we also looked at the times at which we do get called to the current shelter, we have some peak times. So we felt that instead of making this 24/7 ability to provide, basic emergency services, we note that there are specific times during the day that we will look to see if they still are consistent with this, to where if we may need to suggest certain hours versus allowing Interfaith to come up with their 20 hours that they'd like to do. But we also can easily be in touch with Terry Riley, who will be offering the services. We're willing to work with them and try and make it to the best for both parties, the best for Boise Fire, best for Boise Fire is best for the public, and the best for Interfaith.
So Chief, on that note, then is this notion of it could go up or it could go down codified and measurable in the terms and conditions in the staff report, and I don't have the entire security or operations plan, but if things are going well and it requires fewer hours, that seems to me, I think that would be good news for Interfaith. And if it requires more, then it seems like it'd be good news for the neighborhood and for you to ensure you're used less.
Right. It is like anything else that we do. If we determine it to be this way today, we don't take our eye off of it.
Okay.
We will adjust to make it better for all parties involved. So that's why we can't say 20 hours a week is the be all end all of medical services and the nation should follow us or anything like that. It was a starting point that we felt through us looking back at our data that this should work with the operations that are proposed, with the level of service that is being required.
Okay, very good. Anything to add on the apples 24-hour? Oh, Josh, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just jump in here super
Yeah.
fast. Just to be clear, that is a specific condition of approval, so that dictates 20 hours, so it can only go up as far as the conditions are concerned.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that.
Mr. Commissioner, everything that we commented on from this is, from what it could be, is speculation for what could show up with that. So everything that has been put in place with the security plan, with the operation plans, are things that we asked for back in 2021 that we saw in the plan for that. And so one benefit we also have to look at through here is just the SEPTED piece and being able to look at new lighting, look at new security and stuff like that we did not have at the old location from there. And so looking at everything, it could have a positive impact from there, or but truly it's up to the execution piece from it. Is there a better SEPTED base with better lighting, better cameras from there than we have right now? Absolutely. But it truly comes down to the execution of the operations plan, execution of the security plan, to see that through, just like Chief said. If once again we assess, and we will respond as necessary, working with interface staff, working with the community to the betterment of that. Does that result in less calls for service? It possibly could. If there's more calls for service, we look at that and we adjust as needed.
Great. Any other follow-ups on that line? Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Okay, let's move forward. Other questions in general?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Doan.
A question for the applicant. There's the confusion, I guess, in some ways about what is currently interfaith and what is going to be interfaith. There was conversation or comment from VPNA about what is the process for qualifying somebody to be on the list. Can you just give a little bit more detail on what that all means?
Thank you, commissioners. Yeah, so in our current location, we operate as an urgent overnight shelter. We were designed basically to respond to a crisis, and if a bed was open, we would bring someone in. We do a cursory background check to ensure that they did not have a sexual offense, because at that time, families with children lived with our single men and women on different sides of the building, so very close proximity. So we would vet them, and then they would come in, they'd have a bed, a shower, a warm meal, and then in the morning they would be released to the street because we didn't have space. With the 205 number, we already are losing beds by moving to the new shelter. So what will happen is the guests will be identified who will be going to the new shelter, and we'll do even additional background checks on them. We will move them over, including families with children, based on who is engaged in programming, because we don't want to separate people from their programming. And it's actually a pretty hard to not be able to take everyone, but we can't. And so then what those transitional beds are, they're not urgent overnight beds. They're basically, when a bed becomes available in the main dorms, we can then go to the wait list and move someone into that bunk bed to get them acclimated to the new shelter. Before that happens, Catch and Corpus Christi, along with Interfaith, are working with HMIS, which is our homeless software system, to create a coordinated entry program for us. They will help us to put people on a wait list based on the program they would go into. So it's either single men, single women, family with children, or medically fragile. The medically fragile normally happens through our hospital partnerships, Terry Riley and Full Circle. So once their name or family comes up, we will do a thorough vetting, a background check, and we will ensure that they can then come and do intake at our shelter. Intake will only happen during the day between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. So it eliminates the emergency part, but we are still a shelter home. We're just able to provide a safe space day and night, and beds do not just release, it there's an exit from the shelter, and then there's an established open bed, and then we go back to the wait list. And luckily, by working in these partnerships with the medical providers, Corpus Commons and Catch, it helps our community unhoused understand how the system works, because they usually start with those resources, so they'll know, don't just show up at Interfaith, we have to get you on the wait list. And that's going to help us to actually educate the group on how to get into our system. Does that answer the question okay?
Thank you.
Push it. There you
Mr.
go.
Chair.
Mr. Torres.
I thought of another question, and this is a broad question, so I apologize, but it is kind of the elephant in the room with this conditional use permit. If planning and zoning were to deny this conditional use permit, what would the impact be on the homeless situation in the city of Boise, on the community as a whole? I assume since the previous property has been sold, you can't operate it indefinitely. I assume that's correct. So I guess I'll give both staff and the applicant a chance to respond.
Commissioner Torres, to answer that question, yes, the property has been sold. The family and medical services that have been offered to date in collaboration with the city of Boise at the Red Lion, all of those will go away if we do not have a location and this location. And in that regard, it's not a threat. It's the reality in a post-COVID world that there aren't the ARPA funds that there had been. There aren't the opportunities that we've all heard everyone say for the last 4.5 years. Oh, it would be great if we had someplace that people could live with wraparound services. If you deny it, we know that we will be at the city council for a de novo review. But I would also note, let's not lose sight of the fact that, again, 85% of the services that we provide at this site are services that are permissible of right under the Boise City Code. So, you know, of right, we can operate a bunch of these services. I would posit of right, we can provide care to the medically fragile. And I don't think we need to have you know, the big fight about what the code says and what it does, but recognize that this city did make decisions in adopting the modern zoning code to liberalize in the MX3 zone to permit many of the social services. And fundamentally, when we're talking about a shelter home and what this conditional use permit is, I would posit that that only relates to the beds of single adults who don't have disabilities and aren't receiving programming. So I'm not threatening. I'm trying to answer your question. But the reality is we are a social service provider that is committed to serving all in this community. We've agreed to a cap. We've agreed to intake so that we can triage these groups. We have worked closely with the medical community to do it. And I appreciate the effort and the brave stand that this body took in recommending the modern zoning code to loosen up the standards for group homes that comply with the Fair Housing Act amendments of 1989 and assisted living and transitional living. But we're here only talking about a conditional use permit relating to the shelter home component of this application.
Thank you. Staff, do you have anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Torres, I do not, other than we would evaluate any alternatives that were proposed under the zoning code.
Any questions on that line? Okay, I've got some more. Are we doing okay, or do we need a nature break? Okay. Ms. Decker, I'm gonna have you come up, and I'm gonna ask a handful of questions that I think both of you. Now, at home as dad, my 11-year-old and 9-year-old often fight, and when they do, I make them hug until they get along. Don't make me make you hug. Just kidding. Okay. There are certainly some things you raised that I think you elevate in terms of their importance. You specifically cite this is important to VPNA, this is, et cetera, et cetera. The first one, right off the bat, item number 1 on your table, no services or supplies of any kind may be provided by this facility to those who are not registered guests of this facility. I would love for you to just give me a little bit more, and what is the shelter's response to potentially adding that to, in this case, I think it's the operation manual.
I believe that condition comes from the section of conditions that I really don't think the interfaith would object to. It's been part of their verbal description, but it's not included in writing in the compliance documents.
Okay.
There have been instances in the past of interfaith providing additional services to the unsheltered community from their site. There have been concerns about, interfaith will allow other people to come and eat here and it will be a magnet. I know that interfaith consistently said that's not true. I just think it needs to be in writing.
Okay.
My client will respond, but I do note that again, as Josh indicated, we are amenable to the conditional use permit for the shelter home elements, but some of the requirements and some of the things that have been requested by VPNA in the past are no longer germane and relevant because those uses are permitted of right. And most importantly, if our goal is to ensure that those who are unhoused get the care that's available to them without adversely affecting the neighborhood, there has to be flexibility in serving this population. And I'm going to allow my client then to talk about the operational impact of that.
Commissioners, I think what I want to speak to is, as referred to interfaith as we operate now as an emergency shelter in partnership with the city of Boise, we have always been their partner to flex when it gets too hot, when it gets too cold. When COVID happened and all the resources shut down and the churches shut down, we overflowed. We got a food trailer so that we could feed people in the evenings. So we responded in that continuum of care through our path home to ensure that we were creating programming and access for people in great need. And so that's why when you look at our operations at the emergency shelter, we do phase ones for anyone who are unhoused because it gives them an attachment and a possible road to recovery. We do open Project Wellbeing, the Homeless Art Collective, to anyone who's experiencing homelessness during the day. Based on what VPNA has asked, we've removed that from our new shelter and have been very clear about that, particularly when I took them on the tour. I said, the only people who will receive services in this building are the guests who stayed here the night before, including dining, including Homeless Art Collective, including phase 1s, phase 2s, well-being, everything. I made it very, very clear that we heard them and we will absolutely honor what we said. So that is how this new building operates. It does not operate like our emergency shelter. That was a response mechanism for anything that needed help with. We're being asked not to be that in this new building. And for as long as we're asked to be that, that is what we will do.
Okay, thank you. In a couple instances, Ms. Decker, sorry, you recommend changing some of the dates to May 28, 2025 versus what's in the plans that go back to 2021. What's the thought on that? Just, I mean, aside from obviously being more current, but is there any other reason behind that?
I was assuming that staff would use the city council conditions as the basis for the new conditions. So it's recommending conditions for staff. And since this is a new application, I assumed it would be held to this set of documents.
Okay, do we have any thoughts on that, staff?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just echo the applicant's thoughts earlier in that this is an iterative process, and the idea was not to copy over the conditions from last time. As well intended as some of those were, some of them were difficult to track, enforce, et cetera. So the idea is that we evaluate this current proposal, apply conditions we feel like are appropriate.
Okay. This sound transmission class, I read 45 in there, that I think it's required to be 45. So as per staff, as a term and condition of the report, right?
That, Mr. Chairman, that was a condition on the design review application, which is still in effect. So there's a valid condition.
Okay. I'm trying to hit some of the high notes here. There's a lot of notes. And I want to respect certainly all of them, but some of these are I think a little more elevated. One of the other, I would say, major pieces that was brought forth in this was when they're at capacity. And I know that there's an overflow plan for parking, but it's loud and clear in the documentation that you're seeking what are the procedures when someone knocks on the door, they're either not on the list or the site is full. What happens? That transport in particular and the coordination to take and place that person in a safe place, but at a different place so that it doesn't necessarily generate, I think, I'm paraphrasing a bit, the types of conditions that you think could result. Am I accurate on that?
Yes, we're just trying to brainstorm conditions that would prevent drawing a congregation of unsheltered folks to the shelter.
Okay, so for you all, it's very important that that piece of it, when you reach capacity or someone isn't on the list, or maybe they knock on the door at 8 or 9 o'clock or whatever time, 10 o'clock, that there's a process in place and that it's written down. Thoughts on that?
That's correct.
Commissioners, we did meet with Boise PD and crime prevention. So here's what we can do. If someone did end up at our new shelter and they rang the doorbell and we did not have a bed available, we can offer to transport them to the other shelter system. What we can't do is force them to go in our van to the other shelter system. They have freedom of right, but we have in place staff and transportation to move them to a different shelter system. The only thing that I could offer is that flexibility that as we evaluate that 205 number, if the neighborhood would feel more comfortable, if it was a one-off, that we find a safe place to put them for the night and then transport them to the day to Corpus Common to try and get different resources. I think that's where we look at flexibility and adaptability based on what the neighborhood and obviously the assessment by Boise PD and fire to see what is the best approach. But right now, if there's no bed, we can offer transportation and that's really all we can do.
Okay, appreciate that answer. I have more, but I want to turn it over. Any other questions that have come up from you? Okay.
Would I be able to respond to that?
Go ahead.
I think that this will not be popular with interfaith, but I would note that if somebody knocks on the door and there is no shelter available, then if their alternative is camping, then a reasonable response would be alerting BPD that there is a potential illegal activity occurring.
I think that brings up a response from Mr. Wardle. Go ahead.
This is Schrodinger's application because we've heard that people need to have freedom, liberty, and all of that. And we've heard that we don't want people in congregate shelters and we want fairness and equity and justice. And I've actually been incredibly vocal with my client that no, we need to push back on the 205 standard and the whole issue of capacity because it is neither American nor decent to call the police over the possibility that somebody may break the law. And I have refused, and you can blame me, but I will never support treating the homeless as needing to be subjected to a carceral state. And that part of the reason is we look at conditions and we look at why our plan is the way it is. And Josh hit the nail on the head. We appreciated our Path Home and city staff developing those conditions with city council. But as you start to think about them, the Boise Police Department is not a taxi service to avoid future crime. And what have we done here? And that's why, as I look at it, I'm like, heck, you know, I'm willing to litigate till the cows come home, whether or not we can provide someone dinner. Because a food kitchen is of right and has no parking requirement. Yet, you are being asked to impose a condition that would preclude us from helping that individual in their moment of crisis, helping them integrate into the system, and expecting us and criticizing us for calls for service, which are calls made. Why? Because these are those in our community that have the greatest need and either get preyed upon or have health and mental health and other things like that. And you have a neighborhood association whose solution is more calls for service to this neighborhood because this person might break the law.
Okay. No. We can't do that. And that goes to respect for both sides of this or anybody who's undecided. Appreciate the emotion of it. And I know this is an emotional one, but please refrain from that. Thanks. Okay. Ms. Decker, I guess in a similar vein to that, one of the recommended approvals, it's very clear that what was put forth is, again, this notion of measurable and in writing, ensuring all of those types of things. So one of your recommendations here talks about the exceeding 100% over the baseline value. So I'm just throwing for the site, for example, if there were 100 calls a year at the existing site and you applied 100 calls to the new site, that'd be 100, right? Your suggestion that if it exceeded 100 in a quarter, so 2.5 months, that the shelter capacity potentially be dropped. On the flip side, I think I read, maybe I misread this, but on the other side, if things go really well, there's a possibility of some degree of increase. My question is, and we had lots of letters, and I recall one distinctly. I think it was in our late correspondence that talked about, everybody certainly being very vigilant about this, of course, as you'd expect. But my question on something like this then is, how do we know that there isn't a call that maybe not even involve someone who's there, or multiple calls, or you see what I'm saying, as getting that number up for the sake of dropping the number in terms of capacity?
Yes, I do see your point there. First, I want to clarify that I would say if calls that are already in VPNA double outside of the shelter, so excluding calls made explicitly to the shelter. But I do still see your point about the possibility of inflation of calls. I struggled with finding measurable metrics for that, and I would love to hear BPD's thoughts. You could tie it to crime data instead of calls for service data, for example, but there have also been city policies in the past to decrease enforcement in this population. So you can also fudge the numbers in the opposite direction.
Okay, fair enough. at this point, I'm going to ask one more question, and I think I'm going to then break for 5 minutes, kind of go through notes one more time, make sure that we have any other additional questions, and then we'll carry on, and then we'll go from there. But my question is, and this is for the interfaith folks here, is there's recommendations that have to do with, and I'm just reading here, so U15, facility shall fund and administer a broken windows fund. And it talks about surrounding property owners and bio waste and vandalism and all that stuff. And then we also have another one that talks about property values, and essentially facility shall offer to purchase the property, and I'm sure you're familiar with the rest of it. Your general thoughts on some of those things, I guess.
Commissioner Danley, other commissioners, I think I addressed that earlier, but that, as VP&A indicated, that's out of the Salt Lake model. And those were public dollars with public facilities that were set aside for those purposes. So Salt Lake County, state of Utah, Salt Lake City funding that shelter, put those dollars out there to do that. Having this community and this city never impose such a condition on other comparable service providers, whether it is the Boise Rescue Mission and their facilities, whether it is the Idaho Youth Ranch and their shelter, whether it's the Women and Children's Alliance. Again, I think you're creating a very, very slippery slope and implicating constitutional rights, because at what point, if the government does something bad to you, you have an absolute right to be compensated. Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. And that's what they were trying to do in Utah. So I think it's problematic at some of kind of the last three conditions that you've raised that have been suggested by VP&A, I don't think have been well thought out. And I don't think that they reflect the fact that you're dealing with a nonprofit provider here that is not being directly, not directly operated by the state. So the answer to that is, many of the conditions that were proposed, fine, but we get to these last few and there is no nexus and there is no rough proportionality to what has been required of others in the past.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Let's take a quick 5. We'll come back, just one last opportunity, and then we'll go from there. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene here. Do you have more questions?
You get just a public hate party. Yeah. I mean, it would be a park. I don't know what it'd be a park. Parks.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene and ask any final questions as we all frantically go through all 1,200 pages of material, or actually more so. Commissioner Torres, it sounds like you had some questions.
Yeah, my question's for the applicant, and staff can weigh in if they want to as well. But can you just briefly explain? You kind of talked about how if people show up and you don't have room, you can coordinate getting them to another shelter. Can you just kind of briefly explain what your relationship is with the other shelters in the community and how you interact with them to kind of give a better understanding of how things work?
Yes.
Or will work?
Yeah. So long-time relationship with the other emergency shelter system. We've always worked in partnership, particularly with extremes. So if it's extremely hot or extremely cold, that's a time where we were actually case conference to ensure that anyone who is seeking shelter, we can safely give them shelter. So if someone might not be able to qualify for a bed at the other shelter system, we might actually have a guest who can. And so we'll actually move that guest over to open up a bed for someone that is seeking actively shelter. and vice versa. So we communicate on a regular basis. We case conference on a regular basis. There is definitely shared clientele between us. And so when at all possible, we cover each other. So if there is a gap and there is someone who is really seeking shelter, then we work together to ensure that that person gets shelter.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Before you sit down, does that also include the shelters in Canyon County as well, or do you try to avoid shipping people out of the county? Shipping's a poor choice of word.
Yeah, we do no shipping. Commissioners, normally it works the other way. They may be coming into Boise. We've never actually moved someone. There was a time when we were asked to phase down our Red Lion shelter where we were doing our medically fragile. That was a partnership where some of those guests who were staying at the Red Lion actually moved to Recovery Lodge, which is in Nampa. But that was with provider support and everything. So normally it is someone who's entering into the city of Boise, coming into our shelter system, and we're going to figure out how we help to manage that together.
And just as one more follow-up, are you, again, understanding that logistically for somebody who's experiencing homelessness, having to commute from Boise to Nampa or Caldwell or wherever is a hardship? Are you open to that in situations where you're at capacity and all the other shelters in Boise are at capacity? Just to, again, to try to get a better picture of how the process works.
Yeah, so based on the shelter systems that are in Nampa, it's limited. So we do not transport to Nampa or Caldwell. I feel ill-prepared to answer the question because I can't imagine a time where that would be the best option, particularly if they are in the city of Boise getting resources from the city of Boise and that disconnect if they're in, so I want to be very transparent and honest. I would certainly consider it if I felt like there was a system in place that worked well for the person experiencing the homelessness and the support and services that we could move them to. But it seems like it's mostly moving our direction to get those supportive services.
I'm going to bail you out a little bit.
Okay, thanks.
Would it be fair to say that there are just fewer resources and fewer shelter beds available in Canyon County, so that wouldn't be a good option, but you're open to doing it if the alternative was somebody camping on the street or other problems related to that?
Yeah, I'm absolutely open to solutions. If someone is looking for shelter and we can't create that safe option that they're willing to do in Boise, if suddenly they're like, Nampa sounds great, we will take them to Nampa or Caldwell. Absolutely.
Okay, my question is, I think it's fairly easy, probably with staff, but noted also VPNA, and I think even in the police department's letter had something to do with there being an existing off-campus parking site that has been determined, and there being some question about where is that, what does it look like, what is the movement back and forth. So can we shed some light on that?
Mr. Chairman, in lieu of digging through a bunch of materials here, I'll let the applicant address that.
Okay. I don't feel so bad now.
We have located an auxiliary site for our admin office directly across the street from our new shelter. It has 18 additional parking spaces, and I would prefer not to locate it, but I can if I'm required. I'll ask if you need that information.
I don't necessarily, I understand the sensitivity of it, but I guess the broader point is one of the terms and condition is an overflow plan that has to be required. And this component then has to be included in that plan.
Got it. So we have secured the location now, and we will be moving our admin office there, and there will be 18 additional parking spots located directly across the street from the new shelter. Those parking spots will be utilized for guest parking so that if we need increased parking for guests, we can give that to them directly in front of the building.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. I know it was a question I had earlier on the variance that I forgot, but I remembered. So the site currently has sidewalks. And so it's not as if on the variance, the applicant, there isn't still service, I guess I should say, in terms of pedestrian activity with regard to the current infrastructure, just to clarify that.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay. I guess I guess I'll ask this is there was another thing about smoking and just specifically defining where that should be. And I'm going to try to, oh, here it is, number 10 of the VPNA, smoking shall be prohibited in all areas north of the service drive that parallels, and then the editor addition, the north side of the primary building or within 25 feet of the property boundary. Is any concern on that?
I'll do it. It's actually located at Commissioners. The designated smoking areas are on the drawings that were submitted in the conditional use permit. We have a designated smoking area for the single men and women that's located directly in front of the Hope House where the adult park is. And then we have an additional smoking area over on the family side. There is a group of tables right across from the playground that has been designated as the official smoking area there. Do you need more information than that?
I think it's more for generally VPNA's concern and the residents that are living behind
Yeah.
the site. And I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add on that
We
piece.
make it very clear in the welcome packet that the new guests will receive that there's no smoking near the fence lines at all or in the front of the building. They do have to sign a behavioral agreement that does not just include behavior within the shelter itself, but also as good neighbors outside the shelter. If they're not able to follow the conditions of a good neighbor outside, they would actually be accountable for their ability to stay at this shelter location. So that's all inside the operations and security plan.
Okay.
Thank
Anything
you.
to add, Katie?
Yes, just briefly, the crux of the comment is that the proposed staff condition, both from the prior application and this application, says no smoking anywhere north of the service drive, and both designated smoking areas are in that banned location. My interpretation.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Well,
Go ahead. Do you have?
no, go for it.
Okay. I guess I'm sorry to make you keep getting up and down. I have a question for the applicant. Just for our information and obviously protecting the privacy of your guests, how often do you have a guest that is asked to leave because they're disruptive or a threat to the other guests or the community around the shelter?
Yeah, so I actually think it would be good if one of my staff addressed that since they're managing that mostly in the evenings. So which one of my staff would like to take that? Okay, I will take it. Here's what happens. And again, I want to address this as an emergency shelter that attempts to serve 170 guests a night with no private spaces, with beds, 78 beds in a row. So the challenges are real when it comes to really managing and maintaining good behavior and good mental health. So on a regular basis, we will have to de-escalate. When we have to remove someone from our shelter, we are very clear in our behavioral agreement. Only if you are causing a threat to a staff member, a guest, or a volunteer. If you are physically threatening, we will have to remove you from the shelter system. If they do not leave cooperatively, we then do call non-emergency to get help to have them either evaluated for mental health or moved away from the property. In the new shelter, it is designed to have quiet spaces, a de-escalation room, areas in which you can move away from a group, which we just can't do that at an emergency shelter. It's crammed. So when you improve the conditions of the way in which someone is living, we are going to be much more successful and helping them to manage how they can live within a shelter setting. The dorm styles alone, the quietness, the less people, like there's so many trauma-informed details that went into this shelter to make us better at holding people in place. Because if they want shelter, we want to give them shelter. So hopefully that answers that question.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to let Jody sit down for a little bit. And I have a question for staff. Back to the variance, actually. So earlier I asked about requiring improvements if ACHD and CCDC don't complete them by a certain time. And I'm just thinking through potential options if we were to approve the variance. Is it too complicated? And you may not be able to answer this, but is it too complicated to require after a certain date if it's not improved for the improvements to be done on State Street but not on the service road? Does my question make sense?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Torres, your question does make sense. In terms of parsing those improvements out separately, I think that could be a little complicated. There is still the question of what the ultimate design ends up looking like there. So to somehow condition which improvements take place at what time, not knowing what that ultimate build out on that section of State Street is, I think could add some complexity to that.
Okay, I got a couple more, and I think I'm getting close to wrapping up. There seems to be some disagreement or inconsistencies with regards to the operating hours, particularly on the intake side. And I think I read 7 p.m., 8 p.m. I think some others, there was kind of bounced around. So can we officially make sure we clearly understand exactly the operating hours for the site? And I think quiet hours begin at 9 p.m. I think that's clear, but just making sure we're on par with that.
Yeah, so there's two types of, I think, referred intake. So new intakes, someone who has not been at our shelter before through any of our programs, those would happen between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Intakes that are guests of ours, like when they need to be inside, if they don't have a work schedule with us planned, it might be surgery, it could be this, like things that we know they need to be in the shelter by 8 p.m. All guests have actually guest cards that they swipe in and out. So we know exactly who's in the building at all times and also when they have not checked back in. At 7 o'clock, we do a check to see who's not there. And if it's someone that we are, gosh, they should have been back. But the daytime intake, I think the one that is what most people are concerned about, where someone new would be coming into our shelter system, that is 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Our general guests who can stay, kind of come and go, whatever, they have to be in by 8 p.m. Does that end?
It does, but I think if this language is taken verbatim in this, I have your table, their table, the security plan, the safety plan, or the operation plan. And I'm trying to make sure it all is cohesive. But it seems like 7 p.m. was the number that is written in terms of that's when people are supposed to be inside, I guess.
Yeah, and
within the facility, and I know till 9, I should say, until.
And 9 p.m. is the backside of the property.
Right.
They must be inside. 8 p.m. is actually to check in for your bed. The 5 to 7 p.m., I have to be honest with you, I'm not sure what it's doing in there. I'm not sure how that language got in there.
So it needs to be cleaned up.
It does.
Okay,
It's
fair
not
enough.
supposed to be there. It's 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., 9 p.m. quiet time, 8 p.m. curfew for being in the shelter.
Okay,
We will
thank you.
clean that up for you.
Okay. One more question I have has to do. I got to ask this question of staff. Actually, it's been bugging me. I think I've been sitting up here for 8 or 9 years. I don't ever recall an 8-foot fence. 6-foot fence all day, every day. Lots of requests for 8-foot fence, but this is the first.
Mr. Chairman, so legacy zoning code, this was approved under, commercial districts actually had no limit on height for
Okay,
fences.
okay.
You could build a 20-foot fence. The challenge there is you need a building permit and it's very difficult to engineer. It would be about as long under the ground as it is.
Did you say a
above the ground.
20-foot fence? Is that what I heard you just say?
There is one out on the interstate, with the new, daycare at Micron. So
Got it. Okay, okay. Ms. Decker, I think this is going to be a question for you a little bit more, but I think also from the applicant. There was a lot of language about the good neighbor policy and the agreement, I should say. I'm trying to find your specific request in here, but while I'm doing that, can you kind of elaborate a little bit more about just kind of what you were hoping to see or what you'd love to see?
I think that a lot of neighborhood mitigation measures have kind of been shunted to that good neighbor agreement, but it hasn't been written yet. There's a very minimal draft provided, and in some ways it steps back from what was presented in the prior application. So it's softened a little there. So I think the overarching comment with the good neighbor agreement is that that should be hashed out in mediation in advance. For example, the neighborhood behavioral expectations, I believe, are part of that. And I think they offer 4 general bullet points in the draft presented in the operations plan. Whereas at their current shelter, I think it's about a page long that they post places. I just think that it could be updated more and also, again, include enforcement mechanisms to specify when the limit is, how many violations of the neighborhood behavioral expectations are allowed before you're no longer
Okay.
at the shelter.
Great, thank you. You don't have to respond, but if you'd like to.
Commissioners, we are working actually with the city of Boise, with Nicole, who works with the neighborhood associations. And upon our successful approval of our conditional use permit, we'll be working with her to do outreach with the neighborhood associations to let them lean into how we create this good neighbor agreement. So we have a very rough template, but I think based on the recommendations from the city of Boise's staff, it's good to actually have that conversation and kind of help create the agreement together. So it will happen after a successful approval of our conditional use permit.
Okay. Any questions over here? Mr. Torres, anything else? I'm going through last time just to make sure I didn't highlight anything or miss anything that I think I should ask. I was an 80s kid, played Nintendo. That's why I can go through this really fast. All right. I think I'm done with my questions. I think all of us are at this point. Okay. I feel comfortable at this point in time taking a break. So at this point, we're going to break for dinner. And it's a 30-minute, I think.
Mr. Chair, approximately, we're
Approximately.
not quite back with the dinner yet.
Okay. So we will try to be back in about 30 minutes and carb up. And then at that point, we'll go into public testimony. And we will begin with all of the folks who are in chambers first. And then we'll go to the folks who are online. Okay. And then just to let you know, then we will conclude that portion. There'll be an opportunity for the applicant for rebuttal for about 5 minutes or so. And upon that point, we would then go into making some sort of a decision. Okay. So break for 30 minutes. All right. Okay. Hopefully everybody got some nourishment. All right. When we have items like this that obviously are, of significance and can be challenging and a bit emotional, There's things that we feel like we need to say just because of some history. So I want to make sure that I get this out, and then we will turn to testimony. So I'd like to remind us all why we're here and what that means, or for how we testify. Our main goal tonight is to have a fair hearing, a hearing where all voices are heard with courtesy and respect. And so we have a couple of simple rules for tonight's hearing. First, please don't call out, cheer, clap, or heckle from the audience. Please do not interrupt the speaker. Everyone will get a chance to speak. Second, when speaking, please address your comments to us, the commissioners, and not to the other audience members or the applicant or city staff. If we receive comments with raised voices or profanities, we will stop your time and push you to the end of the line for public comments. If you ask a question, the applicant may choose to answer your question during their rebuttal time, which comes at the end and after the public testimony portion. But the commission cannot answer questions during testimony. We are here to listen to all the evidence and to make a decision. We have a lot of interest in this item tonight, so want to outline a few things. If you've submitted written comments ahead of the hearing, we want you to make it clear that the commission has read them. And let me assure you, yesterday while my daughter was watching a movie, I was sitting at the warehouse for 2 hours reading public testimony. So we all have that similar story, I know, and take this job very seriously as volunteers. You do not need to repeat your comments verbally tonight. We'd like to make sure we hear from everyone who wants to speak, but do not need to hear from those who have already submitted written comments or the same comments over and over. We plan to close the hearing roughly 10:30 this evening. So if we can get if it gets much later, it makes for a tough deliberation for us up here and none of us. The commission staff, you all, we want to be here. We don't want to be here to the morning hours. So I think I'm going to pause there. I don't think I need to go into too much more detail. I think you get the gist of it. We're all here to have a good hearing and ask for your participation and your cooperation. So with that, let's get this going. To make this go quicker, I'm going to read a few names at a time, and I'd ask that if I read your name either second, third, or maybe even fourth, please come to the front of the room and sit in one of these chairs so that we're ready to go. We have, I'm going to guesstimate safely about 90 people, 3 minutes each. Do the math, right? So we want to try to expedite this out of respect for you and everybody here involved. But so also just a reminder, again, if you don't have to come up and testify, if we get into it and you feel like, you know what, I don't need to, I don't want to, feel free to say no, and we'll go ahead. But otherwise, we're ready to rock. So with that, I'm going to call the first few names. I think, is it Jerry Graves? And then John Coggins and Brent Matthew and Mark Montoya after that. Also, one last reminder, please adjust that microphone as you need and say your name and your address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to testify, okay? All right, come on up.
My name's Sherry Graves. You want my address?
Yes, please.
1555 West Franklin, number 2305 in Boise. And I'm also on our path home, and I also was housed at Interfaith. They found me housing as well. So I was recently homeless for a little over 3 years. I have no dependency issues. I had always held a job and even ran my own business for a few years. I had no dreams of living off the land or meandering my way through the continent. I come from the middle-class background and lived rather comfortably in the years prior to this event. I had never desired to be anything other than what I was, which was a loving partner and a mom. That is, until divorce and spine surgery hijacked my life. With post-surgery permanent nerve damage, my ability to sit, stand, or walk for long periods took on a rather dramatic role within my existence. A definitive before and after, followed by a bold and underlined exclamation point. I stayed interfaith in the evening and hobbled my way to any building that would allow me to shelter from the weather. You might think me the anomaly, but I'm not. I'm amongst a growing population within the ranks of the unhoused, the disabled, and or dying. We have nowhere to go when our ability to earn money is taken from us. And one of the many reasons why places like Interfaith need to exist. And with a dramatic hike in rent, food, and utilities, the absolute bare minimum needed to survive, our cities need more places just like this, and their need will only increase. According to stats I recently read, we have enough beds to accommodate approximately 10% of the current need. I have no desire to relive that experience. I've never felt more worthless and alone than I did at that time. To deal with the pain of my disability while begging a gas station clerk for the use of a restroom is both humbling and humiliating. You don't want us camping on your front lawn. I get that. Then give us somewhere to go. Give us at least the dignity of having a bed to rest in while the rest of our lives seemingly implodes. Allow us this one sliver of humanity, a mere thread of societal normalcy. It's so very a little thing that when you think about it, I mean, you bring in your cats and your dogs during inclement weather, right? Wild birds have birdhouses. Farm animals have barns. Even a car is parked in a garage. But giving homeless citizens a meal and a bed is a source of contention. I think we need to do better. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Graves. Appreciate you being here. Okay, next up, John Coggins, I believe, Brent, Matthew, Mark Montoya, and then Vicky, I think it's Danachek. So is John Coggins here? Okay, I'm gonna put a little note here. John is not here. Maybe he's in the restroom. We'll come back. Okay, Brent, Matthew? Or Matthew?
Mr. Chair, that's the gentleman who left earlier.
What's that?
That's the gentleman who left earlier.
Oh, okay. I tried. Sorry, I failed you. Mark Montoya? Come on it up. Vicky Danachek after that, and then Martin Mayo.
Hello, my name is Mark Montoya. I'm at 2929 Ennis Street. I've lived in that neighborhood for 41, 42 years, been there for a while. And it's a nice neighborhood, but it's also a modest neighborhood. And I would say that the majority of folks that I've seen there over the years up through now, they're young families with children just starting out, just purchased a home or renting a home, and retirees. And I think that a lot of concern I hear is that everybody wants to help the homeless people, and most of them really deserve help. But I think there needs to be more consideration about the externalities of an operation like this. Ms. Deckers presented some data, and it's good data, and it actually matches with what you see in the media, the experience in other cities in the Northwest and on the West Coast. We can reasonably expect some impacts to the neighborhood. And to address those, we're probably going to have to address investing in fencing, cameras, security systems, locking mailboxes, because the mailboxes in that neighborhood now are curbside units, the rural type mailboxes. And maybe looking at some insurance rate increases as well. And the people that live there are folks that can probably least afford all these ameliorations for the adverse impacts. So I think there just needs to be a better way to address this somehow. Large congregant shelters haven't been very successful from what I've seen. There just needs to be a better way to do it. And perhaps the city of Boise needs to step up to the plate and work on some of that a little bit more than they have. I don't know. But to foist all of the external negative impacts upon people that can least afford it probably doesn't seem very fair to me. So I guess that's pretty much all I've got to say on that. I just would please ask them to go back and look over some other options, because this one is probably going to cost us all a lot of money, and it's folks that really can't afford it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montoya. I appreciate you being here. Okay, Vicky Danachek, I believe it is, Martin Mayo, and then Terry, I think it's Crozier. Hi there.
Hello.
Name and record for the address, and you got 3 minutes.
My name is Vicky Danachek, and I own and live at 4625 West Alamosa. And because of the 3 minutes, I'm going to jump right to the ending and then start over. So I ask you to please deny the homeless shelter in this location. I think everyone here would agree that we need a homeless shelter, but unfortunately we have a few, but I don't think it meets the CCDC 5-year plan of record. And my quotes today will be part of that document. They have named 5 key strategies for their work. And the first one is economic development. And I quote, cultivate commerce and grow resilient, diversified, and prosperous local economies, end quote. And if you listen to the businesses being quoted in the record, both in the Shoreline District where Interfaith Sanctuary currently resides, and the businesses on State Street where they wish to reside, you must conclude that the presence of a low barrier homeless shelter near them affects the local economy. Number 4 is placemaking, and I quote, develop public places and energize environments where a blend of cultures and concentrated mix of uses create a valued sense of place. If you listen to the people testifying that live in the Veterans Park neighborhood, you will find inevitable negative impacts to their neighborhood. The CUP greatly erodes their valued sense of place if you grant this. So how does Urban Renewal District projects get funded? I quote, urban renewal projects are funded by tax increment financing and revenue from public parking garages. When a district is formed, a base tax value is set up for all property within its boundaries. Taxes generated from property values, primarily due to new construction that improve to rise above the base value, are used to fund the urban renewal projects, end quote. If we're going to use that money to improve the sidewalks and crosswalks in that area and our values go down, we're not going to have the money to do so as planned. So
Time.
if
3 minutes
sorry.
goes fast. I want to thank you for coming out and testifying. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Martin Mayo, followed by Terry Crozier, then Danielle Jorgensen. Martin is not here, and you're a priest, so I believe you. Okay. Terry Crozier and Danielle Jorgensen, and then Carrie, I think is it Richie? I think it's Richie. Hi.
Hi, thank you for letting me testify. I'm Terry Crozier, 2796 North El Rancho Place. I hope you will approve this variance. Homelessness is all of our problems. These are people that we are trying to help. And this organization is people and organizations coming together, volunteering their money, their time and effort to try and improve things. This is the best kind of shelter. It's not bringing crowds and drugs and stuff. It's bringing people in and giving them a home where we can educate them, where we can give them services, where they can pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Isn't that what we want? I fear that the homeowners association is trying to make the mitigation efforts so arduous that it's impossible to meet them. I think they're trying to make it impossible. Buy our homes. Well, this is a nonprofit funded by people's donations. They can't buy the homes. Provide 24-hour security roving around the neighborhood. Well, they're a nonprofit. They can't afford to do that. They spent a lot of time trying to find the best location, and this was it. And I think they're bending over backwards trying to be good neighbors. And I think they're going to be, because everybody's going to be looking at this. This could be the plan for the future. So they're going to try and do everything to make it successful, to make it a better part of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming out. Okay. Danielle Jorgensen, Carrie Ritchie, and then Julia Robinson. Hi.
Hello. I've been told I don't have a problem with my voice spreading, so hopefully the mic's okay. Danelle Jorgensen is my name. I live at 4028 West Glendale. I just want to start by acknowledging what we all have in common here. I've heard a lot about the need for the system. I've heard a lot about wanting it to be successful. And I think the best possible outcome for this project will include successful integration within our neighborhood. I think that successful executions of projects must include defined goals and a way to measure those. And I think that those goals need to include the integration of the neighborhood. And it makes my data heart so happy to hear so much discussion around measurable outcomes and metrics. That was actually a question I asked at the May 19th public meeting. And when I asked that question, the first response from Interfaith Sanctuary was to look at the HMIS system, and they explained this sounds really awesome data tracking to help measure the outcomes of their guests, which is obviously important. But my question was, how do we measure the integration of this home shelter into our neighborhood? And when I followed up on that, the response was, look at the BPD data. Well, I think we can do better than looking at crime metrics for how we evaluate with our neighbors, for how we are integrated. So I look forward to hearing from Interfaith Sanctuary, and I look forward to reading the Good Neighbor Plan. And that gets into some of that, because perhaps that was some of the gap that I wasn't getting at that meeting. Interestingly enough, I also asked Commissioner Torres's question about the frequency of guests that are need to be find another shelter because of behavioral conduct violations, and that was they were not ready to answer that question, and so there was a commitment to provide follow-ups. That is also referenced in the VPNA response. I never received a follow-up. When I reached out, unfortunately, about a week later, unfortunately got a bounce back from that provided email. So that's, I've heard a lot about, I think, I forget the applicant's lawyer's name, but there was the mention of good faith. And to me, it seems like on both sides, good faith has broken down here, right? There's not a lot of trust. So I strongly urge that this Planning and Zoning Commission think about how we could mediate. And section 2.5 of the VPNA talks about mediation. I think that is how we're going to chart a course to get to a successful outcome for this really important project for all of our neighbors, unhoused and housed.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us tonight. Okay. Carrie, I think it's Richie, Julia Robinson, and then Chris Alvarez. Is Carrie? How we doing, Priest? Is she here? No. Okay, we'll come back. Julia? Hi, come on up. So Julia, Chris Alvarez, and then Rhonda Gibson. Just make sure if you're going to do that I think that green light turns on. So push that button. There we go.
Got it.
All right.
First of all, I want to thank
the city for providing reasonable accommodation I can't stand. And they were great about it. They contacted me this morning and took
good.
care of it. So excellent service as a taxpayer. My name is Julia Robinson and my address is 775 North Ash Tree Way. And as you can tell, I'm older. And my first job was to try and get handicapped children into the public school system. I'm old enough that we did not have handicapped children in the public schools. And coming from Wyoming, I can tell you it was a battle, just a battle. I was actually told by the head of appropriations that if we had handicapped children in Wyoming, we would be able to spot them, that they would be like Angus and Herefords out in the area. Now I bring that up because every time I've worked on issues, I then worked on developing group homes around Wyoming. It has not been easy. It's hard to change. And I did provide a letter, but I wanted to make sure that people understood how very difficult people want to do the right thing. People are good people. The folks that live in this neighborhood, they want to do the right thing. They're just frightened. But it has been my experience that if you take a model that helps people and improves the lives of people in the long run, they're really glad they did it. And they forgot they opposed it. If you were to ask people about handicapped children now, they would go, of course they're in the public school. My kids really like their friend who is handicapped, whoever that is. So just a couple of thoughts. This is a systemic issue. It's caused by inadequate, affordable housing. It's all across the country. The model that we're trying to develop here, and I don't have anything to do with the model design, but I do know about models. It's what my background is to provide transitional housing in a supervised program with intensive psychosocial services. So we really don't have any idea what the success rate will be when people are talking about numbers, because they should be a lot better once we get going. Having Terry Riley on site is a gift, because a lot of these folks have trouble with medication management. And the very fact that they will have access to immediate medical care will make a huge difference in security. And we can't even know what that means. Now, I did submit a letter, and I want to correct something that I said wrong in the letter. I said there would be a police presence. That's wrong. The police department just had a fit, and so did the Interfaith Sanctuary staff. There will be a security presence. And so I want to make sure that I correct that since I said it incorrectly. I've toured the facility. Here's the things that I think make this facility different. You've already heard them, but just quickly: assessment and intake, integrated care, case management, medical home for medication management.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm going to need you to wrap up. So
Sure.
thank you for coming out. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony for sure. Okay, next up, Chris Alvarez, followed by Rhonda Gibson. And then I'm going to do one more call for John Coggins, just in case.
Hi.
We don't take testimony from Browns fans. Is that what that is?
It's a Raiders hat, sir. It's a Raiders.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, the chair, Mr. Chairman, and the people of the ladies and gentlemen of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I practiced it. It sounded a lot smoother at home, but so my name is Chris Alvarez. I live at 7822 West Mojave Drive, and I'm the director of the. Am I talking too loud? Seems like so loud.
A little bit.
Okay, so I'm the director of the Interfaith Sanctuary Homeless Art Collective, and I'm also a tattooer here in town. I'm at a good shop. It's got roots in the city for like 15 years, and so I wanted to point out a couple things. One specific thing, as far as like the shelter and specifically to the art collective. So we have a lot of really great artists actually that come through. They're disenfranchised, I mean, for whatever reason, but with the new shelter, we'll be able to put a lot of their artwork up, and like if they're working on something that's big, that we can store it there and then come back and work on it and use it for sale or, you know, for a career or whatever. I have a couple artists that have they've actually got housing through the shelter, and they have created Etsy accounts and are really successful with it. So there's that. And then there's so many things to touch on, but I just want to say that Interfaith as a whole, I've been there for 2 years. I've been working there for 2 years. I love all of them. They're really good at their job, and they've helped hundreds of people get off the street, you know. And so I think that's a big thing, is that homelessness, the plight of homelessness is so difficult, you know. And so these people are super, super good at, I mean, not just, we're not condoning it, you know, we are helping with the plight of the overall homelessness problem in the country, you know, starting with Boise. And I love the city. I've been here for 13 years. I love it. And trying to think if I can remember anything else. I got a minute and a half left. Thank you very much, you guys. You guys are awesome. That's it.
Our pleasure. Thanks for being here. Okay, Rhonda Gibson, and then if John Coggins, Martin Mayo, or Katie Ritchie are in the room, then you're welcome to come up.
So I'm not Rhonda. She had to leave, so I'm reading for her.
Okay.
And I did sign up. I'm
Okay.
Deborah Frank, and I
Okay.
live at 2216 North 35th
So
Street.
just to be clear, right now, go ahead and proceed with the letter, and then we'll call you to testify on your own behalf in a moment.
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to, because
Oh,
one
okay.
of the things I was going to testify has already been covered
Okay.
with
Okay.
the
Perfect.
clarity and the.
You're good. Go
Okay,
ahead.
hang on a sec, sorry.
It's just water, I promise. I'm trying to convince
Okay.
everybody.
I'm reading for Rhonda. The proposed cup will negatively affect property in the vicinity and compromise the safety of our children. It is well known that people experiencing homelessness carry weapons. According to the National Coalition for Homelessness, this is because homeless individuals are particularly vulnerable to crime and victimization. Interfaith Sanctuary proposes to use metal detectors at the shelter's entry. This means that the shelter guests who possess weapons at the entrance must give the weapons up to be stored by Interfaith Sanctuary, to be returned to them when leaving. However, many don't like to give up their weapons, so they store them elsewhere prior to entering the shelter. Boise Police Department's May 2025 comment letter stated, allowing the guest to remove a weapon from the premise also raises concerns of a weapon in insecure areas outside of the facility. The annual reports from the Salt Lake area shelter, which opened in 2020, highlighted complaints that the community finding weapons stashed nearby the shelter. This has also been a problem locally in the Shoreline area. Emails in the records between local businesses, developers, and the Boise Police Department contain multiple accounts and photos of weapons that were stashed, discarded, or hidden on their properties. The properties from which the complaints were made are commercial in nature, as most were in the Shoreline Urban Renewal District area. In contrast, the Salvation Army, where Interfaith Sanctuary proposes to move their large low-barrier shelter, is surrounded by residential properties directly adjacent to single-family homes on two sides, and across the street from the Willow Lane Athletic Complex and Park, and the Women and Children's Alliance Domestic Abuse Shelter. If the conditional use permit for Interfaith Sanctuary is approved in the residential area, where will the guests of the shelter stash their weapons? In Riley's trailer court that houses multiple low-income families, and they might even find their way into a children's hand. Perhaps they will stash their weapons at Willow Lane Park, where neighborhood children play, soft leagues, families recreate, and youth soccer teams practice, or maybe along the path taken from the Taft Elementary School to the after-school programs at Boise Public Library, which all run directly in front of the shelter. The very real potential that weapons will be hidden and possibly scattered throughout the neighborhood is simply unsafe, especially for our children and our youth. For this reason, the conditional use permit application should be denied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming out. All right, last call for the folks on the front page here. So John Goggins, Martin Mayo, or Katie Ritchie. Okay, and Deborah Frank, you just testified, so we're on the back here. Lori, it starts with an S, and I'm not sure after that. 2703 North Lake Harbor. Is that you? You win the prize. 3 minutes. You want to come on up? Followed by Trish, is it Shelton, I think? And then Nissa Jensen. Please pronounce your names correctly for me and correct me. I appreciate that.
Like you pronounced it. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lori Brunier. I reside at 2703 North Lake Harbor Lane. Under Boise City Code, both criteria for decisions by appointed bodies and by the conditional use criteria must be met. So this application cannot create any material negative impacts on the provision of public services and must promote the efficient use of land, resources, and existing infrastructure. Fire Station 9, which serves the site, was recently remodeled with an investment of $5.3 million. It reopened in 2019. However, it was not constructed with any additional infrastructure support to add an additional fire apparatus, such as an engine or squad car, to support a second crew staffed out of the same station. Fire Station 5, located across from Rhodes Skate Park for direct access to the high call volumes at Interfaith, was also recently remodeled at significant public investment, reopening in 2024. In contrast to Station 9, Station 5 already hosts 2 crews, and the remodel added the capacity to expand via addition of a squad car to respond to low acuity calls if needed. This infrastructure simply doesn't exist at Station 9. Even if a squad car could be added, staffing it full-time with a 2-man crew would require at least 8 additional full-time firefighters. The fire department is already critically understaffed at approximately half of its desired level. Ada County Paramedics is also critically understaffed, and this location will add to the strain on EMS services. Station 9 is currently at 82.7% reliability. In 2022, Chief Niemeyer testified to City Council that when reliability drops to 80%, the fire department begins planning for expansion and requests funding. When reliability hits 75%, numbers that could quickly be reached if the call volumes experienced at River Street and the Red Lion transfer to State Street. He also testified that the request for medical personnel to be present 20 hours per week is a starting place, a best guess, for which there is no supporting evidence. The opening of Station 16 in Northwest Boise has not increased the reliability of Station 9. And both Station 16 and Station 5 are outside of Boise's 5-minute travel time standard to the Veterans Park area. So relying on these stations to fill in for calls if the Station 9 crew is tied up at Interfaith will lead to critical delays that impact service delivery. The application does not meet the decision criteria. It will negatively impact the provision of police services and does not promote efficient use of police resources and infrastructure. Therefore, the application must be denied. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming out. Okay, Trish, I think it's Charlton, I think. I'm probably missing that one too. Nissa Jensen and Charlton. Brad Gates, and then Julie Vick. Hi.
Hi. Commissioners, my name is Trish Charlton. I'm a retired social worker and I live at 2736 North Lake Harbor Lane. Boise's crime data for all types of Group A crimes from 2020 through May 2025 are shown here in heat map form. The BPD that has 2 public dashboards available crime data and calls for service data. The calls for service dashboard has been scrubbed of location information. It can only be searched at the census tract level, but the crime data is plottable to the curb location of the crime. Group A crimes include drugs, burglary, assault. Location data has been removed for sex crimes, so those aren't shown. Group B crimes are also omitted from this data set, so many types of crimes are not even shown here, such as alcohol, disorderly conduct, loitering and vagrancy violations, and trespassing. Even absent these crime types, the Group A crime heat map still shows Interface River Street Shelter, as well as the adjacent Cooper Court and Rhodes Skate Park areas as hotspots. It also shows the Red Lion, where Interfaith operates a hotel shelter, as having a concentration of crimes. The dashboard data is available on a rolling 5-year basis, though crime data prior to the opening of the hotel shelter is not currently publicly available, though calls for service data indicates concentration started forming only after the hotel shelter opened. This slide shows the incidence of crimes by type between 2020 and mid-2025. We have followed former Police Chief Lee's lead and provided data for crimes within 1,000 feet of Interfaith's current location and the State Street site. The graphs are presented at the same scale. Assault crimes are roughly 5 times more prevalent around Interfaith, with 300 crimes. Destruction of property is almost 3 times more prevalent at around 140 crimes. Drug crimes, a major concern for our neighborhood, had almost 1,250 crimes within 1,000 feet of Interfaith and only approximately 50 within 1,000 feet of State Street. That's 25 times more drug crimes in the Interfaith area, and theft was approximately 5 times more prevalent. The drug crimes in the area of Interfaith River Street Shelter break down to approximately 4.5 per week over this period.
Thank you, Ms. Charlton. Appreciate especially putting this information together. Thank you very much. Okay, next up is, I think it's Nasa Jensen, Brad Gates, Julie Vick, and then Susan Bond.
Nisa Jensen.
Gosh.
Close. I live at 1809 North 7th Street. Thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to listen to testimony today. I urge you to vote in favor of this cup for Interfaith Sanctuary. I have been a volunteer with the homeless community for most of my adult life, which, as you can tell, is a long time. Most people have a fear of those experiencing homelessness. They are afraid of those they view as the other. The opponents of this cup will try to paint you a picture of some sort of apocalyptic world with rampant crime, disease, mayhem. They want to instill fear of those with mental illness or substance addiction. Guess what? Your housed neighbors also have mental illness, substance addiction, commit crimes, drive cars and use parking spots, play music way too loud, and whatever other objectionable activities human beings do. The only difference is they have homes. The people who should be afraid are not those who have homes, but those who do not. They face our hatred, our lack of compassion, our laws that aim to make their mere existence criminal. They are more often victims of crimes like rape, theft, or battery. They face weather extremes, lack of hygiene and bathroom facilities, and more daily humiliation. Back in the day, a bunch of faith communities decided that our neighbors needed help, and that was the beginning of Interfaith Sanctuary. And now that we know more about what our neighbors need to find their way back into homes, We have an answer: the new interfaith sanctuary on State Street. More than shelter, it is transitional, transformational housing 24/7 with medical care, mental health services, and recovery programming, indoor and outdoor spaces that provide dignity and privacy to our neighbors. How can one object to that? What if you don't know who to be afraid of anymore? Because now they're part of your neighborhood. My faith community has a motto: all means all. All of our fellow human beings deserve shelter and housing. You don't have to be religious or even believe in God to know that this is the right thing. The late great senator from Minnesota and one of my college professors, Paul Wellstone, used to say, "We all do better when we all do better." So let's do better by moving forward on this CUP for Interfaith Sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming out. Okay, Brad Gates, Julie Vick, and Susan Bond.
I'm Brad Gates. Excuse me. I've lived in the VPNA neighborhood for 36 years, and I'm a lifetime resident of Boise. Interfaith argues that their project will not impact the neighborhood, unlike their current shelter, because only people seeking services will come to the area, and those people will have 24-hour access to the shelter, and so will choose to stay inside. But what reason do we have to believe this? When the homeless resource centers in Salt Lake City opened in 2020, both of them immediately had a huge leap in calls for service. These were coded as transient problems in the vicinity, as well as a spike in specific call types such as drug, assault, weapons, and burglary calls. The annual reports highlight many complaints about new encampments springing up around the shelters, and with shelter guests causing issues in the surrounding areas, despite the 24-hour access and wraparound services that the shelters had offered. In May 2024, the Gail Miller HRC reported turning away 107 people seeking shelter per week. There's no reason not to expect that the same thing will happen in Boise. Based on the most recent housing inventory counts and point-in-time counts, Boise already has enough excess shelter beds to cover the unsheltered population. They just aren't choosing to use them. The shelter would have the capacity for only about half the adult population Interfaith currently serves. If the 80 adults Interfaith can no longer serve, like the unsheltered population, is already choosing not to go to the Boise Rescue Mission facilities, they may choose to follow Interfaith to a new location, even if there is not immediate space for them, just as the new shelters in Utah developed unsheltered encampments around them. Evidence shows that 24-hour access will not prevent impacts. What other mitigations is Interfaith offering? The Utah shelters have added perimeter patrols conducted by shelter security at 15 to 30-minute intervals to address loitering, and staff dedicated to litter pickup and other cleaning in the perimeter area, and a police squad dedicated to the perimeter area of each shelter. Yet Interfaith is offering only once per week litter patrols and no offsite security. This is not the maximum practicable mitigation. Even with the level of offsite patrols the Utah shelters offer, the impacts have not been controlled. Community feedback in November 24 was it's felt that there has been total disregard for business owners near the resource centers. Please deny this project.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, address.
Oh, good catch. Mr. Gates, can you please state your address for the record? Thank you, Commissioner Torres.
912 Tamarack.
Do we get that loud enough, I think? Okay, thank you. Okay, Julie Vick, followed by Susan Bond.
Hi, my name is Julie Vick. I have owned my home across the street from Willow Lane Park for 30 years. My address is 4748 Willow Lane. I strongly urge you to deny this project. On April 25th, 2025, Parks Director Holloway testified in summary to City Council that The Parks Department has faced significant impacts from homelessness at various park locations. He stated, I would put it bluntly, absolutely there is additional resources that are needed to maintain areas where we allow this population, and I don't say this disrespectfully, but this population to congregate. Several policy and infrastructure solutions have been implemented to reduce or contain these impacts. These include a transition to alcohol by permit only at parks where homeless community congregates and development of separated areas within parks where this community is encouraged to congregate and where smoking is allowed. Maintenance and enforcement demands are significant. The smoking area at Ann Morrison was described as the highest maintenance resource area we have in the park. Similarly, Rhodes State Park has a full-time ranger coordinating with BPD and maintenance staff. Holloway said it is a high maintenance location. The effectiveness of policy solutions depends on staff time devoted to enforcement and maintenance. Flushing toilets in areas where homeless congregate have proven unmanageable due to maintenance challenges, such as flushing non-bodily waste. Fully enclosed toilets have also been raised challenges. He anticipates similar impacts to occur at Willow Lane unless policy and enforcement tools are implemented from day one. The current use of Willow Lane Athletic Complex for softball tournaments, which also involve responsible alcohol consumption, may complicate or make some solutions unfeasible. Director Holloway's testimony highlighted concerns that Willow Lane Park may experience issues that detract from user enjoyment. It should also be noted that Willow Lane Peace Park, which is under development, and the wooded area between the Greenbelt and the river are likely to face similar impacts and should be protected, thus requiring additional park department resources. In Director Holloway's own words, citing the shelter along State Street will require additional resources for the Parks Department, which is a material negative impact to the delivery of public services. I urge you to deny the CUP. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Vick. Last on this sheet is Susan Bond. Next up, I'll go with Tom. I think it's Dominic, and then I think Bobby Dominic is also signed up, but guessing it may be two different folks testifying, but we'll see. Okay. Hi.
Hi, I'm Susan Bond. I live in Veterans at 3011 North Ennis Street. Interfaith is modeling this project after Community House, but Community House failed. Teresa McLeod of St. Luke's provided the following feedback to the Shelter Better Task Force regarding this model. Quote, I'd like to share the enthusiasm that I had for establishing Community House, a single site with a combination of individuals and families needing emergency, transitional, or supportive housing, and the services of job training, recovery, childcare, food service, etc. At the time it was established, it was thought to be a best practice. Unfortunately, with changes in operators, board members, and fundraising, Community House could not be sustained. Given the proposed number of residents similar to Community House, Boise's experience suggests this shelter may not be successful. A smaller single-site model may be more successful, for example, New Path. New Path was located beautifully, and there are services near. To place the accountability and responsibility for 205 of our most vulnerable community members under one roof is concerning to me. Having such a concentration at a single site is not what we experienced as successful with Community House, and not necessarily a best practice for Boise, end of quote. Mitigation measures such as off-site security increase the required funding, and the proposed shelter already expands the population served and increases the level of service proposed to be provided. In other words, it'll be more expensive on an annual basis. Notably, all Red Lion Hotel shelter costs, including premises and staff, have been paid through federal or city grants. The city has contributed over $5 million to date. Interface tax records show that from 2011 through at least 2021, annual revenue was approximately matched to annual expenses, such that net assets in reserve mainly fairly consistent. In 2022 and 2023, the amount the city contributed for the Red Lion shelter was approximately double the annual operating expenses for the 1620 River Street shelter reported through 2018. In the current climate, as federal funding for housing and homelessness was just cut dramatically and the city has reported financial strain, can Interfaith independently sustain higher annual donations to operate at the proposed level of service for a larger population? Community House and the Salt Lake City shelters all reported funding strains as factors in the inability to meet expectations and preventing neighborhood impact. How can we rely on Interfaith's future funding being sufficient to deliver on the promises they are making to provide a level of service that will eliminate neighborhood impacts? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bond. Appreciate you being here. Okay, Tom and Bobby. So there's two of you signed up. You either can choose your own fate here. You want to both testify in 3 minutes, or you can each have 3 minutes.
Both of us.
Okay. You're up.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Tom Dominic. This is Bobby Dominic. We both reside at 1112 West Main Street in Boise. I'm an Idaho native and have lived most of my life in Boise. I'm also a Catholic deacon and a retired attorney, as is Bobby. And my spouse, Bobby, and I speak as Voice for the Poor committee chairs for the Southwest Council of St. Vincent de Paul. And to clarify this, the Southwest Council includes the entire Treasure Valley, extending from Boise to Caldwell and back east to Mountain Home. I've also been a home visitor for St. Vincent de Paul for over 15 years. As home visitors, we respond to requests for help from our neighbors. And Bobby and I alone help 15 families a month, and we only respond to requests for help 3 days a month. And many of the people we help are homeless. I just wanted to tell you briefly about a family we helped. They were living in a beat-up car. They wanted help with gas. So we met them at a gas station. The mom and dad appeared to be in their 30s. They had 3 children, a boy and a girl who attended elementary school, and a toddler. The dad said they spent the nights parked near the school so their children could attend. He said they lived in a car so they could stay together at night and during the day, and that they weren't able to do that in any of the shelters. And in fact, they said there wasn't any room at night either. There are other families with children we helped who live in cars down by the river or near parks. Now, all these families I mentioned could be cited for camping in a public area. So where will they go? The proposed interfaith shelter home will really help them by securing secure and safe family quarters, transportation access, and help with schooling and employment. They'll be able to be together with a roof over their heads, not only at night, but during the day as well. And they'll even have a place to store their important papers. Jesus told us that we will be judged, at least in part, by whether we help instead of ignore the poor and most vulnerable among us, Matthew 25 and Luke 16. Safe shelter is even more of a priority than food or clothing, especially for little children. Saying yes to the cup will allow children to have a temporary home till they can get a longer term one. This is a tremendous community need for this. There's a tremendous community need for this new shelter home in the eyes of St. Vincent de Paul. You got 45 seconds.
Wow.
Men.
So as you can tell, we've practiced this, though. We've timed it out. There's some discussion about their shelter should be downtown. The shelter should be on State Street. We live downtown, so we encounter the homeless and the poor all over the city. And so I don't think that that's part of the issue. Part of the issue is, can we serve the homeless in a compassionate way? And what location can provide that? And I think the testimony you've been provided shows that it can provide that compassionate service. Our St. John St. Mary's conference serves the entire State Street area. So we help the homeless and the poor in that entire area. We also have a thrift store that helps. So there you go.
All right. Thank you both for coming out. Appreciate it. Next up is Janet Kaufman, followed by Merrill Anderson, I think it is, and then Jane Frum. Hi.
Hi, I'm Janet Kaufman. I am at 3050 Lake Harbor. And Chairman and Commissioners, thank you. I began volunteering at Interfaith in 2019 with Project Wellbeing. I'm a professional mediator and facilitator, and I continue to work with Interfaith's mental well-being programs, facilitating 5 groups a week with guests of the shelter Project Wellbeing for general well-being, Project Recovery for people in addiction recovery, Just Mad for anger management, a parent support group, and a kids support group. I also help navigate difficult conversations within our community when that support is helpful. You have most of my testimony and written comments. So I would like to share with you some words that I heard just this morning in our Project Wellbeing group. We asked, I'm saying we because my colleague Nikki Vogel is here and we were there together. We asked the guests what they would want to communicate to you if they were here. And I'd like to conclude with their words verbatim. I want you to see us as being real. When you pass us on the street, I want you to see my face, not the blur of a homeless person, but my features. We're human. We have the ability to love, to care, to hurt. The only thing that separates you from us is money. I feel grateful. I feel friendship. There's love within the walls of this shelter. When someone here dies, we feel it profoundly. We have a family of 200 we're trying to protect. I'm thankful to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Merrill Anderson, I think it is, Jane Crum, and then Brian Anderson.
Same guy.
Same guy as,
And if there's a Brian, there might be a Brian. I go by Brian.
so I have a Merrill B. Anderson and then,
That's me. So that would
okay,
be
gotcha, same
and
guy.
there's a Brian Anderson right behind me, huh?
Is there a Brian Anderson in the house too? You have different signatures, so I'm gonna guess, or must have left. So you're Merrill. Let's
Yep.
start with that. You go
I
ahead.
by Brian, though.
You go by Brian.
Never even knew my first name
Okay.
was Merrill till I was in first grade.
All right.
I'm
ahead.
Merrill Brian Anderson.
There we
I've
go.
been at 4746 West Alamosa Street for 41 years along with my wife. Willow, Alamosa, James, Wymosa, and Wiley Streets are designated Heron Hollow. Didn't know that until all of this stuff went on. We have significant diversity within our neighborhood, composed of racial, religious, LGBTQ, ethnic, immigration, and financial striations. We value and appreciate and encourage them all. The primary reason being they are long-term committed and productive neighborhood members. Concern with the, I submitted I did a petition signature around my neighborhood. May I approach?
We can't take any more
Okay,
tests,
all
any
right.
more
Well, I did
evidence.
submit it
Appreciate it.
electronically. Anyway, I did that and I'm representing 107 people here with their signatures from just that Heron Hollow group. We overwhelmingly were opposed to the increasingly obvious inevitable addition of a low barrier housing shortage or facility. The legal representative for IFS has claimed that all that we're talking about is public clamor, that are talking about crime and property values, and they invalidate that with a Supreme Court saying it's irrelevant. Well, I propose that public clamor is very relevant, especially when we go into voting booths. It's been interesting how it's been engineered that many zoning and identified goals within the city growth have proposed to creating permanent supportive housing. The only permanence with a shelter is the shelter. The occupants remain non-vested transient. The premise for shelter location is an area where the most receive benefit and the least assume risk. Veteran neighborhood has been allocated that risk. Hyde Park, Warm Springs, the North End, Barber Park, Broadway, Ivywild, Federal Way, ad infinitum are not identified as viable for this enterprise. Apparently, we of the veteran neighborhoods have been deemed the least able to resist, the least worthy of city council consideration, the least likely residents to warrant empathy from the Boise community at large. It is obvious that not in my backyard is relevant only when it isn't yours. I submit to all of you elected officials, public clamor cuts both ways. Please remember that. The purpose of our testimonials is to provide input related to the negative impacts of the neighborhood. We truly are going to be the recipients of these negative impacts. Not you on the planning zone committee, not the mayor, not the city council members, nor the judges. You won't receive those. However, should you proceed with ignoring the current concerns of us, your fellow residents and constituents, be aware that public clamor can have some outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Appreciate your being here. Jane Crum, Brian Anderson, and Sally Butler, I think it is. Is Jane Crum coming? Is that you? Maybe? No. Jane Crum is not in here. Okay. So Brian Anderson. Apparently not the one and only Brian Anderson. That's enough out of you, Mr. Anderson. Okay, so Jane Crum, no. Brian Anderson, no. So Sally, come on up. And then Elaine, I think it's Garris, and then Freddie Fisherman.
Hey, I'm Sally Butler, and I live at 3533 North Ambergina Lane. Paula Forney is my neighbor in Lake Harbor. Paula is a former member of the Boise City Council. I am Sally Butler, and Paula asked me to read her testimony into the record since she is out of town. As a former member of the Boise City Council, there are 2 points that she'd like to make. The first is that the planning and zoning and the council have a statutory obligation under land use law to consider the impact on public resources when making decisions on land use applications. The record for this application shows the ability to provide services for this type of use to this location will be negatively impacted in the comments submitted by the Boise Police Department. Their letter acknowledges that it is reasonable to anticipate that the nature and volume of calls for service currently associated with the River Street IFS location may carry over to the future site, and a relocation of this scale has a potential to increase the demand for police services in the area. Finally, the letter states that meeting the needs of a new IFS location may require reallocation of these limited resources, which could affect service availability in other parts of the city. Boise's fourth CUP decision criteria is that it does not adversely impact the delivery of services by any political subdivision providing services. State code similarly says that a CUP may be granted subject to the ability of the political subdivisions, including school districts, to provide services for the proposed use. Boise Police is a huge city service provider, and accordingly, this CUP fails both city and state criteria. The second point addresses a primary responsibility of government, which is to provide public services for the citizenry and to do so in a fiscally sound manner. This is a stated purpose of the LUPA in section 676502B to ensure that adequate public facilities and services are provided to the people at reasonable cost. This purpose is one for purposes that use the word ensure, which means it is not optional. The public paid for downtown's multi-million-dollar investment to best support the surrounding community where social services are to be located downtown per the policies adopted in the Boise City Comprehensive Plan. Now, another station has been built near the State Street site in anticipation of
I'm
the
going to have to have
IFS
you stop,
move.
Ms. Butler. I apologize, but at the end of the 3 minutes, I need to
Okay.
move on. But thank you for coming out. Appreciate and thank you for sharing the letter. Okay, Elaine Garris, Freddie Fisherman, and then Reverend Josh Lee. Elaine Garris on Sycamore. No. Okay. Freddie Fisherman. She left. Okay. Reverend Josh Lee, followed by Joseph, is it Bankard? Bankard?
Hi, I'm Reverend Josh Lee, and I serve as the pastor at Boise First United Church of Christ here in Boise. Our congregation was part of the founders of Interfaith Sanctuary before they had a physical building. Different congregations would host folks sleeping in their churches from night to night in order to provide housing. And as that need continued to grow and the desire to address these challenges also grew, the building was purchased. And thank God that those resources have continued to grow, but no thanks for the fact that the need has grown and that we're here today having to talk about this difficulty. Interfaith Sanctuary, it doesn't just provide shelter, it offers hope, and it offers tools for employment, pathways to permanent housing, and perhaps most importantly, it offers something every person deserves, a sense of belonging, and it honors their humanity. I know there are a lot of concerns here today about this shelter and about the neighborhood. I've heard about calls to 911 and the fear of crime. I think sometimes the reason that 911 calls go up is not because crime goes up, but because people start talking about people as this population. They get demonized. I think it's because, let's be honest, there's a discomfort. There's a discomfort that there's a danger. And unfortunately, I think sometimes we forget that the people that are sitting across from us in this very room, some of whom are the guests at Interfaith Sanctuary, are our neighbors, and they are our humans, and we are just the loss of a job and the dwindling of a savings away from being in many of their positions. Unfortunately, we paint many of those who are at Interfaith Sanctuary as some type of criminals that we should fear, when a majority of them are just people who need love and support and care, who need to be seen and supported in a way that they can't do on their own. And I don't know really what causes me to kind of question is, when did we decide that if someone is homeless, they lose all of their rights and their liberties? The right to be outside, the right to just be on the sidewalk, the right to protect themselves and carry a weapon, which seems to be a great thing of honor in our country, not if you're homeless. The right to speak, the right to exist. I've been in the state legislature in the beginning of this year debating legislation about people, but many of those who experience homelessness never actually got to speak. We just spoke about them. There aren't many things in this world where legislation is passed and the very people who are affected by it don't have a voice and a place to really speak and articulate what they're going through and how they're being treated. We criminalize poverty and blame people for not escaping it, and we push out of sight and wonder why they feel abandoned. This zoning request isn't just about building permits. It's about what kind of city we want to be here in Boise. It's about whether we will lead with compassion and not with fear. It's whether we will treat others the way we wish to be treated if we were ever in their situation. Please vote in favor of this new Interfaith Sanctuary shelter, not just because it's legal, but because it's practical and because it's the moral thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Appreciate it. Okay, Joseph, I think it's Bankard, and Bobby Atchison, and then Shane Harris. Joseph? I had to leave. Okay. It's Bobby Atchison, or I think it's Bobby Atchison. Hi. Followed by Shane Harris and Jae-Woon Lee.
All right. Glasses. Hello.
Hi.
My name is Bobby Aitchison, and I live at 2110 West State Street in the Sunset neighborhood. I'm a retired social worker. For 25 years, I operated a transitional housing program for young adults who had addiction and mental health challenges. I'm well aware of the burning desire to help folks reintegrate, but I'm also well aware of the effects that need to be mitigated when there's a concentration of folks who are living with these challenges. I'm here today to address logical community impacts, specifically safety, and advocate for additional mitigation that's not included in the current CUP. The current zoning code states, as has been said over and over, any material negative impacts will be mitigated to the maximum extent practical. Does the CUP fulfill this requirement? Before we delve into that question, I want to point out that Interfaith and several people tonight have said
It's anticipated that the Planning and Zoning Commission will receive testimony reflecting fear. Fear versus logical probability. I propose that neighbor concerns are based on logical probability, not fear. I'm going to ask you some questions. Pay attention just to the first thought that comes into your mind. These quotes are from the CUP documents, predominantly the guest behavior agreement and core house rules. Quote, I understand that drugs, alcohol, and paraphernalia are not allowed on shelter property. Question, if you're an addict, where will you put these items before you enter the shelter? Quote, intoxicated behavior may result in denial of entry or removal from the shelter. Question for you, where will the removed folks go? Quote, no weapons are allowed in sleeping or common areas. Question, does this wording seem sufficient to you? In sleeping or common areas, that's the only place it's not allowed. Guests, or quote, guests found with weapons must surrender them to security for storage or remove them from the premises. Question, where will the weapons go? Quote, sleeping or camping in vehicles is not allowed anywhere on shelter property. Question, where will the vehicles go? The unsheltered often use their vehicles as storage for their belongings. Who wouldn't want their belongings close by? But the question is, where will the vehicles go? Quote, I may face a temporary or permanent exit, especially if violence or repeat violations occur. Immediate discharge may occur if a guest poses a significant threat to themselves, others, or staff. Question, if violent, escalated, possibly intoxicated guests are asked to leave, where will they go? Zoning code necessitates that the material negative impacts be evaluated in light of what measures can be implemented to mitigate them. I propose that there is much more that can be done. I encourage the city to insist that IFS develop and implement more rigorous community measures and hold them accountable to have such measures fully functional on an ongoing basis. It may not be cheap or easy, but it can be done. I know because I have done it. The shelter can offer their valuable services and mitigate logical harm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I think we should take a break. It's been a little bit of time and I'm gonna go find an ice block to sit on. It's nice and warm in here. Let's take what, 5-10 minutes? Is 10 okay? And then, okay. Right. Okay, if we can go ahead and reconvene, we will keep on trucking here. All right, thank you very much for that. Next up on our list is Shane Harris, and I believe it's Jaewoon Lee, followed by Angela Milligan. Hi.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I want to thank you for all allowing us here to speak. Here we go again. It's been 3.5 years. One of the big things.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Shane Harris.
There we go. Thank you.
Address 3019 North 35th Street, Boise. Once again, thank you for letting us speak. One of the key ingredients for human safety is the highway department, pedestrian bridges, things like that. According to the US government, a human being's life currently is worth $13.1 million. So when you think about that, and you start thinking a bridge going across State Street may cost up to $5 million, but it would keep everybody safe. It would keep the homeless safe. It would keep the pedestrians safe going back to the park from the new 112 unit that is built right behind Taft Elementary School. So when you look at all of the density of population that is increased in our neighborhood, it would solve a lot of those problems. Homelessness is a temporary thing unless you're killed in the 21 seconds that it takes you to cross State Street. When we were doing our State Street investigations of how dangerous State Street was, 21 seconds is as long as you had to cross. The most cars that I stopped at one time were 168 cars. think about that you have 168 possibilities of dying in that 21 seconds. And that was only the 5 different times that we were there on State Street. So if you end up negotiating between the neighborhood and Interfaith Sanctuary, please add to your information that a pedestrian bridge is needed across State Street for all involved, for the neighborhood. For 100 years, it would save people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Appreciate it. Okay, Jaewon Lee, Angela Milligan, and then Terry Dillian, I think it is. Hi.
Hello, my name is Jaewon Lee, and I am at 6200 North River Point. And right now, my address is not permanent. Actually, I'm kind of in a similar situation where I'm being priced out of my rental. So I can't be where I am, but I don't have anywhere to go. Just like so, I was listening to a lot of public testimony here today. People mentioned public clamor. Beware of the public clamor. Well, that's what I'm doing right now. Is I'm doing a little public clamor, just because I'm very disappointed in all the testimony I've heard today. They were asked what happens if the shelters are full. That doesn't seem like an interfaith problem. If every single shelter in the city is full and someone shows up at their door, I don't really think they're responsible for answering that question. That's a city problem. Addiction and crime. How can someone get out of that cycle of addiction and crime? When you're homeless and you have no support, an easy way to make money is to be involved in prostitution or selling drugs. It's just the easiest thing at your doorstep. But if you have support, you might choose another avenue. This isn't going to fix the whole problem with what Interfaith is doing, but we need solutions now. We talk about it being a strain on the community and its resources. They are our community, okay? So they're entitled to those same resources. I'm sorry if they need a lot of help right now from the community and its resources, but they need that help too. And they're entitled to that. And Interfaith is a community service and a community resource. So we should support that and give them all the help that we can. We say this is a predominantly Christian neighborhood, and as a good reverend and members of SVP said, this is what Jesus would do. And Mary and Joseph, they required emergency shelter for their baby, and they had to make do with a stable. Okay, so this isn't just like a right now thing, but a community holds hands, and so many of us have defaulted to just letting go of each other and forgetting about each other, and we can't be doing that. We have to learn to hold on to each other again. It was positioned that they should be put in jail or shipped off to other cities if Interfaith can't house them. That's just asinine to me. Just because you're in house does not mean you should be shipped to another city or in jail. What message does that send of how Boise takes care of its needing community members? And we know it's not just criminals out here that are unhoused. And we keep using Utah as an example, but we're not Utah. We're Boise, Idaho. I've been here my entire life since I was a kid. Right now, I'm standing for millennials who can't speak here today and won't be here today. There's very few millennials here today, but because of your privilege and your greed, a whole generation of people are about to enter the renting market. I'm not talking about millennials, I'm talking about Gen Z, and we cannot afford this. And there's a lot of rent increases. There's a bait and switch. I heard that term. They bait you in with no application fee, first month free. And then once they get you in at those low rates, they spike you in 1 year and they raise your rent by $500, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. And every single year I've been moving to where I have nothing left so that I can move every year to avoid those rent increases. And that's exactly what I'm doing next month. So there's hundreds of us that are pouring into the rental market, and we're not coming out of the rental market. And all of you out there who are privileged enough to own a home, to just really pay attention to the fact that this isn't something you just close your eyes to and ignore forever. There are going to be people that enter that renting market, your children that you think are just going to want your house and just live there in the same place they've been their whole lives, but they're not going to want to do that. And they're going to enter the renting market and they're going to get robbed of all their money, and they're going to be homeless too. So we should support this, and we should help show other cities exactly how we take care of our people who are in need.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Okay, Angela Milligan, followed by Terry Dillian, and then Terrence Scherer. So Angela Milligan, not here, I think. Double check. Terry Dillian, and then Terrence Scherer.
Thank
Hi.
you to the commissioners. My name is Terry Dillian. I live at 3918 West Ayers. I'd like you to approve the conditional permit 2522. We need solutions for homelessness. And here we have an organization that's interested in providing solutions for people who are unhoused, not just a place to sleep for a night, not a permanent residence. Their goal is to address the root causes of homelessness not just the symptoms, where others have not chosen to step up. Stress, uncertainty, and threats to safety while experiencing homelessness increases risk for mental illness, such as anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder. The State Street Shelter provides on-site health and recovery support that helps guests stabilize and begin a path toward long-term wellness. The State Street Shelter provides job training programs, building skills that lead to employment and economic security, plus thoughtfully designed bathrooms, laundry room, and hygiene spaces that enable people who are working and experiencing homelessness to be clean and have clean clothes, which supports their success at work. Basic requirements such as having an address, an ID, a birth certificate, and professional clothing are often out of reach or not easily obtainable for people experiencing homelessness, which can keep them unemployed and homeless. The State Street Shelter provides private living spaces for families and early childhood education programs, giving kids a head start and allowing parents and children to stay together in a safe environment and experience family stability. Children who experience homelessness are more likely to experience homelessness in adulthood. Reducing homelessness potentially impacts both current and future generations. Not having a secure home environment, reliable transportation, or a quiet place to study can make learning almost impossible. In 2018-2019, the number of homeless Idaho students was 7,810. By 2023, this number rose to 9,145. These numbers are almost certainly underreporting because they do not include families who are couch surfing. A Center for Public Integrity Analysis found graduation rates for unhoused Idaho students lagged more than 20% behind the average graduation rate. The State Street Shelter provides solutions that take burdens off city and emergency services, a medical program offering on-site care for medically fragile individuals. People experiencing homelessness are at a higher rate for infectious and non-infectious diseases, and an ever-increasing number of people experiencing homelessness are aged 55 and older. And the shelter provides secure outdoor spaces where guests can gather safely, which is just one part of the comprehensive safety and security management program and shelter operations plan the State Street Shelter developed with input from neighbors and law enforcement to provide safety solutions that protect shelter guests and the surrounding neighborhood. Again, I ask you, all of us are just one large medical bill or one bankruptcy away from homelessness. So I think we all need to be considering this for ourselves, as well as for those who are currently homeless. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see. Terrence Sharer? Okay, thank you. Oh boy. The last name, is it Parrish? Yeah, there you go. That's it. Thanks, Vivian. And then I had a name underneath, but it's crossed out. I think it was Rand. Eleanor, is it Farrow? Okay, Eleanor, and then Mary Cronin.
Thank you for commissioners for letting me speak. My name is Vivian Parrish. My address is 12531 West Murchison. We still have a housing crisis in Ada County and the surrounding area. Having the wonderful resources of the new Interfaith Sanctuary shelter and resources will make a great difference for people and families to get back on their feet. Homelessness is not a choice. 20% of Idaho renters, 40,000 households, have extremely low incomes. That's 30% of area median income. Idaho has currently a shortage of 24,710 rental homes these families can afford. It's estimated that 53% of people living in homeless shelters and 40% of unsheltered people were employed, either full or part-time, in the year that people were observed homeless between 2011 and 2018. Housing is health care. Stable housing is a key deterrent factor for health. That directly impacts health outcomes. So Interfaith Sanctuary's new shelter and resources will address and provide ways so many of these people and families living in stressful conditions can get into permanent housing with the resources they need. Interfaith Sanctuary is our area's only low barrier shelter and critically important to the health of the city. A new shelter home is thoughtfully designed to reduce neighborhood impact and address their concerns. Sanctuary improves the outcomes for their guests, creating a safe, healthier, and more compassionate Boise for everyone. We need this shelter. Urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, you said Eleanor. I think I heard Eleanor. Or you are? Is that you, Eleanor?
I'm Ellen.
Okay, come on up. I'm sorry. I thought I heard that you may have left us, but you're here. Please come on up. Followed by Mary Cronin and then Paul, I think it's Guile.
My name is Eleanor Cheehee. I live in Boise, and I'm here as one of the founding members of Interfaith Sanctuary and a longtime board member. In the winter of 2005, a group of faith leaders and neighbors came together because we saw a crisis unfolding in our city. People were sleeping outside in the freezing cold, and there was no place for them to go. Back then, our mission was clear and urgent: get people inside. Over the next 2 winters, several churches offered space for people to sleep overnight. The First Congregational Church on 23rd Street was the first. Our friend Nick Guho had a building that he provided for the rest of the winter. In November of 2006, the Cathedral of the Rockies provided space in Fellowship Hall. I believe that another downtown church then provided space, and St. Michael's Cathedral had purchased the Carnegie Library and let us use the basement for the rest of the winter. We offered what we could: a safe place to sleep, breakfast, and showers at the Corpus Christi Daycare or Day Center. It was simple, but for many, it was life-saving. In the fall of 2007, we purchased the building at 1620 River Street and could then offer year-round shelter. At that time, we had no idea that Jody Peterson would come along 7 or 8 years later and do group therapy and job training and other programs for homeless people. Over the years, we've learned much about what it really takes to help people move forward. A bed at night is no longer enough. When our unhoused neighbors have nowhere to go during the day, the burden shifts onto the streets and surrounding neighborhoods. It becomes everyone's problem because people have no choice but to navigate public spaces in order to survive. This new shelter on State Street is our chance to do better for our guests and for the city. It gives people not just a place to sleep, but a safe, stable place to be day and night. It is 4 times the size of the River Street shelter and removes the daily trauma of being pushed back out in the streets every morning. It creates real opportunities for connection, healing, and progress, social services and job training, while easing the impact on our surrounding community. I am really proud of how far we've come and what this new shelter represents. It's a community that believes everyone deserves dignity, stability, and a place to belong every hour of the day.
Thank you, Eleanor. I'm going to
ask you to help us carry this mission forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your service as well.
Mr.
Mary,
Chair, can we get her full address?
oh, did we get an address from you, Eleanor? I'm sorry. Can you come up?
I'm okay. Yeah. My address, 617 Ross Street.
There we go. We're good. Okay. Okay. Mary Cronin, Paul, Guile, Leslie. I think it's Charles, I think. Hi.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mary Cronin, and I am a over 30-year resident here of the Treasure Valley. And I've been personally involved in the mission and the work of Interfaith for the last 3 years. I currently serve on the board, and drive past our new shelter location on my way to work every day. For over 19 years, I have served in healthcare and had the opportunity to tour the new site a couple weeks ago. And y'all are in the business of buildings. And so I thought I'd share a little bit of the power of a beautiful, new, hope-filled building. So one of the things that really touched on my heart is when I walked in and saw the dedicated security areas. And I visualize the peace for families and for guests, knowing that they could sleep in a place that was secure. I saw places to watch TV, play games, read a book, do laundry. I hate laundry, but having place to clean my clothes. And I envisioned our guests relaxing after a long day, getting their chores done so they could get up the next morning and go to work. I saw this unbelievable dedicated medical area for our guests to store their medications securely, for them to be able to take their children to a well child check, to access services without going to the ER for low acuity needs like a sniffle or a rash. I also saw our hospice space. I never in my life thought I would have to imagine what it would feel like to not be able to die within your own home if you wanted to, and the opportunity to die with dignity. I saw a large kitchen and a dining room, and I imagined our guests training for their future job opportunities and families having meals together around a table. I saw transitional dedicated space, and I imagined the hope and the pride in our guests' eyes as they prepared for permanent housing. The thought and the design of this building made me proud to be a member of this community. And I urge you to please approve our application so we can complete the final stage of construction on this building and move forward with making this a reality for our neighbors to use and occupy to its fullest potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we get your address? Almost so close. So close. It's my fault. I should have caught it.
1212 East Riversong Drive.
There we go. Perfect. Okay. Paul Guile, followed by Leslie Charles. I think it's Charles, and then Dave Fuji.
And I'll just say now, address, please.
Yeah.
My name is Paul Guile. I live at 4717 Willow Lane in Boise. And there's a couple of points I was going to make have already been covered, but I need to reiterate a little bit more that the trust level between the surrounding communities and interfaith is quite low. And that's why you've heard repeated requests to make every promise, everything in writing, enforceable in the CUP, if it's ever going to stick. There are a lot of wiggle room inside of these permits, and we're, as a community, a little bit afraid of that. But anyway, the application was 3.5 years ago, and if you finally give this the go ahead, you'll be taking the last steps of potentially millions of dollars worth of property damage to surrounding neighbors. I personally know a woman who lowered the price of her house $90,000 and still can't sell it. And if you go into a community, kind of bulldoze your way into a community, much as I feel Interfaith has done, and you pull out 5 million, 10 million over the next 15 years, you are never going to be welcome in that community. And that can lead to some real problems. And the people that are losing this money, they may be off their property values, but their property value is their retirement. And if you come into my retirement and pull out $90,000, I would want you in jail. But it'll take me forever to recover from that. And many of these people will never recover from that. So I guess when you look at it from a completely different perspective, a person living next to the proposed site could say, you know what, the city has decided that we need a homeless shelter more than you need your retirement income. So we are just going to do what we think is best, and sorry about that. And then they could say, well, the city needs a homeless shelter more than I need safety and security that I've had in my neighborhoods for decades. Again, this is a problem you're not going to be able to fix. You know, you have a decision. If you're going to fix anything, you probably need to do it now. And it's unfortunate, but there are people. What are you going to say to a person who 2 years from now said, "Look, I lost $50,000 off my house value. I lost $100,000 off my house value. My realtor. I live on the west side of Willow Lane Park. My realtor says I'll lose between 40 and 60 grand, and that's not my choice. That's your choice, and not necessarily you, but Interfaith and the city council have done this to our neighborhood, and it's just absolutely not fair on so many levels. I would encourage you to deny this permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gao. Appreciate it. Okay, Leslie, I believe again it's Charles and then Dave Fuji.
Hello, my name is Leslie Charles. My address is 2711 North 36th. I'm going to start this off, hopefully not with my time really quick, but I have friends on both sides of this. I have volunteered for 35 years with lots of nonprofits. I am known by name at Corpus Christi House. I have donated so much time and food and resources. And I'm changing my testimony a little bit. I was going to go off the law enforcement side, but the reason I got involved is I don't think Interfaith and its supporters have ever really toured these vulnerable Boiseans that live right next door. We're talking 25 to 30 children within 500 feet that are latchkey kids. There's families working 3 and 4 jobs just to make rent. There's a brother and sister with 5 kids under 9 years old between the 2 of them, paying $1,500, $1,600 a month for a double wide. They're barely keeping on. They're the one level above being in a homeless shelter. And one of the young gals I talked to, who is 3 adults, and I think there were 6 kids at the time, her divorce decree says she cannot move. And so they have to stay there. She has no money to move. She has lived in homeless shelters before. She's pulled herself up and doesn't want to go back. So as far as the crime thing goes, I am the wife of a retired Boise City Police Department. I did interview many law enforcement. I don't think a single one came out in support of this. I think Interfaith mission and dream shelter is fabulous. It just shouldn't be next to vulnerable other families of the same amount of number that they're going to put at risk. And they don't think they're going to do it, but they are doing it. I know a couple of people that have already moved, and they can barely afford to move, but they're saving up and they're getting out of there because they don't want to be steps from somebody hiding a weapon or drugs in their neighborhood. And yes, I have an interview with a BPD, someone that's retired that was part of the bike unit for years and years, and it does happen. So what's going to happen when children outside are playing hide and seek and someone finds that weapon and it discharges? Who's going to be responsible? Interfaith is bringing that to this neighborhood. And a lot of these kids are unsupervised during the day because, again, the parents are working multiple jobs. And I'm not talking about when I listen to the attorney about the first-time buyers that have lots of equity that are both, they're making $100,000 a year. If you take some time, you can look in Riley's trailer park and the houses right around it, and there's as many people that are vulnerable as what Interfaith will house. And then the last part of this is, I love the services that Interfaith is housing, but I was big in with Community House, and they offered exactly the same services, and it failed.
Thank you very much for coming out. We appreciate your testimony. Dave Fuji, and then I'll roll call the folks who are on the sheet that didn't testify, just to make sure. On deck after that, Marita Kirby, and then Jackie Davidson.
Cool. Okay. So my name is Dave Fuji. I'm the president of the Lake Harbor Association, and my address is 5269 West Silver Lake Lane. So the impacts of a low barrier shelter put put it in conflict with the Veterans Park Policy Guide, which has been incorporated by reference in the Boise Comprehensive Plan, particularly its goals of preserving neighborhood character and quality of life. IFS has a security plan that is internally focused and has no significant provisions to protect the neighborhood outside of its own property. That internal focus is probably the factor that made Boise's May and June 2025 memos confirm that calls for service will transfer to the neighborhood with the shelter. This heat map highlights the negative impacts of the neighborhood with the moves that IFS is proposing. This slide compares calls for drunk subjects, narcotics, liquor violations between Veterans Park on the left and Shoreline on the right. The likelihood of substance abuse spreading from the shelter into the neighborhood is a primary concern, but Interfaith has not engaged on possible ways to mitigate this. No offsite security or other measures, despite acknowledging that illegal drugs often make their way into their shelter. The policy guide has a goal to protect the existing family residential nature of the neighborhood, which conflicts with IFS's open substance abuse issues. Okay, so this slide compares calls of incidents like shooting, armed subjects, assaults, batteries, and fights with weapons between Veterans Park on the left and Shoreline on the right. This increased crime would horribly damage the residential character of the neighborhood. The policy guide has a goal of reducing burglary, vandalism, and other crimes in the neighborhood. However, this slide shows that calls of this type in the Shoreline area are significantly higher, and studies show that theft and burglary increase around emergency shelters in residential areas as compared to shelters in commercial areas. That means that it'll be worse in a residential neighborhood than it is in the commercial one that IFS is in now. As the maps show, calls of all types are significantly more prevalent in the Shoreline area near Interfaith's current shelter. Moving this call volume to this residential neighborhood would have severe negative impact on the family-friendly character of the neighborhood and the quality of life. That puts the project in conflict with Veterans Park Policy Guide and the Boise Comprehensive Plan goals. Therefore, urge you to vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Food. Appreciate it, and your written testimony as well. Thank you. Okay, just to make sure, Jane Crum, Brian Anderson, Elaine Garris, Freddie Fisherman, Joseph Bankard, Angela Milligan, and Terrence Scharer. All not here, right? Okay. Okay, we can move on to our third sheet. Marita Kirby, followed by Jackie Davidson, and then Mandy Nielsen Green.
Hi.
Hi. You
My
might
name
want to
is
adjust that microphone as you might need, however you need it.
Right.
Oh, now you broke it. It's $5,000.
Okay. My name is Marita Kirby. My address is 6288 West Philly Street. I grew up in Denver. I have lived in San Francisco. I have lived in Chicago. And I have learned from living in big cities that the mentally ill, the people who choose to be homeless, and drug addicts do not have the mental capacity to be good neighbors. You can have all the services you want, but that doesn't mean they're going to take advantage of them. One of the things I have issues with IFS is if memory serves, they went behind everybody's back to start this process. If they had acquired mediation ahead of time, they could have resolved many of these issues before reaching this point. Their attorney seems to think that mediation is not appropriate, but being a trained mediator, I know that it saves money, it saves time, It brings community together. So my question to him would be, is it just about money for you? So shit.
All right, let's watch that language.
I am all for helping people who can help themselves. And I am all for State Street Sanctuary being that kind of a shelter. But I do not think you can join mentally ill and addicts and those who choose to be homeless in the same facility. They need to be separated. If it's convenient, I can walk to downtown Boise easier than I can take public transportation. So I don't think convenience has anything to do with this. And I guess that's it. I do want to say that I do not agree. Criminalization of the homeless is unconscionable, and our legislature needs to take a look at that. But that's a whole separate issue. But I am very much against this shelter being an all-inclusive shelter. I want them to limit who lives there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Jackie Davidson, Mandy Nielsen Green, and Cora. Here we go. Hi.
Hi. Mr. Chair, committee members, thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate all the work that you put in. My name is Jackie Davidson. I live at 8107 West Canterbury Court in Boise, and I'm here in opposition to Interfaith Sanctuary relocation to the State Street location. I'm not against the Interfaith Sanctuary. I'm against the location. Previously, the Planning and Zoning denied the Interfaith Sanctuary application, stating the proposed use has a high potential for future extremely negative adverse impact surrounding neighborhood and should not be granted approval. And it just seems in comparing that previous one with this CUP 2522 that not much is different in the application. And so for these same reasons, it should be not denied again. This low barrier housing homeless shelter does not belong in the location Interfaith Sanctuary wants. Sanctuary. They have not provided how they are going to mitigate the impacts, negative impacts on the neighborhood, not to mention there have been no considerations that were addressed by the Idaho Supreme Court, including the application doesn't plan for mitigating the increase in crime. And one of the things that, maybe I'm wrong, but after the Idaho State Supreme Court decision saying that no, you couldn't build there, the Interfaith Sanctuary has continued to build. And I know that there's a building permit, but that was before the Idaho State Supreme Court. So I'm really wondering why they continue to build and if that is a violation of the law. Or should they be paying fines for that? Or, I just don't understand that. That's one of my questions. Another issue that I have is that when they were talking here with up here on the podium, they never mentioned that they were going to work with all these other shelters, but they never mentioned the Boise Rescue Mission. And the fact that they won't cooperate with the Boise Rescue Mission, put some concern on my heart that they won't have any respect or consideration for the neighbors in the area. So I'm feeling a lack of trust here. And so with that, I would ask that you deny the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming out. Appreciate it. Mandy Nielsen Green, and then Cora Edlin, and then Brenda Gilchrist. Is Mandy here? We think she left. She had something else to do. Okay. Cora, I think Cora is here, yeah. Okay, followed by Brenda Gilchrist and then Shantine? Is that it? Krasinski? Hi.
Hi. First of all, I would like to thank you for allowing me to express my opinion. And there's been something said here several times today that I'm hoping that you will consider the impact on the homeowners and the taxpayers as well. There's been a lot said about rights and privileges and this. And I feel that those of us that have been in those homes for 40 years, we have rights too. And we're hoping that you will consider our rights to feel safe in our homes. Okay, my name is Cora Estelita Edlin. I live at 5016 Willow Lane in Boise, Idaho. I submitted a document asking P&Z to deny CUP 25-0022 and CVA 25-0028. I request that you please vote no because it is unsafe to put a low barrier shelter in any residential area. I have included the articles that support the issues. Moving IFS to State Street would not solve the crime issues that were reported on the current IFS site or solve the homeless issue. It would just move it to a different area. I saw an article recently where a senator's business had been broken into by a homeless person. I read that he had smashed the front door and was lying naked on the couch. What if this had been in the home of a family with children? This article said that similar incidents have been happening for years. The senator said that 6 months ago, another one of their windows had been smashed. There was recently a mass stabbing in Salem, Oregon at a homeless shelter. I listened to the past police chief's response during the appeal to the Boise City Council about the concerns of the increased crime that could possibly occur in our neighborhood due to the IFS moving there. It sounded like there were no plans for increased protection for our homes, businesses, Willow Lane Park, or the Greenbelt. This concerns me because my son has health issues and can't drive. He likes to walk to Burger and Brew to watch football and baseball games we can't see at home. Some of those games end after dark. This means he would be walking by himself in the dark by the park and is afraid of being confronted by someone under the influence. This adds fear, stress, uncertainty, as well as an added cost and financial burden to people who may not be able to afford security measures to protect their property and family. There is now a police substation at Whitewater and State Street. Hopefully this will help with the response time to our area. Many of the guests prefer to stay on the streets rather than the shelter and go there for free meals. St. Alfonso's Hospital stated in an article that they hope the shelter was approved because they send mentally ill or unmedicated mental patients there. Again, putting our neighborhood in danger. IFS sold the property out from underneath their guests before having an approved property to go to. They announced their groundbreaking ceremony before district court announced their decision, and they applied for a loan after BPNA filed to appeal the district court decision and the Idaho Supreme Court before they had made their ruling.
Okay, I'm gonna have to have you pause. We're out of time. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, don't worry. 3 minutes goes very, very fast. But thank you for coming out and we appreciate your
Okay.
testimony. So
If you want to see the links, I have them.
we can't take that at this time. Every bit of testimony, written or oral, has been into the record, but thank you. Okay. Brenda Gilchrist, and then it's Chantel Krasinski, and then I think it's Lyle Cardoza. You're taking Brenda's place. Okay. Yeah. Are you signed up anywhere else? You might have. You know what? Why don't we do this? We'll come back and then we'll check in. We'll get to the end. I'm gonna put a bunch of notes on this one and then we'll come back. No problem. Lyle left. Okay, thank you. How about Chantel? Chantel Krasinski? No, okay. Karen Thoriver. Oh, I think we got a Karen. Here we go. Teresa Legowski. Finally getting one of them. And then Carl, I can't think, it's maybe Morris, Carl Morris. Hello.
Hello. My name's Karen Scriver. I am on the VPNA board and I live at 4035 West Garnet Street. Interface application in the staff report failed by attempting to reference house-related comprehensive plan goals in support of this project. If Interfaith were to convert their project to transitional housing or permanent supportive housing and reduce the project capacity to a density typical of those uses, our neighborhood would welcome it. As Council President Clegg stated during the April 25th, 22 deliberations on the prior application, I think it's unfair to compare the burden of this with the burden of a residential use. They are recognized in our code as much different things. And yes, if this were 205 units of affordable housing, the way we'd be thinking about it and in burden and impact and other things would be much different because it's a different use. The staff report references comprehensive plan goals NAC 9 and 9.5, which typically promotes providing single room occupancy or co-op style housing for those experiencing homelessness. GDP-5C.5 and NE-CCN 2.5, which promote high density residential, not social service, uses along corridors such as State Street, and policy SHCC 16, which promotes permanent supportive housing to end chronically homelessness and family homelessness. The staff report also refers to SHCC 15, which encourages providing technical assistance to social service providers, and SHCC 14.2, which discusses maximizing transit access to social services. However, elsewhere in Blueprint Boise in DT-CCN 1.3 and DTN-NC 3.2, maximizing access to social services is explicitly recognized as meaning to be located near the transit hub in the downtown planning area. All of these references used to justify the comprehensive plan supporting the shelter either rely mistakenly equating the access available by being in an outlying portion of a transit line to being in the downtown hub, or by misinterpreting this project as housing, not shelter. As the Shelter Better Task Force final report notes, the role of shelter and housing are distinct and should remain distinct. You can't use housing goals and policies in the comprehensive plan to support this shelter. In fact, even if we did use housing goals, goal NE-CCN 1.3 specifically calls for density in this planning area to be obtained through ADUs, duplexes, and townhomes, not high density multifamily units. In fact, it directs any higher density housing to be focused in the 30th Street Master Plan area, which does not include the site. In short, this project is not supported by the comprehensive plan, but is in conflict with goals relating to expanding social services downtown. Please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out. Appreciate it. Okay, Teresa Legowski, Carl Morris, and then Sharon Johansson.
Hi, I'm Teresa Legowski, and I live at and own 5022 West Wimosa since 2006, and I have lived in Boise since 1965. My house is about a third of a mile from the proposed low barrier homeless shelter. And I want to be very clear that I am very appreciative of what Jody and her supporters are trying to accomplish in terms of helping our unhoused neighbors amongst us. And we are an incredibly supportive neighborhood. We have Boise Christian Homes, we have State and Arthur Apartments, we have Samaritan Village Apartments, the Good Samaritan Home, the Women and Children's Women's Shelter on Willow, we have the Valor Point, we have Wiley Street Station. We're not opposed to helping homeless and low-income people in the slightest. Jody clearly states that she has zero control of what happens outside the IFS property. This means potentially rejected clients are not her concern. And if they choose to park or camp in the neighborhood, and we all know this will fall on BPD. Her response to security issues only concern her clients when they are in the IFS properties. But these are the issues that VPNA residents are concerned about. And we want to see those things in writing of what's going to happen. And we have very clear memories of an IFS behavioral reject that ended up at the Wiley Street Station apartments and the slaughter and the lives ruined that happened here, Ruya Kadir would be 10 years old now, almost to the week. And Timmy Kenner is serving 2 life sentences for his heinous crimes. So, pardon this for being a little disjointed, but anyway, some neighborhood mitigation measures might include providing neighbors with an alarm security package, cameras, and even some Narcan. In terms of this idea of fixing the sidewalk issues being such a grave hardship to IFS and too expensive or too complicated, just let me point out that very recently, True Hope Church, just a few blocks west on State Street of the proposed shelter, came before planning and zoning with plans to expand the church, and were told that they need to do almost exactly the same things to their frontage as IFS is being asked to do. And IFS claims it would be an unbearable hardship to fulfill. Well, the church said the exact same thing and they were denied. They were denied any accommodation for their perceived hardship. With this precedent set and such an obvious close proximity, we would accept planning and zoning to offer IFS the same adherence to the requirements as they had to. My neighbors have almost to 100% said that if this were not such an ill-conceived, low-barrier shelter. Oh, my, that went quick.
Thank you, Ms. Legowski. Appreciate it. Okay, Carl, I think it's Morris, followed by Sharon Johansson. And then, oh gosh, Walt Schweider, maybe? Okay, hi.
Hi.
You're Carl.
I'm Carl Morris. Live at 3100 North 36th Street. I have a myriad of concerns about this, none the least of which was when they were asked about the good neighbor plan. They stated that the applicant stated that they would work on it following the approval of this CUP. I think things were kind of taken out of turn. I think that should have been the first thing when they first looked at this neighborhood, was to see what the impact of the neighborhood was going to be. Another thing is the infrastructure. We got a fire station down the street. I believe it's Fire Station 9, and they're busy. We've got a Christian home just north of us that gets a lot of visits from the fire department. And if we didn't have those guys there in our immediate neighborhood, I don't know what would happen. I think this is going to put a lot of pressure on. And another thing, and it seems trivial, but the parking. The people that I've talked to about this, and maybe I've missed some information, is that nobody really knows the percentage of the people that are going to be staying at this place, how many of them have vehicles. Now, the number I heard was a total of 43 spaces, and a lot of that was going to be taken up by staff. That leaves 18 spaces across the street, and you've got 205 beds. So let's just guess that 25% are going to have a vehicle. So you've got 18 spaces for 50 vehicles. They're going to park in the neighborhood. I mean, this is our neighborhood. And I understand plight. I feel for you folks having to render a decision tonight on this. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. But these things we have to look at because we're the neighbors. We're in that neighborhood and we're going to be impacted by this project. And it's forged on. The Supreme Court downed it. And they forged on. And I don't get it. So That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Appreciate it. Okay, Sharon Johansson. No. Okay, I think it's the last name Schweider, Schwider. No. And then I have Chantel again, Krasinski. She really wanted to testify, but she left. So, Jose, is it Bocanegro? Yep. Okay, great. Come on up. And then Nathan Smith.
Hey, y'all heard my name? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, y'all heard my name. I'm at 1620 West River
Can
Street.
you just repeat it for the record, though, for us?
Yeah, Jose Miguel Bocanegra.
There we go.
Yes, I am a guest at Sanctuary. So I'm also active in the art collective. And I brought this to show you. I did this in the shelter. And this kind of art, you can't, if it's chaos and they're chaotic, you can't do this art in a wild place. And you all saw it, yeah. And so a lot of people are in here complaining and that they do care, but I haven't seen none of them in there, at least volunteering for a day for a few hours to see what's going on. And I think if you're going to talk the talk, you should walk the walk and start off by coming and checking it out and not he said or she said, or what's going on in Oregon. The people in Oregon are the people in Oregon, and that you feel threatened by our presence. There's guys and people in the sanctuary who are vets. Some of them have gone off to war, and they would be what do they have to lose? They would be if anything were to happen, they would be the first there to help you. But then again, you guys are worried about financial things, so it sounds like people they care about losing their money, and everybody's included. I have my icons. I'm Orthodox. I have my icons right above my bunk, and I pray and I kiss them every day. Nobody says anything, and I talk about Jesus all the time with other people. But I respect people that don't want to hear it. Also, I go somewhere else. My symbol of faith. I believe in one God, Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, and of all the things visible and invisible, and in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, begotten of the Father before all ages, light of light, true God of true God, begotten, not created, of one essence with the Father, through whom all things were made, who for us men and for our salvation came down from heaven and was incarnate of the Holy Spirit and the Virgin Mary and became man. He was crucified for us under Pontius Pilate. He suffered and was buried, and he rose on the third day, according to the scriptures. He ascended into heaven and is seated at the right hand of the Father, and he will come again with glory to judge the living and dead. His kingdom shall have no end. And in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the creator of life, who proceeds from the Father, who together with the Father and the Son is worshipped and glorified, who spoke through the prophets. In one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, I confess one baptism for the forgiveness of sins, and I look for the resurrection of the dead and the life of the age to come. Amen. And Christus Rex.
Okay, thank you. Nathan Smith, followed by Morgan Bernal. Bernal?
Hello, my address again is 12744 North 11th Avenue, Boise, Idaho. My name is Nathan Smith, and I serve as the Director of Operations for Interfaith Sanctuary. Thank you for the opportunity to present here today and to allow me to express my strong support for this reimagined shelter. A lot of the opinions and points that I had prepared have been covered, so I won't repeat all of them. But I do want to take advantage of this opportunity to thank Boise City staff, Boise Police Department, Boise Fire Department, the neighborhood associations, all for contributing to this think tank of allowing us to refine, build, refine, strengthen our operations and security plan. that we submitted with the application. These manuals were built not just on best practices, but on what works for Boise. They are not done. They will be ever evolving. They're not perfect. And we pointed out some things that already need to be updated. I want to point out one example of working with BPD. They toured, they reviewed our plans for cameras, lighting. They suggested modifications to the exterior lighting on the west side of the building, the front of the building. These changes were made to improve visibility. That is the sort of collaboration that we've engaged with in our community partners. I share that because there are a lot of them, and Interfaith Sanctuary has pulled in as many community partners as possible, including Terry Riley, Full Circle Health, Catch, CWI, St. Luke's, just to name a few. I want to revisit because I think it's an important difference. We've heard that this new reimagined shelter is no longer an emergency drop-in site. It's a structured, secure, program-based facility. Guests come through a referral process with a managed wait list and are only admitted during scheduled daytime intake hours, which, as you now know, are 8 to 5. There's no walk-up access to shelter or food. There are no lines going to be forming outside. Once admitted, guests are assigned to a specific program, a secured area of the building, and case management. This is a meaningful shift from how our current emergency shelter operates. We understand it may take time for the broader community to see it that way, but the change is real and it's intentional. This shift will lead to more stability in the lives of our guests, and therefore fewer EMS calls that result from daily trauma and the unpredictability of their current lives. I'm not going to go over some of the other highlights. We've talked about safety. We've talked about our 24/7 sort of other components in our operations. I just want to conclude with a thought, which is we truly believe it's possible to uphold both public safety and human dignity. And that's what we put together in this and believe this shelter can be. Everything that we've planned is aimed at minimizing neighborhood impact while maximizing the impact we can have in the lives of the people we serve every day.
Okay, great. Thank you. Morgan Bernal. And at that point, we'll take a quick 5. Actually, one more after you, but let's go with you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Morgan Bernal, 5707 North Markcliff Avenue, Boise. I am the Hotel Shelter Director at Interfaith Sanctuary, and I will become the Director of the Family Shelter at the proposed shelter home on State Street. I strongly urge you to approve this project. Since joining Interfaith as a case manager in 2016, I've observed some significant changes in how both Interfaith Sanctuary and the Boise community address homelessness. A notable shift occurred in 2020 when we moved our families with children and medically fragile individuals into a hotel shelter due to COVID-19. The hotel shelter model transformed our approach to service delivery, providing guests with private rooms and the ability to stay indoors all day, significantly accelerated their path to stability compared to traditional dorm-style shelters. As a result, we saw a significant decrease in 911 calls and emergency room visits. I apologize for not having the stats readily available, but I genuinely cannot remember how long ago the last call for emergency services was from our hotel shelter program. But I know it has been over a year since the last time we called for a violent or drug-related crime. In fact, most of the time when Boise police officers respond to a call for our program, they state that they did not know we were even there. I cannot speak to how many calls come from the Red Lion itself, but our program doesn't even occupy 10% of the rooms in the hotel. And I cannot wait until our families and medically fragile guests are not exposed to that environment anymore. Additionally, since moving into a hotel shelter setting, guest behavior has improved so dramatically that staff can dedicate more time to case management and activities that contribute to a sense of normalcy and an improved quality of life for families and individuals experiencing homelessness. The proposed new shelter on State Street effectively replicates these benefits by offering private dorms for families, 3 meals a day, 24/7 access to safe shelter, and classrooms where we can offer developmentally appropriate activities for each age group. As an example, one year we had about 10 preteens who were struggling to follow shelter policies. We decided to convert one of our hotel rooms into a classroom for ages 10 and up to have group time a few nights a week. We saw improved behavior almost immediately. The kids had a safe place to discuss their shared experiences, and our staff had the opportunity to learn more about their individual needs than ever before. We have seen this positive impact replicated repeatedly in our work at the hotel shelter. When families and individuals have access to stability and support, behavior improves and everyone begins to truly benefit from the progress we can support. I strongly believe that by offering more activities that allow each person to connect in some way, we can draw them into a community that they enjoy being a part of and want to contribute to. This makes my job as a shelter director and my staff's jobs much easier, which simply means it is easier to help people. This is why two of the things I am looking forward to about the new shelter are the private and semi-private rooms and the on-site classrooms. I strongly feel that the proposed design is exactly what is needed to make the biggest impact in our guests' lives.
Thank you for testifying. I know it's not easy.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank you.
Okay. Hey, Brenda Gilchrist's friend, it's your turn. Come on up. Tell us who you are, and I guess you're speaking on behalf of Brenda. You're going to do, okay, that sounds good too. We'll get you down.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lynn Bradescu, a Boise resident and a realtor with 25 years of experience. My address is 919 North 21st Street. I also serve on the Boise City 80 County Housing Authority. I'm here to address the proposed interface sanctuary relocation and its impact on Veterans Park neighborhood property values and rentals. My experience shows that this location for a low barrier shelter threatens adjacent homes and rentals. The three most important words in real estate are location, location, location. As a realtor, I've worked with several clients looking in this neighborhood's price range since 2021 when the shelter was first announced. But I haven't placed anyone here because every single client has declined to see listings near the proposed shelter, specifically because they don't want to live near a low barrier homeless shelter. In fact, the last client I placed in this neighborhood before the shelter was announced has since contacted me to share their concerns about the shelter moving to the neighborhood. This client was able to stretch to get into their first home in this neighborhood, but they aren't able to find a comparable home elsewhere at price point that matches what they could get for their home. Its value on the market would be depressed by the shelter. I also had a client contact me to sell their property in the neighborhood because even a couple of streets away from the shelter, they were having trouble finding renters willing to commit to the house. A New York Budget Office 2019 study and a new 2025 paper both found that emergency shelters impact surrounding home values by 5 to 7%. The 2025 paper adjusted for the tendency of shelters to be sited in low-income areas where home values are already lower than the surrounding area and still found a measurable effect. The 2019 study also assesses impacts where homes are within 1,000 feet of two emergency shelters, as in the case in the Veterans Park neighborhood, if the shelter is approved. And there was an extra 17% decline in property values. This is consistent with myself and my realtor contacts are observing in Veterans Park, especially in the homes closest to the shelter. I've spoken with colleagues who have listed properties adjacent to the shelter, and they are uniformly receiving feedback from prospective buyers that they aren't submitting offers because of the shelter going in next door. As I said before, location, location, location. And I noticed that there's a sign up there that says, one city, one team for the greatest good. You have to decide what is the greatest good for everyone in the city of Boise. And I would actually adamantly ask you to please deny this request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's take a quick 5. I know there's some more folks in chambers who want to testify, and then we'll get into the online list. And there's a lot of people on this list who have already testified. So anyway, 5 minutes, we'll come back. Okay, let us reconvene. Okay, let me do this. Is there anybody in the chambers who has not testified who would like to testify? Now, some of you, let me clarify before we get moving, and did not sign up online. Okay, let me work off that list then, and we'll come back to that. So, all right, let's do this. Let's go off of our sign up sheet that was from online, and then we'll work through it. So some of these names have already testified. And if you have, obviously, then you've had your 3 minutes. But let's move on. Tracy Kreitz. I don't recall that name. And I don't see Tracy in chambers or raising a hand online. Let me make sure. Yeah, no rising to the top. And before anybody does testify, just as a reminder, you don't have to. If your subject has been covered, you're more than welcome to decline. Christine Gleason. Oh, we do have a Christine. Okay. Followed by, I know Terry Crozier already testified. Lori Brunier after that. She testified. Thank you for that.
Hi, Christine Gleason, 1816 West Potter. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, this is a really complex issue and some hard decisions you've got to make, but here's my little piece of it. I grew up here in Boise's North End along with my younger brother, and we both graduated from Boise High, and he went to college, and then he served in the Navy during the Vietnam War. And he came back from that, not quite the same, but still was a smart, funny, caring, generous guy. But throughout his life here in Boise, he had a lot of times when he had no home. And that was even with family in town to help him. And he always worked, but life was hard a lot of the time. And a shelter like this would have made a big difference for him. But he would never have come here to testify. He thought that all his problems he brought them on himself, and he wouldn't have come here to advocate for himself. So I came. I know that you've got some tough decisions, but I've been listening to a lot of people, and understandably, they're worried about their house value and their homes. But, my brother's dream would have been to have one of those houses for a minute, for a day. And he didn't get the chance. So I hope that in making your decision, you will lean towards the people who aren't here to testify for themselves or to to advocate for themselves. So I think that's pretty much it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think, did David Shirtliff already testify? That name? Oh, you're Dave. Obviously you have not. Come on up. Followed by, I believe it's going to be Valentine Decker. Nailed it.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I'm David Shortliff. I live at 2609 North 36th Street, and I'm here to confirm my support for Veterans Park, Sunset, Gloucester, and Northwest neighborhoods' continued objection to the Interfaith Sanctuary low barrier shelter in the old Salvation Army building. No one doubts Ms. Peterson-Steiger's motivation to help people or the creativity of architect Erstad's design, improving the look of a mundane commercial building. However, none of that changes the mountain of reasons, objections, and facts presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council in the first COP application. It is still a low barrier shelter and all that goes with it that has been problematic in other jurisdictions as previously presented. This commission's work finding against the first CUP application was thorough. The city staff wrote erroneously saying the commission was arbitrary and capricious in its work. The city council then reversed this commission. We four neighborhoods all went all the way to Idaho Supreme Court, which exonerated this commission, and then said the city council was in fact arbitrary and capricious in its findings. Not liking this result, the city council changed the rules introducing the de novo concept of law, allowing the council to introduce new, previously unheard testimony and data not allowed under the previous ordinance. This commission approved the de novo change while recognizing it made it effectively irrelevant. All of this begs the questions. Why did Interface Sanctuary purchase the property before gaining P&Z approval? A private developer would secure an option on a property subject to jurisdiction approval. With multiple possible alternative locations, why was the Salvation Army property deemed the only option? Was there some assurance given before the fact? What role, if any, did the developers of the large mixed-use project for the Shoreline District called Midtown play? There was a time in Boise when neighborhoods had strong sway regarding these issues. The character of Boise will change forever to the Portland-Seattle model, not favored by most Boiseans. Consider, in addition to the Interface Sanctuary, the Northwest neighborhoods fight against the city to maintain its low-density rural character. Single houses demolished to make way for multifamily buildings on Boise Avenue and Highland Avenue. The 6-story multifamily 8th and Franklin Streets. The city's push to add multifamily housing to the Catholic Diocese Chancery being built at 8th and 4th Street. For all of the reasons foregoing, please deny this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, Valentin Decker? Nope. Okay. No online. Oh, but there you are, online. Okay. See you there. Valentin Decker, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead, and once we've got your communication, same thing, name and address for the record, and same thing applies, 3 minutes to testify.
Hello, my name is Valentin Decker. I live at 5001 Wymosa Street, Boise. The people at Interfaith are only concerned about the safety of their guests and what happens on their property. But you, the people on the Planning and Zoning Commission, should be worried about what happens to the neighborhood. The amenities of this neighborhood are at great risk. The Greenbelt and all the parks that are close to our houses stand a very real chance of not being usable. My kids have been biking home from Esther Simplot almost since that park opened about 8 years ago. And they're 10 and 12. They won't be allowed to do that anymore. They need to have supervision. I go skating and scootering with them at roads sometimes, and I would never leave them there alone until they're like 15. But now that is what's going to happen to the playground that's closest to my house and the Greenbelt all along the way for probably a mile in either direction and maybe more. And I think that it's your responsibility to ensure that that doesn't happen. And you need to do everything you can to make sure that doesn't happen. And I think the list of conditions needs to be in the triple digits for that to happen. And if you're not doing everything, then you're not doing enough. The safety of our kids is the main concern that all of the parents have. And I know that many families have already moved away, some on our street, some on the next street over, and lots on the next street over from us. And I have lived here for almost 11 years, and I would like to live here for another 30, but I don't see that that's going to happen for anybody who has the means to leave. And that's a shame. And I think that the reason why we have planning and zoning commissions is to make sure stuff like this doesn't go in. If somebody wanted to open up a hog farm, that wouldn't be allowed because it would have too much impact in smell and noise and trucks and whatever. And this would probably have less impact than a hog farm, but the fact that it's like in that level of people don't want to live next to a freeway. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, next up, Rafael Lopez and then Vivian Parrish. I'm sorry. You did. Okay. Appreciate it. Rafael, not online, not in person. Rafael Lopez. Okay. Dwayne Anders, and then I think, did Andrew Scoggin already? Is not. Okay. You are Dwayne? All right. Thank you, Dwayne. Thanks for joining us.
Sure. Dwayne Anders, 863 East Harcourt Road. I'm the pastor at Boise First United Methodist Church, Cathedral of the Rockies, and we've been a long-term partner, one of the first partners with Interfaith Sanctuary. We so believe in this mission, we've given over $100,000 for this new facility. We also open our doors every day to those who are experiencing homelessness. We have children in our building every day. We've done this for over 20 years. We've not had issues to call the police. We have not had to chase people out of our lobby. Folks sit in our lobby to cool down or to warm up, to charge their phone. Many folks from Interfaith Sanctuary. We find this a great partnership. We will continue to be partners and work through issues that come up, and just encourage you to vote in support of this. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Andrew Scoggin and then Nick Guho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Andrew Scoggin, 1104 East Warm Springs. I am the president of the board of Interfaith Sanctuary, and a lot of heartfelt and thoughtful comments have been made tonight, but much of what the initial opposition and continued opposition is based on our statistics. And as was in the case in previous hearings, statistics presented by the opposing party have been provided somewhat out of context, often with critical data left unsaid. Because the opposition are relying on their presented statistics to convince this determining body, it's important to look at those statistics critically, and when you do, they generally don't say what VPNA would like them to say. Because of obvious time limitations, I'll single out the red line call statistics newly presented by VPNA tonight as one illustrative but certainly not exhaustive example of how a quick review crumbles the foundation of what appears on its face to be an alarming trend, but which is not real in reality the shocking scenario it's intended to display. So first, much was made of the rise in calls at the Red Lion Hotel site after Interfaith Sanctuary began supportive services there. The Red Lion shelter staff that's presented tonight are both in a posit and actually feel a little bit disingenuous coming from those who know of the existence of facts that have been left unsaid. First, left unsaid is that the Red Lion Hotel was vacant prior to being put into use as a shelter. This use was initiated as a request by the City of Boise Interfaith Sanctuary. Obviously, going from completely vacant to fully populated will almost certainly lead to more calls, but that context was not provided. Second, the Red Lion shelter was put into action in response to the COVID pandemic, as requested by the city to Interfaith Sanctuary, because the city didn't have the capacity or resources to deal with the pandemic's demands. And as we all know, spikes in health issues increased dramatically citywide, statewide, nationwide as a result of at the onset of the COVID pandemic, and wouldn't of necessity have increased health service demands and public service calls at the Red Lion as well, but that was left unsaid. Third, public service calls are not of equal value, meaning that calls regarding crime versus health pose very different issues and responses, but we're only presented with the catch-all term calls, and maybe more importantly, VPNA has not provided statistics on how many of the calls resulted in criminal convictions. As the Reverend, who spoke earlier, correctly stated, calls can go up as a result of misperceptions or even nefarious intentions. Calls are not a good proxy for actual unlawful behavior, but useful numbers like actual convictions have never been included in any of the opposing parties' presentations over the years. Finally, the Red Lion Hotel remains, per the city's continuing request to us, the site for the housing of all of our medically fragile, including our hospice guests. So medical calls will of necessity continue to be significantly higher than locations with non-medically fragile populations. That was also left unsaid. This same type of simple analysis also quickly undermines stats applied by the opposition to the River Street location, Utah shelters, and other shelters. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Nick Guho.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Nick Guho, 391 West State Street. I happen to be the general contractor who's building the shelter. People today have asked about the corridor and why the improvements aren't going to be made. And the reason for that is that there's a master plan by ACHD for the State Street corridor, as well as in conjunction with CCDC. And we have done hundreds of projects. And that's part of the future project expansion, is to prove the State Street corridor. Tonight, a lot of questions have been asked, why the State Street location? Way back when we were at Jefferson and started the first building, we moved to River Street, and we basically outgrew the facilities at River Street. And the reason that the program has morphed into such a success is all the supportive programs that they have. One of the current programs is that they have a trailer for project recovery, and everybody's worried about alcoholics and drug addiction. Well, the sanctuary is dealing with that in-house, currently in a trailer. And at the new facility, they have multiple rooms and counseling that they're going to be able to do all of this in-house. I asked if you could bring up that sheet. Okay, on the landscape plan, one of the reasons for the site location, we visited many sites, and the reason that we zoned in on the Salvation Army site is the amount of land. A normal housing unit is a building, and it has a parking lot, but it doesn't have supporting land behind it. In this facility, we were able to have an entire park area for both the single men and women and the families, which can be separated. And so that one of the biggest problems with the recovery of alcoholics and drug addiction is that when they are let out on the street in the day, they are faced with the elements of society and they don't have a safe place to stay. So at this facility, they're actually going to be able to stay here 24/7 and get recovered and move on. Another thing that wasn't mentioned tonight is the incentive housing. There are 15 separate rooms for men and 10 separate rooms for women, so that if they get a job during the day and do not have the money to get an apartment, they can save the money and live in a private separate room and go to their job during the day, save up the money, and then they can get out of assisted housing and they can support their own housing. One of the original budgets was $3 million when we secured the property. With all the conditional uses, we
I'm going to have you pause right there.
I approve. See you.
Well played, though. Well played. Okay, the next person on the list is just one name, and it's KUHN, and I see that person online, and I'm gonna guess is next, and then followed by Elizabeth Kahn. Say K, is it? I think it's, is it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, hand is raised. There we go.
Thanks. Hi, my name's Tanya Kuhn. I live at 4510 Willow Lane. Yes, please, let's talk data. We have to be kidding ourselves if we think that the population that IFS serves, even if it is the minority, does not come with a real threat to the immediate community. Jody Peterson in the initial planning and zoning was specifically asked, if somebody shows up and needs a meal out of your 3 meal a day kitchen, will you turn them away? And the answer is no. Even their attorney today suggested that they continue to open up their day facilities for support. Guaranteed, people will be living in our community by the Greenbelt, in the forest, walking through our property and streets, getting meals and day support there, no matter what is said. It is not going to be policed. Under Boise City Code, this application cannot, quote, create any material negative impacts on the provision of public services, unquote, and, quote, must promote the efficient use of land, resources, and existing infrastructure. In 2022, Chief Lee testified that travel time alone to this location would increase Boise Police Department 1.5 full-time officers. Even if bike patrol were deployed from the new Whitewater station instead of downtown, biking time is at least 3/4 that from downtown, suggesting a 1.1 full-time officer need. That time loss is only the commute. It doesn't account for the potential total number of calls for service to increase when a high impact use is put into a new area, as Chief Lee testified. He expected this move to form a, quote, new hotspot for police services, and this is data, while the downtown area would also likely continue high call volume. Despite the police department being at full staffing in 2025 for the first time in years, recent Boise Dev reporting highlighted that concerted efforts to step up patrols to address ongoing complaints in Shoreline resulted in a $227,000 overtime charges March to June 2025. And that's a fully staffed police department. How can they provide the presence in two hotspots while also dealing with new inefficiencies due to commuting and residential setting? They've continued to testify, Boise Police Department, that if the shelter goes in, they anticipate a new need for a substation nearby. The records show that the downtown substation, which was opened in 2020 at a $4.3 million cost, was specifically built to be near interfaith. 2025 Boise Police Department comment letter said it best, quote, to effectively address an increase of calls for service in the proposed area, Boise Police Department limited resources will be impacted, unquote. This application does not meet decision criteria. It will, quote, negatively impact the provision of police services and does not, quote, promote efficient use, unquote, of police resources and infrastructure. You have to deny this application. The blood's going to be on your hands.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you for your testimony. Elizabeth Kahn. I think I saw that name online. Yep, I still do. Delay after Elizabeth Kahn is Rhonda Larson. I don't see Rhonda. Oh, hi. Okay, Elizabeth looks like has gone to the top of the queue.
Great. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. First of all, let me start by thanking you for all your work on this project and for listening to my testimony tonight. Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Kahn. I live in the Collister neighborhood and my address is 5919 Westport Lane. I am concerned about the negative impact this will have on the Community Activity Center estate in Collister, which begins about 1,000 feet from the proposed shelter and will be a magnet area for the shelter since it includes destinations the shelter promotes to its guests, like the thrift store and the library. It's well established that the shelter will have a negative impact on surrounding businesses. In 2022, Mr. Wardle testified that the shelter would negatively impact businesses, saying, I believe the issues we're talking about are inherent in a low barrier commercial setting. And the Planning and Zoning Commission found in 2021 that this project would be in conflict with goals EC31 and EC32 of the comprehensive plan. These two policies are set forth to safeguard the investments made by existing business owners from adverse impacts and financial harm of future land use and development decisions. Our Collister neighborhood plan underlines that commercial mixed-use nodes along State Street and businesses that serve the Collister residents' needs should be supported. Goal NWCCN 1.2 also promotes economic development opportunities along the State Street corridor and calls for new development to complement existing services available on State Street. The inherent issues with low barrier shelters put it in direct conflict with the comprehensive plan goals for State Street, community activity nodes, and the Collister and Veterans Park neighborhood plans. The businesses along State Street have a valid economic interest and investment-backed expectation that will be placed at risk by this type of use based on the data, facts, and photos that have been submitted as evidence into the record for the properties near the current shelter location. Nothing in the site security plan indicates that those inherent issues with low barrier shelters will be resolved in this location. Please deny this application as it is in conflict with the comprehensive plan and it will negatively impact surrounding uses. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks for joining us. Okay, Rhonda Larson, and then it's like Nikki Vogel.
My name is Rhonda Larson, and I'm the property owner with a home next to the proposed State Street site. My address is 4197 Plum Street. I'd like to share my personal experience of trying and failing to sell my home after City Council approved the CUP for this 205 low barrier homeless shelter in 2022. My home is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, single family house, and it shares 100 feet of property line with the proposed site. My bedroom window is 10 feet away. With safety concerns for my grandchildren, my husband and I decided to sell our home. We put it on the market January 2023. We had over 60 showings in the first 43 days and another 35 showings after 2 rounds of price cuts. Ultimately, we cut our price by more than $100,000 from the market value that our realtor estimated from comps. Yet we received 0 offers, despite being one of the cheapest homes in Boise at $349. Buyers did their research. They saw how much crime was at the current shelter's location, and they refused to take the risk in buying our house. One realtor received feedback from over half of the showings. Although they acknowledged the house was in great shape, all buyers drew back because of the homeless shelter at the fence line. When selling failed, we turned to renting. At first, the response was very overwhelming. We had hundreds of calls for rentals because we were below market. We were a 3-bedroom home that was under $1,200. Every single applicant withdrew when they learned that the shelter was going to be next door. I had a former resident of IFS tell me that they would never live that close and that it wasn't safe. I even had a former social worker that told me that no family should ever live that close to IFS. After hundreds of calls, we ultimately found a tenant who just let me know last week that they are moving out, and that's at 40% below market rate. I don't believe this situation is fair to the homeowners. We worked really hard to invest in our homes, and we expected to feel safe in them. This shelter has impacted my property, and the installation of the wall was nice, but we can still hear on the other side of it. I'm asking you to please deny this application because the impact is too great for our neighborhood and my family. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Okay, Nikki Vogel, and then it looks like Richard Fritzley.
Hello, Nikki Vogel, 7822 West Mojave Drive. I am the director of Project Wellbeing, which is our mental health program at Interfaith Sanctuary. And I think everything that I had written has been talked about, so I'm just going to kind of skip to a story. Let me skip there, sorry. So this story illustrates the profound potential this new facility has. Shiloh, a bright and determined teenager, has been living at our shelter and actively participates in Project Wellbeing. The Idaho Statesman just featured a story about Shiloh. Despite the instability of his living situation, Shiloh has excelled. He's now working, saving money, and has even enrolled in college. Shiloh's journey is a testament to the power of support and opportunity. His story is just one of so many. Representing the process of healing and growth and the quiet victories happening every single day behind these walls. In the 6 years that we have been running Project Wellbeing, every person who has participated in the program with all the wraparound services we've offered has successfully been housed and has not returned to homelessness. Imagine how many more people we could empower with a facility that gives us both space and time to address human needs more comprehensively. This new shelter is an investment in the health, safety, and future of Boise. It will allow us to provide the resources, care, and dignity necessary to help our most vulnerable neighbors. And not just to survive, but thrive. I urge you to approve this conditional use permit and help us build a stronger, more compassionate community for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. Okay, Richard Fritzley, I do see online, followed by Stephanie Day, I think, and then Julie Robinson, which might be a repeat. Yep, Julie Robinson is a repeat. Okay, so Richard Fritzley is online, raising hand. I think we're close.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. I debated whether really to testify tonight or not, as I feel it's probably an uphill battle and a foregone conclusion. But I'd just like to say a few things in addition to the written testimony I've already submitted. I've heard a lot of people for the shelter denigrate those against, thinking we're careless or don't care about homeless people, don't have compassion. That's not true. I'm really opposed to this shelter as it's currently constituted. One change, I think, would evaporate opposition for the most part to the shelter. And that's the 25% or more of the shelter capacity is for single people. And that's where the worries lie. It's not that people are afraid. It's just a statistical fact. If the shelter was for the medically fragile and for parents with children, that would be no problem whatsoever. But there will be problems with so many single who are not required to be in programs or be coming to the shelter every day, dropping contraband, I'll just use that word, in places that they can't store at the shelter and picking it up. I think businesses at risk. You've heard from people whose property values are at risk. I think you're going to greatly impact the walkability and bikeability of those of us who live close to the shelter, going down to the restaurants that are in that neighborhood. You're just imposing a huge undue burden on a very small population of people who, for the most part, don't have the means to fight back. Even after their surprising win of the Idaho State Supreme Court, what happened is the rules of the game are just changed, and yes men are on the P&Z people commission and on the city council. I hope that you will think seriously about writing conditions that will hold IFS accountable for the negative impacts, and then have the backbone and the willingness to support those conditions and hold IFS accountable when the negative externalities do come to pass. Thank you.
Okay, Stephanie Day. I see your hand online, so that's going to work out. And then Lorraine Fuji, maybe online, I'm not sure. Okay, but first up is Stephanie Day.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I am the executive director of Catch. Our address is 503 South Americana Boulevard in Boise, 83702. And I wanted to speak to the intake process for interfaith. I know a lot of folks are voicing concerns about low barrier shelter, which was the former application, not this current application. But the current way that the shelter is structured with this new application, folks will be coming through a waitlist process. The shelter is going to be instantaneously full as soon as it opens. And then there will be those of us that man the housing crisis hotline and the other shelters, the day shelter Corpus Christi, that will be referring people over through the data management system, HMIS, it was mentioned before. So there will be it's actually not a low barrier shelter at this point in time with all of the restrictions that have been placed on interfaith for the new project. There will be a wait list. And just to let you guys know right now, what we're doing for folks who come to us that there's no room at the shelter anyway, we are directing them to designated camping areas or other shelters that might have overflow capacity. So I personally, having worked with the folks experiencing homelessness in our community for like 18 years, I don't have concerns that folks will be hanging out in that neighborhood. There's really nothing there for them. Corpus is still downtown. The Boise Rescue Mission and Catch are still downtown. Folks that can't access shelter will more likely be down where resources are, and we will be helping them navigate where they can stay if they have to be unsheltered. So just wanted to speak to that part of it and the fact that in general, all of the service providers are working together really hard to try to make sure that we're supporting interfaith and making this project a success as well. And we thankfully have a very collaborative social service network here and lots of strong partnerships, which I think make things go really smoothly overall in our system. So just wanted to say I am in support of the CUP. I believe that all of us have really well thought this through at this point and have a good plan. And we'll take each day as it comes, adjusting as we need if things that are unexpected happen. But it's actually a very well thought through, structured process now for intake at the shelter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephanie. Lorraine Fuji, followed by Becky Newberry. Becky, I see you online. I don't know. I don't see Lorraine either in person or online, though. I don't think. Let me double check. No, I do not. One more call for Lorraine. Okay, we'll go ahead and move forward to Becky Newberry and then Deacon Thomas Dominic.
Hi, my name is Becky Newberry. My address is 8907 West Creighton Drive in Boise. I did leave a comment, but it is nice that you would allow me to speak also in person. I think I feel very strongly in favor of this proposal because of my association with another group that is also concerned about affordable housing, and that's the LEAP housing people. Our church, King of Glory Lutheran, is in partnership for creating some affordable housing that's going to be behind our actual building area. And we did appear before the planning and zoning, I believe it was last fall, and was very favorably impressed with the whole process. But I personally support Interfaith Sanctuary monthly myself, and am proud to call myself a member of the frontline group as well in support of this project. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Newberry. Appreciate it. Next up, Deacon Thomas Dominic, followed by Stacy Ann White. I'm sorry?
Dominic already spoke.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that catch. So Stacy Ann White. Okay, great. Ernest Garcia after that, and then Steve Getline, I think it is.
Yeah, Ernest
Okay.
left. He's left the building.
Who did you say that was?
Ernest
Okay.
Garcia.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi.
Hi, my name's Stacy White. I'm 618 South Opal, Boise, Idaho. I am the Director of Case Management at Interfaith Sanctuary for the Emergency Shelter and our Medically Fragile program. It's something all written out, but we've covered a lot of those topics. There was a lady in red back here that felt like there was a lack of trust because we haven't talked about the rescue mission. And so I was going to just.
Can I have you address us? You
Yep,
can
absolutely. So I
speak
just.
that way, but
So we work really closely, almost daily, with our community partners at the rescue mission. When we had to phase the hotel down from 57 rooms to 14, Morgan and I had weekly meetings with the rescue mission and how we were going to either work on a housing solution or what potential placement would look like within their shelters. So we work really closely with them. We also work really closely with them in our public outreach meetings. We work really closely with them in meetings with Catch. And so we're on the phone daily with them. So we do work really, really closely with those partners. We're willing to work through behaviors where people might not be able to stay with them, but can't stay with us, and what that would look like for them to get back into shelters. So again, we work very, very closely. I think a lot of what has been said today is also a lot of negative things, but I think there's a lot of positives in our programs, and some of that is the outcomes. Last year in my program, the medically fragile, I housed 25 people sustainably. It takes time. There's limited housing for them, but they're sustainably housed. Their health has improved, and they have not returned to homelessness. Morgan's program, they did 15 families, 54 family members are housed, and they have not returned to homelessness. Within the shelter, it's 35 people last year, which doesn't sound like a lot. There's a lot too that exit that we don't really know where they went to, but there's 35 people that are housed. So there's positive outcomes that come from programming, whether that's recovery, whether that's mental health with Nikki's program and case management. So there are good things that come from what we do. Thank you.
okay, thank you very much. Steve Getline and then Jessica Abbott. Steve, online or in chambers? Doesn't look like it. Double check. Nope. Okay, last call, Steve. Okay, Jessica Abbott. I also don't see. Oh, you're here. Okay, great. Followed by Denise Peruzzi. That name sounds familiar. No, maybe not. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jessica Abbott. I am the Executive Director for Corpus Commons, also known as Corpus Christi House. And our address is 525 South Americana Boulevard here in Boise. A lot has been discussed tonight, so I'm going to go off script a little bit here and also follow up in support of what Stephanie Day just mentioned as the Executive Director of Catch. We are working closely. One of the main issues we've heard about is the intake process, is the wait list. How do we mitigate those concerns? Because everybody here has valid concerns, and this needs to be solution focused. I see the concern on all sides, and our goal is to come to solutions as a community, not pit one against the other. We want positive outcomes. I think people need to understand a little bit of how shelter system works, how the partners work. For us, we are the only daytime shelter right now, the only year-round daytime shelter, and that puts a huge strain on us. We're able to do this with the partnerships that we have with Catch, with Boise Rescue Mission, with Interfaith Sanctuary, with our Path Home, but it takes all of us working together, BPD, all of our mental health partners. When we try and meet that need, there are many things that have to happen. I've heard tonight about turning interfaith or this new space into, well, we should focus on housing and rapid rehousing and permanent housing. Those things are being worked on, but those things take time. You have to have an emergency hub. You have to have a place where people start when they come off traumatized into our shelter on a daily basis because they've lost their job, they've lost their housing. They can't believe this is happening to them. There has to be a starting emergency place. I call us triage in a way. We have to start somewhere. And what Interfaith is doing is focusing on solutions. This new facility has been thoughtfully designed with input from experts and the community. It will not only offer increased shelter space, but also create a safe, trauma-informed, service-rich environment that helps people stabilize and thrive. Things like family-specific areas, medical and behavioral health supports, case management, and job training are part of this plan. That isn't just good for the individuals we serve, it's good for our neighbors, businesses, and our city as a whole. When people have safe, reliable shelter and access to services under one roof, they're more likely to exit homelessness. Reducing the strain on our emergency services, hospitals, and law enforcement, it creates a healthier, safer community for everyone, housed and unhoused. So I ask you, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, to please vote in favor of the CUP.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Denise Caruzzi, I think I see that name online, followed by Brett Deering, and then Catherine Rushton.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Denise Caruzzi and I live at 1102 North 19th Street. I'm here as an individual and as an active member of the Boise Homeless Coalition. I endorse and ask you to approve the CUP presented on behalf of Interfaith Sanctuary. Our high-level reasons are two. Interfaith has planned and organized the best and most progressive shelter in Idaho and conformed to inquiries and requests for years. We need this shelter desperately, and pressure for housing continues to mount. In more detail, the proposed shelter serves families, elderly, medical vulnerable, and extremely low-income working adults of Ada County. It also incorporates programs that will support people while they are bridging back into our community. Healthcare and well-being, training and connections to jobs, and connections with resources and external programs as well. It provides an increased level of privacy plus dignity and support. And it also educates and expands our awareness and understanding of the trauma of homelessness, and it helps us build a better community. We need this shelter, and it should likely be classified as essential infrastructure in any of our cities. It always seems difficult to get neighborhood support, however. We should also note that no changes to our neighborhoods, including road improvements, come without some negative impact. I fear this ongoing campaign of fault-finding and hypotheticals illustrate how important and impossible it would be for the city to approve any new construction or business if held to this standard. Regardless, we should all commit to the shelter and these neighbors during this transition. Thank you for the work you do every day, for volunteering, for helping to shape Boise into the city we want for our children and grandchildren, and for recognizing that the decisions you're making are not just for today and our immediate well-being, but also for tomorrow. Thank you for approving the CUP and getting this shelter open as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Brett Deering and then Catherine Rushton. I don't see those names. Oh, go ahead and come on up. We don't have Brett. I don't think. Brett going once, going twice. No name on nobody's here. So, okay, Catherine. All right, go ahead. Name and address, and you got 3 minutes.
Right, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you. My name is Catherine Rushton. I live at 5886 West Riverbend Lane. I'm here to voice my opposition to CUP 2522. The proposed location in a residential area is unsuitable for the homeless shelter and puts the local residents in danger. As reported by the Idaho Statesman and mentioned by one of the previous speakers, employees of a business close to the current shelter arrived to find that the front door had been smashed and a naked man was asleep on a couch inside the business. This was not an isolated incident. The business owner said, and I quote, "Similar incidents have been happening for years, and this is a regular occurrence for businesses in this area. And in fact, I know a business owner in the area who has experienced similar problems." Think about that. If this had happened at a residence with children, because it will. If the shelter is relocated to a residential area As is currently proposed, this will happen at homes in the vicinity. It's bad enough to arrive at your place of business to find someone is broken in, quite another to be a family with children, potentially carrying in a bedroom while someone forcibly gains entry to your home, or to come home from school or work to find an altered, drunk, high, or potentially, as in this case, unclothed individual is taken at residence in your home or in your yard or on your patio. If the shelter is relocated to the proposed location, it's only a matter of time before this happens. The applicant's constant assertions that the IFS will be good neighbours at the new location begs the question as to why they are not good neighbours at the current location. Even with the proposed security plan, it's a hollow promise and one that they can't keep. I believe passionately that everyone should have shelter, healthcare, and food, but this is not the place, and I appreciate that not every homeless person is a criminal. The application does not meet the standards for approval under the Boise City Code with respect to site suitability. For the safety and comfort of the current residents of the State Street and Veterans neighborhoods, I beg you to do what you did the first time you considered this application and reject it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so everybody that signed up online or in person who wanted to testify and who was in person did and able to did. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to open it up to the folks in the chambers who have not testified and are willing to or wanting to. Here's your chance. So is there anybody in this room right now who did not testify and who wants to testify now? You have the letter. Go ahead and come on up. So we have one of the signups who didn't testify submitted a letter that he's going to read onto the record on their behalf. So.
Okay, I'm reading for Brenda Gilchrist. She's a published expert in the housing first model and alternative solutions. So she writes,
do you know, oh, we have her address on the record. Never mind, go ahead.
I strongly oppose the CUP for this low barrier housing first shelter. The housing first model is bound by HUD rules and does not allow shelters to require sobriety, participate in treatment, or other wraparound services. Let me be clear, all the services that Jody mentioned are not allowed to be required and cannot be paid for by housing first funds. HUD's 2020 report, why is this doing this to me? Tied low barrier shelters in California to a 47% surge in street homelessness. Why? HUD prohibits interfaith from requiring sobriety, drug testing, or treatment, ignoring the 75% of homeless individuals with substance abuse disorders and 78% with mental health issues per UCLA data. From California to Ottawa, this model worsens addiction and mental health, leads to higher substance abuse, untreated disorders, and even death. California poured billions into housing first, promised to end homelessness, yet homelessness spiked over 20% over a decade and billions of dollars. Boise, Veterans Park, and our homeless neighbors will suffer. Low barrier shelters fail to address the root cause of homelessness, untreated mental illness and addiction, and leaves individuals trapped in a cycle of dependency. Manhattan data shows mentally ill homeless individuals are 35 times more likely to commit crimes, 40% for violence. San Diego's homeless were 514 times more likely to offend, often repeatedly. The Veterans Park Neighborhood Association report detailed drug deals, needles, theft, vandalism, and violence near similar shelters. Taxpayer dollars deserve better. HUD 2023 data shows 30 to 50% of homeless individuals refuse shelter, and Interfaith's model fails to address the addiction or mental health. Michelle Steeb, former CEO of a California shelter, advocates a better way. A human-first approach recognizes that human beings are complex and that houses Housing is but one piece of the multifaceted approach needed to support them on the path to healing and well-being. Boise Rescue Mission exemplifies this approach. Vote yes for this if you want to enable addiction, mental illness, and chronic homelessness. A yes vote will further chronic homelessness. A yes vote will throw good taxpayer dollars at a known failed model that has proven to fail communities and homeless individuals. Reject this CUP, protect Boise.
Okay, thank you very much for doing that. Anybody else in chambers? Go ahead. Same thing, state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Adrienne Lane Martin. I live at 9838 West Lindstock Street in Boise. I am the interior design principal at Erstad Architects, but for Interfaith, I am the project manager and have been for the last 4.5 years. The best thing that I love about working at Erstad, I've been there for about 13 years this summer, is that we get to work in a lot of nonprofits. And what I've learned most about those is that they raise all of their own money. They do not usually have any money coming in from anyone else. Interfaith is one of those models. They have raised all of their own private funding. They are very different from any of the other shelters, and that they don't have any taxpayer dollars. They don't get anything from the city, anything from HUD, anything from any federal funds. So every single dollar counts. And in my opinion, it counts even more because it's been donated on behalf of another citizen. So my responsibility as the interior designer and or the project manager is to make that money stretch, because we don't know how much we're going to get. We don't know if we're going to be able to fund the project. I'm there from the beginning before they even purchased the land. We've done this with Idaho Food Bank. We've done this with botanical gardens. We work for the zoo. You name a nonprofit in town, most likely Erstad has had a hand in it. So I've seen it. I've been doing this job for 20 years, and I have never in my life put every kind of program into one building. It is amazing to me that I have had to have that many different experiences to figure out this building, to figure out this design, to work through this process. And I am so proud of what we have established and accomplished, even through the first CUP round. It made us better. It made the building better. We have all learned so much about programming. I have learned so much about trauma-informed in design, in that there's not a lot of precedent set. And I'm hoping we're setting a really good precedent for the rest of the nation. It's not going to be perfect. We know. I'm so anxious to see what happens in a year and go, how are you liking this building? Is it working for you? How can we make it better? What could we have done differently? That happens in every single project. It's never perfect, especially with nonprofits. They're used to working out of a closet or a janitor room. Anything I give them is exciting. If I get to give them paint, that's a big deal. And for an interior designer, of course, I want to make things beautiful and happy. But at the end of the day, they just want a box. They just want to be able to live there and feel safe. And this is not going to be a magazine-worthy project. That's not the point. It's about giving people shelter. And it's been a passion of mine for the last 4.5 years to work on this project. And hopefully you guys can see that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, last call for anybody in chambers. I think most everybody in here has testified. You have not as a citizen. We don't know you though, so.
Hello, my name is Katie Decker, and I live at 5001 West Waimusa Street. I would like to address Mr. Wardle's comments on several topics that boiled down to we're a private nonprofit and you can't ask us to provide resources or infrastructure off of our property that would address the negative externalities associated with our use. If the developer does not address these issues, then the alternative is that these negative externalities fall in the surrounding residents in this low-income, high-poverty area. I understand Mr. Wardle's concerns, but the fact is that shelter is a high-impact use and requires a lot of resources to protect the surrounding area. If the operator isn't able or willing to provide these resources, then frankly, that means the application should be denied based on impacts. In addition, there was recommended text and a lot of conditions that was designed to prevent the common result of opening a homeless shelter, which is drawing additional people experiencing homelessness to the area, even when the shelter does not have the capacity to serve them. This results in many negative externalities. If interface execution of their proposal is such that no impact occurs in the surrounding neighborhood, then ultimately those strict conditions like requiring offsite transport and capping overflow won't impose a burden. Interfaith has a big platform. They can find a way to promote the shelter to reflect that it is for a niche population and not available for walk-in services. The goal is to disincentivize people from arriving to seek services instead of following an established offsite waitlist protocol. Ultimately, stricter conditions are necessary for a factual finding on mitigation. If parts of the project description aren't in the CUP, like the programming-only nature we've heard described, then that can't be considered in the factual findings on mitigation. It also calls into question to what degree the public agency considered those mitigations that may or may not be included in the CUP in their own assessments of the degree of impact of the shelter. For example, did BPD rely on proactive reporting of abandoned vehicles as their review comments indicate? BPD's memo also says the volume of calls may also be influenced by the shelter's operational model, site design, and implementation of security protocols. Are they counting on the shelter's programming requirements that aren't in the CUP? Did they assume that professional security meant more than training existing staff in security measures? Mr. Wardle pushing back on so many conditions that had previously been part of the project description calls into question whether those can also be relied on for factual findings. And separately, I would also like to add for Mr. Scoggins that today one of the testimonies did present crime data as opposed to calls for service data, which he asked for in his testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Last call. All right, so I see two hands online that still wish to testify. I see Scott Burney and then Pete Barnes. So let's go with Scott Burney first. Name and address for the record, and 3 minutes. I did. Scott has pulled his hand back. Emoji hand. Maybe that's the problem. We'll give Scott a second. How about we go with Pete Barnes? Pete, do you want to, or no? Okay, Scott's back in.
I'm here.
Okay, there we go. Thanks, Scott. Can you say your name and address for the record for us?
Yeah, my name is Scott Burney, and I'm at 3905 West Garnet Street. Okay. The current reluctance to provide mitigation measures in advance of approval mirrors the same issues we encountered in 2021 when Interfaith Sanctuary declined to submit a security plan prior to the issuance of its conditional use permit. At that time, it was assumed the plan would outline how neighborhood impacts would be addressed, yet it was never made available for public review beforehand. We are now seeing a repeat of that pattern. In the current application, Interfaith is once again deferring submission of critical documents, specifically the Good Neighbor Agreement and neighborhood behavioral expectations, until after approval. If these documents are intended to mitigate impacts on the surrounding community, they must be provided and subject to public review prior to any approval. For example, how can neighborhood residents trust that longstanding concerns such as drug use and irresponsible alcohol consumption near the shelter will be addressed in the Good Neighborhood Agreement when Interfaith has consistently declined to engage with us on these issues? Further, the staff's draft conditions of approval require that the security and operations plan detail the proposed training protocols. Yet we learned tonight that the security training program is still in development. Without clarity on what this training entails, it's impossible to evaluate the adequacy or effectiveness of on-site security. I also take issue with Ms. Steiger's comment suggesting existing shelter staff will simply be trained to assume security duties. As a local business owner with experience managing venues that require professional security, I can state unequivocally that this is not a sufficient approach. Security cannot be treated as an added task for an already overextended staff. It requires trained, dedicated professionals. To suggest otherwise diminishes the seriousness of the issue and disrespects the intelligence of everyone engaged in this process. Equally concerning is Mr. Wardle's repeat assertions of, quote, "We have a plan for that, and we can assure you that we'll address it," unquote. Vague assurances are not a substitute for transparency. If a plan exists, the public has a right to review it. Withholding details only strengthens the perception that no concrete plan has been developed. Residents of the Veterans Park neighborhood have been unfairly maligned for more than 4 years. As a third-generation resident, I can say with confidence that this narrative is deeply inaccurate. Our neighborhood already supports multiple shelters, and our willingness to do so has been.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Mr. Burney. We ran up against 3 minutes. Appreciate you hanging out with us and testifying, though. Okay, we have a couple more. Pete Barnes. Okay, I see Pete has gone to the top.
Hello, can you hear
Hi,
me?
Pete. How are you?
Good, about yourself?
Living the dream, buddy.
So
Can you go ahead and state your name and address for the record? And you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Pete Barnes, and I live at 2255 South Cyene Way, Boise, Idaho. And I urge you to deny the CUP. It's really been quite depressing to see that people aligning with Andy Scoggins, who is the director of a San Francisco bank, and that of Ørsted, a millionaire of an engineering company, an architect company. From the start, the city of Boise's goals have been to relocate IFS from its downtown location to allow for redevelopment that generates more revenue. The timeline highlights key events and shows the city's clear agenda that the creation of Whitewater Police Station and the benefit of Scoggins, who I believe owns the property that IFS currently sits on. January 2022, IFC submitted the CUP 26, 21, 26 for the State Street site. May 2022, City Council returns P&Z denial. February 2023, Chief Wagner presents the facility strategy, doesn't mention this future police station, but it would likely need to be in the eastern part of the city with no mention of the Whitewater site. December 2023, City Council passed a resolution to fund the Whitewater Police Station. January 2025, Supreme Court ruling against IFF's CUP. Mayor McLean releases an official statement stating the importance of low-barrier shelters like IFS and that no stone will be left unturned in addressing our city's need to housing the shelter. City announces zoning code change in IFS CUP. Whitewater Police Station opens, City Code amends and reduces P&Z's authority to expand City Council's authority. May 2025, IFF submits CUP 2522. BPD commits a letter to IFF showing new substantial support to this project. In June 2025, during City Council meeting, a significant point of discussion with the financial constraints facing the city. Councilmen acknowledge that while there is pressing needs for improvements, the city lacks sufficient funds to address all current future needs. So we have a city who can't meet the needs of where IFS is currently at, but wants to move it to a new location that doesn't have these services. Please deny this CUP and do not continue to let people like Scoggins pat his pocket with the new next development being in that area of town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barnes. Okay, I've got a few more hands here. William Cups? I'm not sure how you pronounce that. And then Julie Vander Wecken, and then Tiffany Cushing.
Yeah, hi, William Curbs. Yeah, hi, William Curbs, 24846 State Line Road, Elkhart, Indiana. 2017, after my wife died, I was living in South Carolina, and I decided I wanted to find God. I threw everything away. I traveled all over the West Coast, the West. I've been in so many homeless centers. In 2020, I entered Interfaith. I had a heart attack. And Jody was one of the first people to meet me at the gates. She was so kind, and I adore her still to this day. But I suggest you guys do not accept moving to State Street. I was there for 8 months. I went to Wisconsin. I had my own apartment in Wisconsin. I talked to Jody, and I asked her specifically to go back to Interfaith to enter the wellness program. So I went to wellness program in 2023, September. I was there. I was doing so good. I became on first name basis with the mayor, Lauren. And I was doing great there. And Project Wellbeing destroyed me. I left there first time. I've been banned from a lot of places. First time I ever banned from a city. I left there. I went to the hospital. I was on DNR. They thought I was going to die. I had to go all the way to Ohio to finally get help for a 9-month program. When I was at Interfaith, I used to deliver papers to State Street because I wanted to check that place out. And when I saw that place, I said, no way in heck that a homeless center should be there. The Interfaith attracts all the rich little kids. That's where they get all the drugs from, is over at Interfaith. She does not work with the other places. Boise Rescue Mission kicked out one person, interfaith, then get him in, and he died in that alley in Cooper Street. They do had metal detectors over at Interfaith, but the kids in the programs, they would go through the front door. My bunkie, he had a 9mm Glock in Interfaith. They do drugs there. They do alcohol there. You can check out my Facebook page. I'm the real deal. Thank you. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you for testifying. Let's move forward to Julie Vander Wicken and then Tiffany Cushing.
Hello.
Hi, if you could say your name and address for the record, that'd be great.
Hi, Julie Vanderweeken. I live at 4530 West Alamosa Street in Boise.
Okay, go ahead.
Gift. Sorry. I just wanted to make a quick comment before I start about what the lady from Catch said about how before when they applied under the CUP that they were a low barrier shelter, but now they're not. That's not true. And I was just reading about it on the news, and I would like to make a statement that Interfaith Sanctuary on their State Street Hub website page, their own page, they state and still continue to repeat that they are a low barrier shelter. So that is the straight up truth of what they are going to be, is what they say so themselves on State Street. So yes, it will still be a low barrier shelter. I am a former homeless mother of 2 children, and I went through homelessness because unfortunately my life was threatened by a man that was my first son's father. And I had to escape many times because yes, he went to prison, but then he got out and he was looking for me. So I was on the move. I didn't get to have a home because I had to keep moving to keep my life and to keep my children safe. And because of that, I have stayed in so many shelters that you would not believe over the last 7 years from after that experience happened. So I've been pretty much in Boise now for 7 years, and he has stopped searching and I'm finally safe and I'm glad to be here. But it took a lot of work and a lot of hard saving money and just a lot of focus and drive to get myself out of homelessness. And, Catch even helped us with that process. And I'm grateful for that. And I've been to IFS and I've been to Corpus Christi. And I can tell you right now, I did not feel safe one bit in that type of a program with my children because it reminded me of the many low barrier shelters that I stayed in throughout the US when I was on the run for my life. And I'll tell you right now, they do not, of all the places I've been in different states and the shelters I've been in, the low barrier shelters, none of them ever had them in a neighborhood. And that right there speaks volumes. And the reason they didn't have them in a neighborhood was because of what you see when you go downtown right now. If you want to go around the IFS area, and why I didn't feel safe bringing my kids around there or staying in that shelter. When we first came here, we were homeless still. And that's when I finally got the good news that he wasn't looking for me anymore, the man who wanted to hurt me. And I said, no way I'm staying in that one. I knew it was not a good place. And I can't imagine having that in our neighborhood because now I live here at the Veterans Park neighborhood. And I can tell you the reason they have them in industrial areas and near downtown, on the outskirts of downtown, kind of like they do now, is for the same reason of what you see when you go down there and you see it's not a safe place. And
Okay. I gotta stop you there. I appreciate your testimony for sure, and grateful that you're in a much better place. That's for certain. And also thank you for hanging out. So I need to move forward. Tiffany Cushing, and I think I don't have any other raised hands. Yes, we are. You can hear you. Go ahead and say your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, Tiffany Cushing, 4818 West Willow Lane. I know this has been going on for a really long time, and I appreciate that P&Z is volunteer, and I can't express my gratefulness enough. You guys are amazing. So, the need of a shelter is not really the issue here. The location and the risk factors for the neighborhoods surrounding it really is the big issue. The schools nearby should be a huge concern. When a low barrier shelter is the issue, we as a neighborhood have already had a tragedy involving a small child who died at the hand of a former guest of IFS. Do we need any other reason to say no to this? There are many: safety, property value, crime. Where is the compassion for the residents of the neighborhoods? A child's life and a neighborhood's safety and respect for the people who have worked so hard for the dream of owning a home should receive the same compassion. Thank you to Planning and Zoning for your consideration. We all hope you will consider this as if it were your neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for joining us. And oh, I do have a hand up. Brian Ertz.
Can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Brian Ertz. I represent the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association, 380 South 4th Street, Boise. I want to thank this commission for its professionalism and for its integrity, particularly as expressed in its first decision. Nothing has changed. The application has not changed. The politics has changed. In fact, we've seen a radical change, both to the zoning code as well as to the power of this commission's decision-making authority. I urge the commission to act with the same integrity as it did in round one. And I commit to defend such integrity to the extent that I am able. The impacts that resound will fundamentally alter the neighborhood. They should be prevented. And this is not an appropriate site. This is an instance of spot zoning, though it's a CUP, where this parcel and this application is being treated specially in a way that's denying my clients their due process rights. With that, given the short amount of time, I just thank you again for the integrity and for the stamina. And I urge you to deny the application and or condition the application such that the very real and very intimate impacts that are sure to visit this side of Boise are mitigated in an enforceable way. Thank you for your time, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ertz. Okay, I don't see any other hands online that wish to testify, and I think we've swept through the chambers to see if there was anybody who also wished to testify who hasn't had the opportunity to. Still see no hands, and so I think at this point in time, last call. All right. We're going to go ahead and we will have rebuttal from the applicant, and then we'll take a break, and then we will go home, right? Oh, no, we have to make a decision. So we'll come back and we'll render our decision. But let's get from the applicant 5 minutes, I think, is what we're going to do. Is that right? Okay, great.
Chairman, can we take the break first? I've got to get Josh to load something up and he'd run to the bathroom.
Okay. Mic back on. Let's do that. Trying to think if there's anything I need to do in terms of if we take a break, let the applicant do rebuttal. I don't want to take another break. I want to be respectful of everybody's time, including our own. So on this break, it's time to do some thinking. Okay. All right. So
thank you. He gave me 5 minutes.
Okay. If we can bring everybody back in and reconvene, we will be giving the applicant 5 minutes of rebuttal time. And then the public hearing will be closed and the item will be before the commission. So if we can get to 5 minutes and off we go.
Commissioners, your stamina is commendable. Let's focus on the standard that you adopted in the modern zoning code. Again, Jeff Wardle, 251 East Front. When we talk about material negative impacts, it is appropriate to evaluate the extent to which they'll be mitigated, and your standard is the maximum extent practicable. We have gone to great lengths to incorporate what we heard from you before, the provisions of the Boise Code, the guidance of your staff. If, however, the opponents are correct in the testimony they've shared with you tonight, then a shelter home cannot be sited anywhere in the city of Boise. There is not a single location in the city of Boise that has the appropriate zoning where it could be sited if what they are telling you is true. And how do we know that? We know that because staff has noted the fact that the suggestion of a 300-foot or 1,000-foot barrier or those distances, there is no place in the city of Boise in the 4 zoning districts where it's permissible that it could be sited. It can't be sited in an industrial area. It can't be sited in a residential area. It can be sited in one of 4 zones that staff notes is 7% of the entire city. And what are we doing? We're adaptively reusing a Salvation Army facility that was a thrift store, but also provided social services and also provided drug and alcohol counseling and treatment. So, Commissioner Danley, as I noted in our prior discussions and experience, we talked an awful lot about the SEPTED report. And my frustration was the fact that we never got to what the SEPTED report actually said. This time, I think our conversations have been much better because the SEPTED report is important. It evaluated the entirety of the shoreline area. It, however, is a grave disservice to the efforts served by our Boise City Police Department in doing the analysis to ignore the fact that what is SEPTED, it's the crime prevention through environmental design. And what did it do? It gave us a variety of standards. It identified best practices of natural surveillance, access control, territoriality and ownership, maintenance, talked about the things that needed to be done to see improvements within a neighborhood. And I will acknowledge the shortcomings of the shoreline neighborhood. If I were to ever site a shelter home, I would never want it surrounded on 4 sides by public rights of way at an off-ramp, because that totally deviates and violates everything that SEPTED teaches us. So what were the recommendations of the SEPTED report? I spent considerable time in guiding my clients forward with this new application, saying we have to implement and do everything the SEPTED report says, and we have to do everything P&Z told us. We have to come back with a plan. We have to come back with solutions, and that's going to change how we do things. So on page 35 and 36 of the SEPTED report, I told our team, make sure that we address every single one of these and implement them, because otherwise we're just talking about a problem without incorporating the solutions. And we have done that, and we appreciate the guidance of Chief Dennison and his team for identifying how we can address these things. So throughout what you've heard tonight and what you've heard before, the mitigation measures have been requested. They ask for placement by appointment only. Done. Coordinated intake. Done. That individuals not line up at the facility. Done. That individuals who cannot stay in the neighborhood are not sent into the neighborhood. Done. They've asked that it not be a congregate shelter. Done. They've asked that families and single adults be separated. Done. They wanted security screening for all guests and employees. Done. They asked for an 8-foot tall CMU sound wall. It's constructed. They do not want sex offenders housed. Done. They wanted services coupled with training. And to now be criticized that, well, you say you're low barrier, but what about behaviors? Well, we've imposed behavioral guest standards. They wanted a police substation in the neighborhood, done. A security plan, done. An operations plan, done. Are there refinements that could be made? Absolutely. It's an iterative process. But we take home seriously. Home is the wellspring of personhood. The modern zoning code takes home seriously. Federal law takes home seriously, protecting the housing rights of families, the disabled, and the elderly, the people that we serve. Home is more than emergency bed. Home is support, services, and care. We request your approval of this shelter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wardle. Okay, commissioners, the time is upon us to render a decision, and the good part of, I think, having to go through this process the first time around is I got a chance to learn some lessons. And I think the most valuable lesson I learned is that when we came time for a discussion or at the end of the evening, we actually talked it out. And I think we should be doing the same exact thing instead of just throwing a motion out there and going for it. So what I'm going to propose is that we first discuss the variance, and then we can break into the CUP and its individual parts. That gives us some organization and some structure, and it allows us to have, I think, a constructive conversation about each of these elements. And then we will, along the way, very likely flesh out a motion that we will then discuss and see how that goes. So with that, that also concludes the public hearing, by the way, just to make that formality. Let's talk variance. Let's talk about what's being asked and our general thoughts. We have an application that is required by code to have landscaping improvements, including a pathway, but the applicant and staff recognize a hardship with respect to the comprehensive plan and climate goals, as well as the near-term, near-term plans of CCDC and ACHD. So thoughts on the variance?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Torres.
So I've gone back and forth on this. My initial questions early on were asking about requiring the applicant to put the improvements in along State Street and along the service road if ACHD and CCDC fail to do so by a certain date. The way I'm leaning at the moment, I'm convinced that it's a difficult condition to require, and the fact that there already are sidewalks there makes me more inclined, although I'm open to be persuaded the other way, to grant the variance, but to urge the neighborhood, IFS, and any other stakeholders involved to work with ACHD and CCDC to get these improvements completed, whether it is just the pathways along the street and the service road, or whether it is the suggestion that's, I think, several people made of the crossing across State Street to make it safer as well. But I am, like I said, I'm open to persuasion by my fellow commissioners on that, and I will take your feedback.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Torres. Other discussions on the variance?
Sure.
Commissioner Stallings.
I share Commissioner Torres's viewpoint. I also have, the mindfulness in wasting public dollars or donated dollars on the fact or on the side of interfaith to make these improvements to then we're seeing with the State Street improvement plans already in action and how that is disrupting everything that was previously there, any infrastructure that was previously there. It's got to be a comprehensive plan. I'm in more support of, yes, working with these public agencies and ensuring that this gets done. I understand this enforcement. If ACHD and CCDC don't implement them by said year, how do we enforce coming back to make sure this private property owner has to then enforce? That's my predicament as well, but I'm also in more support of not forcing this improvement that isn't a part of this comprehensive plan, that does dead end. It doesn't help our accessibility standards or movement and circulation around that site if there are sidewalks already in place. Yeah, I'm more in support of allowing the variance.
Okay. Mr. Doan, any additional comments?
I'm on the side of supporting the variance. Somebody had mentioned a different application that happened on the other side of State Street, and that was required because the improvements had already been done. This does not have that. And as part of that, I don't see a good reason to require them to do this and then have it be torn up later on when the improvements are actually made.
Okay, my thoughts on the variance. I don't think that the hardship has been determined. I think that this is a commission that has had numerous applications on State Street over the years, that we have held our ground on ensuring that the applicant builds what is required of us. We've seen this over and over and over again. Now, having said that, I think it's ridiculous to think that we should ask the applicant to build something and then a couple years from now get all ripped apart and torn apart. That's a waste of time, money, and so forth. Right now, the site is not without sidewalks. It has sidewalks. What it does not have, however, is bicycle facilities. That's what the pathway is intended to do. So we have a bit of an issue in that we have existing infrastructure that is at this point satisfactory for the movement of pedestrians. We do not have the infrastructure for the movement of bicyclists, which is what the project is intended to do in 2028. So in my mind, I think that it would behoove the city to continue to try and get this pathway done, but allow our partners the first crack at getting it done before the applicant. So I think that we should deny the variance, but word it in such a way as to require the applicant to construct the improvement, the landscape improvements, but revisit this at the end of 2028, because I believe CCDC's project was to occur in 2028 with ACHD. That can move. I know that that can move. And so I think it's important that at the conclusion of that year, if it moves, that we determine probably another couple of year window, give some time. I'm not for you having to build this and then get it all ripped out. However, if that project goes away, there's nothing that right now states that that project is going to stay within their 5-year work plan or CCD's plan. It could very well disappear. Then what? Then what? Then we are stuck and we have no way of getting what we've been working very hard over the last long time. Really, staff has worked tirelessly with the plans, and we've held our ground with development to get this done. So to me, that's where I stand on the variance. I don't see the hardship. There's plenty of space that's there. And I think that, frankly, we should deny it, but give grace and let our partners do their work. So that's where I stand on the variance. Any other discussion on that?
Mr. Chair, you have persuaded me to look at it the other direction. So
okay.
I agree with you. I think I'm going to give them a little bit more grace and go with, I think the neighborhood association, I believe it was them, suggested a 2030 deadline with the possibility of an extension to 2032, at which point the applicant would then have to build the pathway. So I'm unless there's further discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion on that. I'm prepared to make motions on everything, but I think it would be easier to allow more time for discussion to tackle the variance first and then do the CUP.
Well, with the variance, it's part of the application. So I think we need to let the variance, let's pause the variance discussion and we'll move forward with the CUP because it's all one application. So let's move forward unless there's any other discussion on the variance part of things. Okay. Let's move forward on the CUP. So I think from my vantage point, it was constructive last go around to break the CUP down by the specific elements of it being required. We have that defined, and so we can work through that if that's agreeable. The first element, the proposed location is uniquely suited to accommodate the proposed use or is in a location for the proposed use supported by the comp plan or other adopted plan in the city. So this is a discussion about how this is compatible with the comprehensive plan. That is a requirement of LUPA. It's also a requirement of our code. So any discussion on the applicability on how this may or may not comply with the comprehensive plan?
Sure.
Commissioner Stalling.
I see how this aligns with the goal of the city and the comprehensive plan in that we're balancing neighborhood character with essential city services. I think this is thoughtfully designed and supportive site infrastructure. It's strategically placed, even though it is incredibly tricky to find the ideal location for something like this. But I do think it meets the spirit and letter of our law while addressing the pressing community need.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Stalling. Other comments on the comp element of things? Okay, we don't necessarily have to have comment on it. I'll jump in on this, I guess, and give any other folks time for some thoughts here. This is the tricky one. The comprehensive plan is a very, very tricky one when it comes to CUPs because our state enabling laws, when it comes to comp plans do not hold the same legal weight as the zoning code. There are half the states in this country where the comprehensive plan definitely holds a heck of a lot more weight and is a legal document in a way that's very different than the state of Idaho. So leaning on the comprehensive plan is tricky. I think that the staff has pointed out an adequate number of areas within our comp plan that this particular application does align with. Maybe some questionable areas in others, but this is the nature of a comp plan. There's a lot of competing goals and objectives within a comprehensive plan. I've said this before, a check writing or a check cashing place can be economic development, right? It can be viewed as that. So that's kind of the rub. So I think that from my vantage point anyway, staff has done a commendable job of, as well as the applicant, of demonstrating how this does basically comply with the comprehensive plan from my point of view. Any other thoughts, or we should move on? Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I actually have highlighted some sections in the staff report about that.
Okay.
On page 338, and I'll just read this until you tell me to shut up. So,
okay.
The project, so it's the proposed use is not in conflict with the comprehensive plan. The project is supported by the policy guidance of Blueprint Boise. Policy ES 9.5 encourages the adaptive reuse of buildings as opposed to demolition. The project will convert an abandoned retail building into non-traditional housing along an existing transit route. This is consistent with goal SHCC 15 and policy SHCC 14.2 that promote locating social services along transit routes to maximize accessibility to those in need. The applicant worked with Valley Regional Transit to improve the existing transit stop with a new shelter immediately adjacent to the site, policy CC 3.2. The project is also supported by a number of policies focused on housing. Goal NAC 9 promotes accommodation for housing of low and moderate income households. More specifically, policy NAC 9.5 identifies the need for non-traditional housing models, including for those experiencing homelessness. The proposed shelter home will provide housing for those in need along an existing transit corridor as encouraged by principle GDP-C.5 and policy NE-CCN 2.5. These are a lot of numbers here. I'll keep reading, but policy SHCC 16.2 promotes the engagement of businesses and faith-based organizations to reduce family homelessness. In addition to providing housing, the proposed shelter will provide support services consistent with this policy. This includes daytime programming around case management, medical, recovery, mental health, employment, and job training, nutrition, support groups, and daycare/school. And I think that was all I had highlighted. I'm just scrolling to make sure I didn't miss anything. I did not. So
Okay.
I'll leave it there.
Okay, fair enough. Any other conversation on the comprehensive plan? We move forward. Okay. Let's move on to adverse impacts. It seems to me that's definitely, without question, the hot button of this item. So this is going to be one I'm sure that will take a little bit of time, but why don't we go ahead and jump into that? How does what is being proposed by the applicant address potential adverse impacts? Okay, I'll start. I will just get this kicked off a little bit. I will say this, that from the first go around to the second go around, this is not the same application. There are similarities. Clearly there are similarities, but there are definitely differences. And the big things are the security plan, the operations plan, the fact that difference from the existing site, the 24-hour model is very different. I don't know that data is apples to apples. I don't know how comparable that can be when we have a different model, drastically different model than what is there today. So the question in my mind is, does the mitigation that's being proposed specifically in the operations plan and the security plan get to the concerns that have been expressed, the data that points to a certain direction, the comments obviously from our public, from our staff within our police department, EMS and stuff like, and everybody really. That's the question that I'm still wrestling with. Where I'm landing at this point is not quite. Not quite. I think I'll get to that a little bit more in a bit, but I want to make sure to give everybody all the time that they need to get through this. Commissioner Torres, look like you're ready to jump in.
Yeah, I'll jump in. So I'm going to once again cite the staff report, and I'm going to jump around a little bit, but there's a section on page, let's see, page 335. And it talks about how the shelter home is a conditionally allowed use restricted to a very limited portion of the city, roughly 7%. The potential impacts cited by those concerned with the proposal would be similar regardless of the location. So I want to acknowledge, while there will be impacts, they would apply no matter where the shelter ended up being. And honestly, they would apply in the current location if the shelter relocated to a larger building and had a larger number of people staying there. So to Mr. Wardle's point, if the shelter is not allowed in this location, it really wouldn't be allowed almost anywhere in the city. I also think we have to fall back on what the partner agencies, the city agencies have said: police, fire, library, parks, and others. They provided a lot of detailed feedback on this. I hear the concerns from the neighbors. I also understand from the applicant, it's really difficult outside of the site for them to address some of these concerns. So I agree with you. I don't think it goes quite far enough. And I think I'm prepared to go a little bit further, but I also I want to be mindful of the fact that we are not security experts. I don't think anybody up here at this dais is. And to my knowledge, none of us have ever worked at a shelter or run a shelter. So I also don't want to prevent if we're going to approve this, I don't want to prevent a shelter from being able to operate effectively and assist the people that it's designed, or its purpose to help. So that's kind of just where my thoughts are as we start, but I will let someone else weigh in if they want to as well.
Okay. Other thoughts? Thinking adverse impact.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Don't.
The biggest difference to me is the entry requirements, that this new model is a pre-approved guest list that runs through a specific process within several different organizations in order to get the right people into those services that can benefit the most from it, is kind of my understanding of it. So there is no lineup, there is no meals for, 40 extra people or anything like that. It's just those guests. And then I do think some of the conversation about the safety and the security, there's some highlights that I had that talk about meeting with the Boise Police Department once a month initially, and then transitioning to a less frequently as appropriate to evaluate the effectiveness of the security provisions. There's your trained security people to evaluate the security process, whether or not it's working. The good neighbor agreement, I understand that that has to be developed. Would have been great if it was here right now, but there is a slight example of one. So, and again, further down, they talk about detailed parking contingency plan to be developed. Additionally, the applicant is required to meet with a representative from Boise PD during every monthly for the initial operations for the first 6 months, and thereafter it will be quarterly. I think there's ample opportunity there to discuss the security and the issues that may happen.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that one? Good to go. Wait, I guess I'll just add a little bit more to it. This is where it gets tricky, because we had no security plan, we had no operations plan. We now have both. Both were developed in concert with our emergency service providers. Their testimony is that they feel as though what has been produced to them is adequate and is sort of malleable in how it can move forward. The neighborhood association, in their pretty extensive testimony, written documentation, and I think a tremendous amount of research, is seemingly pleading to add some additional language that provides additional assurances. To me, that's the 1 yard line. That's the best analogy I can put it. We're at the 1 yard line. But I guess I can borrow the tush push for all of you who know football and the Philadelphia Eagles, right? But that's where I am on this particular issue. And to me, the opportunity is the certificate of occupancy, that between right here and right now, and when anybody can enter the building officially, there's still time and opportunity for these things to get figured out. And that's what I'd love to see, because we have a choice. We could either go through this line by line and try to assert whatever sort of, ability we have as a commission on this particular operation and security plan, or we could consider getting these folks together along with our own staff and everybody who needs to be involved, and get this figured out. Get these things a bit more measurable, more committed, and more specific. And I think what I see and what I hear is, if those things can come together and tweaks made along the way, that there's opportunity there. I've said more than I wanted to say right there. But that's where I am on this adverse impact piece of things. I think that at this point, it sounds to me like Commissioner Torres may be ready to make a motion, and it probably would be better and cleaner if you did. And then we go ahead and discuss the merit of the motion and tweak as necessary, if necessary.
Okay.
Putting on the spot.
I'm ready.
Okay, Commissioner Torres.
So I'm going to move that we approve CUP 25-22 and CVA 25-28 with all the terms and conditions in the staff report with the following modifications. The applicant will be required to meet with BPD and the neighborhood association monthly on an ongoing basis to discuss and work together to address security concerns. The security plan, once finalized, must also be submitted to BPD for review, feedback, and approval. Going to the variance, if the street/pedestrian improvements have not begun or been completed by ACHD and CCDC by 2030, then I think they should be able to have an additional 2-year extension as the neighborhood association recommended. After which point, you know what? I'm going to back up. I'm sorry, I screwed up.
It's okay. We all do, man.
I'm going to
It's all
move that
good.
we deny the variance.
Okay.
With the condition that if the to give our partners at ACHD and CCDC time to complete the improvements by a deadline of 2030 with the possibility of an extension to 2032, after which point, if no improvements have been put in or started, the applicant would be required to deal with them. That was a lot. I think I covered everything I wanted to cover there, but I will take your feedback.
Okay.
Or a second.
Yeah, thank you for giving the first crack. Appreciate that. Before we can have any discussion, is there a second?
A second.
Okay, I have a motion on the table by Commissioner Torres and a second by Commissioner Stallings. The motion being to deny the variance with the condition that should ACHD and CCDC in their long range plan, the project not be underway by 2030, that a 2-year extension be granted before the applicant would then be required to construct. I think I got that. Okay. In addition, your additional requirement to the terms and conditions in the staff report include monthly modifications and monthly check-ins between Boise PD and the applicant
and the neighborhood
association, and that the parties involved have review for feedback. Okay.
Feedback and approval, I should clarify, of the security plan.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Crystal.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Okay, just want to clarify that the condition to come back, so when we deny the variance, that goes away, so that the condition to come back goes on to the CUP. So I just want to clarify that that's the intention here.
Can you say that one more time? It's 11:15 at night and
I know, we're all struggling. We're going to do it though. So if the motion is to deny the variance, then that goes away. We can't add conditions to it. So the condition that I heard you put on it has to be attached to the CUP, comma, pausing to see if that makes sense.
I think that makes sense.
Right, so it's a condition of the CUP because the variance
Yes.
goes away if you
Right,
deny it.
right.
So just to
Yes.
specify that.
Thank
I
you.
think I'm okay with that as long as that's not too complicated for my fellow commissioners.
No, I think that makes sense. So once we deny the variance is done. It's now driftwood. Now we're talking about it's attached to the CUP and only the CUP moving forward. That makes sense. I appreciate you clarifying that.
Of course, yeah. And then one more clarifying thing.
Yeah.
If that is the intention, then I might recommend that the P&Z add to that condition that C of O of the certificate of occupancy of the shelter is not tied to completing all of the standards, because by denying the variance,
they wouldn't be able to get C of O without completing the required streetscape standards. So you'd need to add some language there
Okay.
to accomplish what I
So
think
the
I'm hearing.
certificate of occupancy needs to be clarified specifically to the landscape improvements and this timing issue with the project.
If the intention is to give the time to let
Right.
other agencies, then the P and Z would have to add to the conditions that they could get their certificate
Right.
C of O without doing the required improvements.
Does that make sense, Commissioner Torres? You getting that one?
I think so. Crystal, you're making me work for this one.
Yeah.
We're all working real hard right
So
now.
in other words, the applicant in this instance on this part of the application can move forward, occupy the building, but there be this thing moving along in the background that should ACHD, CCDC, everybody not build this project by 2030, then there will be granted a 1-2 year extension upon which this is reviewed and determined, hey, it's time to build because this project has gone away.
That sounds correct to me.
Okay.
Do I need to restate my motion or do we get all that?
I think we're good. Okay.
Okay. Can I speak to the motion, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I hope my fellow commissioners will indulge me because I got a lot to say, although I did say some of it. So I know it's 11:15. I will try to be as brief as I can. I want to start by saying that I'm sorry the neighbors feel like interfaith will destroy their neighborhood. I understand the neighbors are concerned and they feel like the applicant has not been a good partner. I'm concerned by how toxic the relationship between the applicant, the neighborhood, and the city seems to have become, and I encourage everyone to take a step back after this decision is finalized and try to reset these relationships. I want to note that the neighborhood seems to I want to note that some of the testimony seems to be implying that the city's consideration of the shelter needs and interfaith in particular is something nefarious. But I think some people might be misinterpreting the reality that the city just sees itself as having a policy interest in addressing homelessness in Boise, and that, you know, that may be outside the scope of the CUP, but I don't see anything nefarious here. Of course, it is your right to be unhappy with the application, but our charge up here on this dais is to consider the application under the modern zoning code with reference to the comprehensive plan. It's not the role of this commission to micromanage the shelter from up here, but to determine if their submission meets the criteria for the CUP, and I see a good faith effort in the submissions we reviewed and the testimony we have heard to do so. As Chairman Danley said, this is not the same application that P&Z heard before. There is a security plan, there is an operations plan. You know, people can differ over whether it's adequate or not, but they exist this time. I think I already read the sections of the staff report I wanted to read on this, but I'm just going to verify that real quick here. So bear with me for 1 second. Yeah, I did read this section. So let's see, I had lost my place. I'm sorry. It is late. I'll just read from the staff report on page 335 and 336, I believe it is. The area surrounding the site along the State Street corridor is designated mixed use on the land use map of Blueprint Boise. Given this designation and the underutilization of many properties along the corridor, significant redevelopment is likely to occur in the coming years. This will include a more intense development pattern with taller buildings, increased residential density, and a general increase in activity consistent with the long-term vision for the mixed-use transit corridor. The shelter, a unique form of housing combined with social services, is not significantly different than the wide array of existing and anticipated uses in terms of operating characteristics and potential impacts. With the attached conditions of approval and operations planning proposed, plus our amendments, the shelter home will not create adverse impacts which outweigh the public benefit. Loitering in the surrounding neighborhood has been consistently raised by concerned citizens. But as we discussed, a departure from the previous application is that the shelter will operate on a pre-approved guest list basis and will not serve as an emergency shelter with guests lining up hoping to be admitted each night. The shelter is required to remain in operation 24 hours daily, and that check and that check-in be accommodated between 5 and 7 p.m. Both are expansions to operations in the existing location and consistent with best practices. Conditions also require professional staff to be present anytime the facility is occupied, and that this staff will be trained in basic medical care. A series of conditions have been included to ensure consistent enforcement, ongoing monitoring, and community interaction. The applicant has provided a security plan which has been reviewed and vetted by the Boise Police Department as evidenced in the memo dated June 23rd, 2025. And I'll add that my condition of approval will strengthen that condition in the sense that it will give BPD more opportunities for feedback and for review and approval of these plans. In addition to that, like I said, the applicant will also be required to meet with the police department once a month and under my condition on an ongoing basis to evaluate the effectiveness of security provisions. I'm not going to read the rest of what I highlighted here because I think we kind of covered it. Let me see. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes here real quick. Let's see. Again, we're being asked beyond security to fundamentally alter the way the shelter operates, and I won't do that. Our role here is to either approve the CUP and the variance or deny one or both. Some of the feedback we received asked us to consider other locations for the applicant, but the Planning and Zoning Commission does not have the authority to do so. We have to either approve the CUP or deny it. Many neighbors have also expressed concern about their property values and their ability to sell or rent their properties, and many have given examples of experiencing this hardship. Unfortunately, P&Z can't approve or deny projects based on their impact on property values, and this is not something that, and I think staff acknowledged that earlier when I asked the question, that we've ever considered from up here. There are so many factors that can impact the value of a home that this argument could be used to block any development if we entertained it or to approve anything. Ultimately, we have to look at the broader picture here. It's unfortunate that the application has resulted in a lack of trust between the neighborhood, the applicant, and the city. Again, I encourage everyone to work together on making this shelter work so that everyone gets what they want from it as much as possible. And I encourage the applicant to be as transparent as possible with the neighborhood and broader community while still protecting the dignity of the people served at this location. And with that, I will shut up.
Okay, Commissioner Torres, I truly want to thank you for stepping in and making that motion. I know that this isn't an easy one. I know that you've been on for, I think it's a year, a little over a year now, right? But this is certainly a very major one. I'm going to amend your motion. And here's why. I'm going to make a motion that we amend the original motion to maintain the language specific to the variance with a denial of the variance, but moving forward with the contingency of the timelines that you provided. The amendment also will include the following statement within the term and condition of the staff report. That IFS, VPNA, and the city enter into good faith mediation with the purpose of strengthening the operations and security plan to include further commitments, assurances, and measurable outcomes that address safety concerns of the neighborhoods prior to certificate of occupancy. That's the only change that I'm going to make. That's my amendment to the motion. Before that can be discussed, I need a second.
A second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stallings, seconding my motion. So I'm going to recognize myself to defend this or argue with this. Okay. I appreciate Commissioner Torres' attempt at strengthening this. I think the reason I'm making this amendment is because I think that in addition to the timelines, there are demonstrable parts of the plan that are still missing, not necessarily misaligned in some cases when it comes to some of the details, and some areas that simply need additional discussion. And I'm hoping agreement. It sounds to me at the outset of this evening that and from what I've read with VPNA, that they've given a great deal of thought on how to thread this needle. Still maybe opposing it, understand that, but did a heck of a job of saying, hey, if this is going to move forward, at least let's do this, and that. You all might not agree with every one of those, and that's fine. That's the whole point of mediation. But I think it's incredibly important, not just for the Veterans Park neighborhood area, not just for interfaith, but frankly for the dang city of Boise, because this is of that great of magnitude that we get this right. So I can't in good conscience just make, one modification when I know that there's multiple modifications that frankly should be discussed. So that's the point of the amendment. Big picture. The applicant has a land use right. They have a private property right, just like everybody in this room who owns private property. The zoning code has changed. It now states that a group home, shelter in this case, is permitted but is conditional if it meets the 4 criteria. I think the staff report has demonstrated, and we've had multiple testimony, written and oral, that backs up the comprehensive plan, the adverse effects and how to mitigate that, the size of the property, and then the circulation element, which is still a bit fluid, but I think we're getting there. Some things that stuck out to me is we need solutions now. That was a quote made in this room a little while ago. We had another one that said the waitlist process is a big deal. It's a big change from the previous application. I agree with that. But another one was, how do we measure integration? How do we measure integration? It's a great question to ask. And I think that's what the mediation is intending to do. I'll go back 250 years. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That's what we're trying to do. We do not want to put a burden on our police department, our fire department, our EMS services, and the neighborhood. Clearly, and the neighborhood, which is precisely why I think this mitigation needs to be built up. Here's my last thing I'm going to say, and then we'll move forward. I just want to thank everybody who's been part of this process. Thank you for testifying. Thank you for writing. Thank you for doing your research. Thank you for the staff and everybody who's been involved. I know it's tireless work, but here we are. And I just want to commend everybody for participating. So with that.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Another clarifying question or series of questions for you. So when you say mediation between those parties, which I heard as the city, VPNA, and BPD, is the expectation that there be resolution reached, or would there be a neutral mediation or neutral mediator determine when mediation has either been successful or not? Just need to put some parameters on that.
Yeah, that's a great question. And let me clarify, I didn't say BPD, I did say the city. So when I say the city, I'm meaning BPD as well as fire and bringing the posse to that discussion, because they're all involved, right? Parks as well, I think needs to be in the room. So I think that an independent mediator should be brought in, and that independent mediator should determine if the conclusion of those discussions has brought about an agreement that does, as much as possible in good faith, reach a conclusion that, while not going to guarantee the happiness of everybody, does get us to a better point. I think that's the role of that position, and it seems to me it's a fair ask. I don't think that the city ought to be the determiner of is that the right word? Determiner? Probably not. On how that works. I think it should be independent. Does that help? Okay. Any other discussion?
I guess I'll just ask a clarifying question and then I'm sorry.
Okay.
So in the original motion, I talked about a security plan being reviewed with BPD, receiving feedback and requiring approval from them. I guess the only concern I have and gets back to my earlier point about us, again, us not being security experts and us not having experience running shelters, is to the extent that it's related to security, fine, but are we also submitting their operations to mediation? And I guess I'm a little uncomfortable with that. I'm open to it, but I just kind of want to discuss that for a moment.
Great question. I don't, my intent is not for the operations plan to be upended. I think that the operations plan has gotten us a lot farther than where we were however long ago. But I do think that there's some tweaks that should be made. I think I've actually heard the applicant say that to this evening, that there is a commitment to many of the things that have been said along the way. Great. Let's write it down. Let's write it down and bring comfort as much as we can to the neighborhood association, neighbors, business owners, and so forth. That's all I'm saying, is let's get these things written down and move forward. I don't think it's appropriate for us to go through line by line and do that. I think that's the rule. That should be the role of a mediator. I think the city would do a great job to help, certainly, and figure out solutions, getting all those brains in a room to make that happen. And so I'm not intending for the operations plan or the security plan to look drastically different than what it looks like now. But I do think it's important that it's strengthened in the areas, especially that have been highlighted in the VPNA's letter. And again, not all of them are going to fly. That's fine. That's the point.
Chair, the only thing I wanted to add to your thought right there, which I completely agree with, was just, yeah, in that to the intent, or my intent with agreeing with that, isn't that every circumstance can be, here's exactly how we play this out. That's part of the community that we're serving, right? So I just wanted that, I guess, to be a part of. Completely agree with everything you and Commissioner Torres were just saying, except with the acknowledgement of beyond that everything can't be addressed and aligned perfectly, and there isn't a written solution for every possible circumstance.
Go ahead, Commissioner. I think you're gonna.
Thank you. I'm gonna go. I just want to say I'm in support of the motion. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of the mediation. I was once the president of Sunset Neighborhood Association that got kind of brought into this. The pain and suffering of our neighborhood association after that activity, it still hasn't healed. So I want to see veterans receive the respect and find the healing that they need, and building the trust between all parties involved. So
thank you, Commissioner Dome. Commissioner Torres.
Yeah, I just want to ask one more clarifying question because it's very late. We're all very.
Okay.
So if through mediation they are not able to come to an agreement, what happens?
I don't know that that's the way I would answer that question, because there's going to be areas where they don't agree. I think it's the mediator's job to determine if we've come to a decent conclusion where both parties are going to win and both parties are not going to win everything. Somebody much smarter than me once said that there's no such things as compromise, it's just a series of trade-offs. That's what we are. That's what we're looking at. It's a series of trade-offs. I noted, and the VPNA folks noted many times, there were probably, I think, a half dozen places where it said, this is very important to VPNA. Not every one of them said that. Only a handful did. That tells me, let's really get those done if we can, right? So that's the job of the mediator, not necessarily ours. And so that's how I'd answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we good on discussion? We have a motion and an amended emotion. I said emotion, amended motion. It's emotional. We have, I think, the language with the variance locked in, so I think we're good to go. Yeah? Language-wise, is there anything else you need from us to clarify? Okay. All right, with that, let's have the clerk call roll.
Danley,
Yes.
Torres,
Yes.
Dome,
Yes.
Stallings,
Yes.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thank you all for participating.